and Stitcher. There you go. And so he just started doing that, which is, I think, kind of cool. So if you happen to go to, you guys use Stitcher or, yeah, I think it's Stitcher.
Actually, I never heard of it,
iTunes at
to tell
all?
you the truth.
Look for podcasts.
No, never heard of it.
No, never heard of it.
Yeah, if you look under religious discussion, you'll find him. He's ranked number 4 so far. That's not bad. He just started like a couple weeks ago.
Well, whenever I used to open up my Hangouts, and I don't know if I should even start hosting anymore, I'd get a great deal of viewers, but it wasn't the type of viewers that you would, would find that you'd really want as your audience, because I allowed a lot of drama, and I tried my best to moderate, but still, you know how it is. It's rough.
Yeah, I remember what it's like.
Bunch of wild animals, I'll tell you what. Okay, let's see. Reuven, you mind if I put out the link publicly? Or whoever's hosting the room?
Yeah, I think it's Reuven.
Yeah, Reuven started the room.
All right. So what did Nate and the individuals talk about tonight? Fascination?
Greg, your volume seems a little low. I don't know if it's just me. Is anyone else experiencing that?
Yeah, your volume is low. I did have to turn you up there, Brett. And then when everybody else talks, I'm a little.
Oh, that's odd. How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Check my levels. That's up at 99. I don't know. Let me see if the boost is on there. All right. And check the settings. All right, how's that?
Perfect.
Better than it was before.
Yeah. I'm good. I don't have to adjust my volume when someone else speaks now. Pretty good.
So what else is going on in the world? I was curious. I was going to bring something up to Brother John. Brother John, how do you feel about this report in science that they have found so much water within the earth that it could fill our oceans 3 times over?
Really?
There you go, right there. You know how the some folks out there like to say, well, where'd all the water go if Noah's flood is true? Well, apparently there's your answer. Good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff, Brett.
Well, I would have to read the article, and I really don't have a moment. I can't do that now because I'm trying to do something else while I listen to you guys and talk.
Well,
But
it is a science page. If you were just to look at it for a moment, it clearly says in the title, "Scientists slap atheist in the mouth again." No, it doesn't say that. It says scientists. Sorry, I had to, but you get the point. Good stuff, man.
Well,
even so, I would still find a lot of problems with the ark. But if that's where you're going.
Well, that was one of the big arguments, though, wasn't it? Where'd all the water go?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
But that certainly explains a lot of stuff. Like, for example, I've been learning a lot of stuff that a lot of secular, let's just call them secular schools, let's just call them secular news, are not necessarily reporting, and that is, I've seen certain evidences that there have been skeletal remains of people that were upwards of 12 feet tall. And so since that's not anything that secular body would want in their museums or want to even talk about, because it kind of slaps in the face of evolution, doesn't it? To find out that there were people that tall, that big, there's giants in the land among us, so to speak. And there's also been fruit, vegetables, found extremely large, like tomatoes, huge tomatoes the size of like large, what have you. And that would all indicate that the world was different before the flood, which it was. And I'm of the belief that the flood absolutely changed the way that we live here on planet Earth. And prior to it, I mean, it never rained, right? There was a canopy of water above the ocean, above the land, and yeah, so it's a completely different looking Earth. Anyway, I'll stop there to see where you guys are with that. Brett, you first. Will you believe that?
I find it very fascinating. Another thing that has been blown out of the water in the last couple of years, but nobody failed to mention it, was you remember the whole scientific theory of primordial ooze, then the process of evolution taking over. That got kicked out too. 80-year theory completely and utterly obliterated. I actually did a video about that recently. Are you guys hearing snoring back here?
Not really, but then I got somebody else in my ear at the same time, so I'm not really listening for it. Who do you think it is?
Oh, the snoring? Oh, that would be my wife.
Oh, behind you. Oh, I see. No, I don't hear it, so, but I'll be listening for it now.
I was just making sure that it wasn't able to be heard, so she does not like her snores being picked up on these live hangouts yet. I don't mind, though. I sometimes fall asleep on certain individuals. Hey, Benny, what's going on? You been behaving yourself? So what else is going on? You guys are awfully quiet tonight. Have a good Thanksgiving?
I had a very good Thanksgiving. Oh, excuse me. Took mom and the wife out to dinner, and we enjoyed ourselves. And then I enjoyed a great football game.
Which one?
Eagles Dallas. Eagles is my team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why? Yourself?
Yeah, my friend had a lot of money on that game, and she won. It was like, yeah, that was good.
Oh,
I only
okay.
caught the tail end of it. It was a good game though. I DVR'd it, so watched the rest of it. It's a little
Okay.
different when you already know the outcome and you're still watching it. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, I never get that. Yeah, so during a game. Yeah. But yeah, I definitely enjoyed the game. I thought it would be a little bit closer, but it was nice. Nice to get, and because they were going for first place, so made it all more exciting. So that was my Thanksgiving, Brett, and of course,
My
went on
Thanksgiving,
a hangout.
my
Yourself? What's that?
my Thanksgiving was pretty good. I had family coming in from all over all day long and everything, but unfortunately, some of these family members brought children over that wanted to tear the property up. It was horrible. Ugh. I don't know how many of you got a family that got wild kids and everything, but it's rough, you know?
Yeah. Did you beat him against a stone?
No, nothing like that. It's rough.
Well, Brad, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to unruly kids and it's my house, let me see. Unruly kids, my house. They're coming over to my family. They belong to my wife. Let me think. Well, if you know me, I speak up. And one of my favorite lines or mantras is, "Oh, other people's kids," with the insinuation that if they were my kids, they would never ever behave like that. I mean, when I was a kid and my parents took us out into the world, whatever shop or store, all they had to do was look at us. and we would know exactly what they were saying. And my folks would get complimented on, you've got 4 kids and they're so well behaved. I mean, they're all hanging on to that shopping cart, and it's like, well, your kids don't do that, is the implication, and no, they don't. So, Brett, I would have certainly spoke up and said something like, whose kids? No, I was kidding, but you know what I'm saying.
Oh, I do. Problem is some parents these days are what is referred to as enablers. You will
Oh
say
yeah.
something like, this child needs to be put under control, and the words will be, well, they're just a kid. They act like that. That's what they do. Well, not in my house.
No, not in my house either. Listen, a 2-year-old, as soon as they get to talking or thereabouts, yeah, they now start conversing with me, and it's like, one of their favorite words is no, or I'm going to throw a fit. It's like, no, you don't. It's like discipline, right? The discipline's got to fit the crime, whatever the crime is. And yes, I consider breaking daddy's rules a crime. I don't know, not like putting you in jail or anything, but I mean, hey, if you don't teach them when they're 2 and 3 and 4, then by the time they get to 13, 14, 15, forget it. They're lost, and you're not going to have a good time of it.
Yeah. It's rough. Yeah, my own children, they're so well behaved. Whenever they see other kids acting crazy, they just shake their head. Dad, what happened to them?
No, I hear you on that. So are mine, and not to brag or anything like that. But if you've done it, it's not bragging, is it?
I hear you. I hear you.
Anyway, anybody got a topic? Because I got kicked out of that last Hangout for about the last hour of it, and was never able to get back in. I think we had 25 people at the max watching it at its height, all the way up till the end. So I think people were trying to get in left and right, and nobody was leaving. So it was a really good Hangout.
I don't know. What's on you guys' mind?
I don't know. I'm game for anything. What do we got here? We got. I don't know. I just found out that brother is a deist. Fred, I know you're a theist, unless of course I didn't get the last memo. So
I'm a theist.
I'm a theist, and so I'm not sure. Reuven and Benny, I don't know. Okay, Benny's a theist.
Reuven's a deist.
Reuven's a theist. Okay.
Or an agnostic. I got it right this time, Reuven, right? Ig. He wants to be a Christian. Okay. Benny, that is.
Well, we asked Brett. Brett, is a wannabe Christian just as good as is a Christian?
Well, I guess they'd have to define a wannabe. That usually has bad connotations to, doesn't it, when you call somebody a wannabe or something?
Well, usually when it's, in its purest form, I guess, it means that you can't be. You want to be this or that, but you can't be. So a wannabe Christian can be a Christian. So I'm kind of going to consider a wannabe Christian a Christian, because wannabe is good enough, right? If you want to be a Christ follower, then that's as good as being one.
That ain't too bad. Hey, Kevin, what you up to? It looks like we got Deadpool in here, I believe.
Hello.
Oh, boy.
I never met Max before either. Hey, Max.
Yeah, hey, Max. Welcome, Max.
Hello. I was watching most of Nate's Hangout, so.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Max, I'm Roy from California. I don't think we've had the pleasure. So where are you from, brother?
I'm Max from Canada.
Would that be left coast or right coast or somewhere in the middle?
Somewhere in the middle, actually, near Toronto.
Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice. And do you claim for lack of choice of words, a label? I'm a Christian theist, if you will. So yeah, we have deists here. We have atheists here.
Um, so many labels. That could be applied to me. Agnostic, atheist, anti-theist.
Okay, I'm with you. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool.
Depending on the definition of certain words, different labels apply at different times.
Sure, sure, sure. Yeah, no, I've been doing this thing, and when I mean thing, I mean just having discussions, religious discussions. So that's what Nate calls them. That's what I call them. That's what him and I kind of have been doing for the last 2.5 years, ever since he started his Ask a Christian hangout. I don't know if you guys remember him from the old days or not, but so would all of you consider this to be a religious discussion, so to speak, or do you have another name for it? Debate, which I don't really like.
I'm involved in some Christian discussions, although typically it ends up just being a bunch of non-religious people talking. But we talk about religion. The Hangout with no name, it happens about once a month, every Friday or so, or second Friday of every month or something like that. A bunch of us just jump on a Hangout or whatever and start talking about random shit.
I
So
find it
I would
unusual.
say religious discussion. Debate sounds formal.
Yeah, I was going to say, Roy, I find it unusual that it appears as though many times, at least on the internet, you will see that atheists talk more about God than some Christians I know.
I would echo that. As a matter of fact, I love telling this story. So for those of you who know Tim Brooks, when I first got onto Hangouts, my very first day on Hangouts, okay, back in 2011, I saw maybe a dozen or so different Hangouts with this plugin that we had for Chrome, and none of them had a name to it. They all had people's names, and I'm going like, I don't know anybody here. So then I saw one lone dude that had religious discussion. I walked in, he asked me if I believed in God, the whole bottle of works, and then I find out it's Tim Brooks, and of course, if you know Tim Brooks, he's an atheist. So I asked myself, and I asked Tim, I said, Tim, what is an atheist sitting here doing in a religious discussion? I mean, do you consider yourself religious? And he said no, so I don't know, I don't get it. But anyway, yeah, some atheists do talk about God more than some Christians do.
Yeah.
And Roy, if you're interested, we and have a community God Talk, and also I do hangouts called God Talk as well. And matter of fact, this Wednesday coming up, we're gonna have a pretty good one. It's gonna be a little surprise, an exclusive. I'll
Yeah,
let
I'm
that
always interested. Yeah, if you want to add me to your, invite list, by all means do. And yeah, I'd love to come if I can, show up when I can. Yeah, absolutely. That goes for anybody. Atheist, theist aside. Just I'm not here to argue in a negative kind of way. I will never name call anybody. I may raise my voice once or twice. That's because I'm just very, very passionate. My wife says I don't even need a phone to connect with people. She says, will you please just tone it down? I said, okay, I'll use my library voice. But I guess I'm just naturally loud.
Now, Brother John, if you throw a link down, of course, if I'm around, I'd be more than happy to come in and participate. But I am starting to notice a pattern now, Brother John and Roy. I notice a lot of these rooms where a lot of non-believers come into, there seems to be a lot of alcohol abuse and drugs going on. And I don't understand why that is, because usually atheists associate themselves with like science or sharp thinking and all that kind of stuff. It's not my interest to get into. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's
Well, I don't know if
it's the
they're
kind of
abusing.
people who have an exorbitant amount of time on their hands to be in hangouts. So oftentimes drinking and smoking go along with that. It has very little to do with their beliefs.
Right.
Let's just be honest.
Okay. I'm listening.
As far as cigarettes, I smoke them, but that started at a young age, and I'm now addicted, and it's very hard to kick that addiction. I've tried a couple of times. but they're not exactly a mind-altering substance necessarily in the way that, say, marijuana, caffeine, alcohol, stuff like that is, to that extent.
It's mood altering.
It is mood altering, but it's not necessarily as strong as something like alcohol, marijuana, PCP, MDMA.
It's not an intoxicant.
Yeah. As I do drink as well, that's mostly just to relax.
Yeah.
I mean, I know tons of people who are religious or non-religious who will have a beer after work, or a couple.
Some of the best beers were made by monks. Just saying.
Well, if a monk made it, then it must be really, really good. Must drink as much as possible, right?
All about Franciscaner. Has a monk on the front.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with people doing whatever it is they do. My mantra is be yourself, and if being yourself is being intoxicated or being drugged up or whatever, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is that when there's no respect that comes from that, especially when you enter a room and you're the obnoxious one or you're the one that's, you know what I'm saying? And I don't care what you believe or who you believe, or it just goes for anybody across the board. I think we all should be respectful, and if you know you can't handle your drug or your liquor of choice, then yeah, maybe you shouldn't participate. Just listen until you can participate. That's me. I just be respectful of people, give everybody a turn, don't be the obnoxious one in the room.
There's a quote that I give to people. It's a real nice one from about 300 BC, ancient Greece. Obviously, in context here, the Greeks would drink watered-down wine in bowls. Well, 1-to-3 ratio water to wine. So basically equivalent of a beer, maybe a little over that. And the quote goes, 3 bowls do I mix for the temperate, one to health, which they empty first, the second to love and pleasure, the third to sleep. When this bowl is drunk up, wise guests go home. The 4th bowl is ours no longer, but belongs to violence. The 5th to uproar, black eyes. The 8th is the policeman's. The 9th belongs to biliousness, and the 10th to madness and the hurling of furniture. I like that it has a little bit of a sense of humor about itself.
I love that. I actually love that. Let's say hey to Seth. Seth, welcome. Haven't seen you for a while. Although
Yeah, hey, very long time to see.
Probably up to me. Yeah, Nate just had a really good hangout for, I don't know, 3.5 hours, something like that. And so he just left that one, and this one started up. So
I'm glad Nate's been doing Hangouts again recently. It's been a while.
yeah, he just started up again. Just kind of seeing where he's not into the argutainment type ones. So yeah, it was a really good one. People were really maintaining. There was a lot of good stuff brought up, and I really enjoyed it. If I don't have to bail after 2 or 3 minutes, I'm good. So yeah, welcome. And it looks like Ren came in. Hey, Ren.
Hey, Ran.
I haven't seen you for quite some time.
Well, what is going on?
Yeah, we're just sitting here chilling. We were talking about drug addicts and alcoholic abusers in chat rooms. Nothing real important or relevant. So what you been up to?
You must have found my ex-wife's diary, did you?
It was someone's diary. I don't know. What's your ex-wife's name? Let's see if it's... No, I was kidding.
It starts with a B and ends with an H.
Uh-oh. So there really isn't a topic on the floor yet, gents?
Beth? Her name's Beth?
Quick, that was quick, man. I wanted to say hi to
so anybody's
I
got
haven't talked to more than years.
I'm sure we're all open to suggestions here.
No, I'm not going to be long. I just wanted to say hi to you, boy. I haven't talked to you in years.
Yeah, no, it's I've been laying low for some time, and Nate just opened up one, so this is kind of the residual thereof. I got kicked out of the room, and so I didn't get to participate for the last hour, but yeah, came in and we started a new room, so yeah.
Yeah, I think the last time we hung out, Tanya was still a Christian.
Rand, it's hard. I'm having trouble hearing you through your mic.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, it's like a little bit of an echo or something, a reverb going on there.
Well, that's crazy because I just bought these brand new wireless headset. So is it reverbing? I'll have to fix it. Anyways, I think I just come by to say hi anyways.
All right.
I'm going to bed. I'm tired. But I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks for stopping by, Rand. Well, that was quite short.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave too. I'm not exactly connected to Wi-Fi, and mobile data over Hangouts is quite expensive.
Anybody see this story? Somebody sent it to me. I didn't get a chance to go and verify it or anything. I guess anything else. I'll put a link in there. First scientific proof of God. I don't know if anybody knows of that. Something about the apparent junk DNA. They're attributing it to a language. Anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll be right back and get something to drink.
So just a little bit of looking up on that article. And there is something called, or formerly known as the Wyoming Technical Institute, now known as WyoTech, which is what it looks like this page is from, Wyoming Institute of Technology. The institution which is Wyotech, should not be confused with the website witscience.org, which is what this website is, which claims to be the non-existent Wyoming Institute of Technology and publishes comedic fake news articles. So it's basically like The Onion.
Yeah, some other articles on it are attempts to clone Jesus underway, astronomers discover alien life, liberalism caused by defective chromosome, autism linked to eating organic foods,
Yeah,
cracking chemicals found to be safe.
it's not real, unfortunately.
I'm back. Anything exciting?
We found a good parody site for junk science.
Yay.
Yeah, I think I saw this article on Facebook a few months ago.
That makes sense. It looks like the type of stuff. I mean, it's got 500,000. That's the thing. That's a big thing. Is right at the top of the page. It has all these shared tweet and Jeep and Google plus ones and stuff like that. It's like most university and college sites probably wouldn't have that right at the top. That would be something like BuzzFeed has. Can they be punished?
Hmm.
Well, hello, everybody. Is everybody awake yet? Everybody sleeping in here? What's going on?
Something like that, yeah.
Whoa, science is killing me.
Goodness gracious.
I ran out of booze, so.
Oh, I'm just getting into mine.
And the liquor stores are closed.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. I know, I think it was... What was it there? Was it,
Yeah, John, the article that you linked is completely satire.
Well, hello, everybody. Is everybody Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I got the other one on. Whoops.
I hear a loop in feedback.
There, I just got rid of it.
Oh boy, Fiction Fight is here.
Hi, Brother John.
What's up? It's been a while we've been in a hangout together.
I know. Too long.
Yes, how
I'm
are you?
fired up. I'm ready. I'm going.
Oh, when are you not fired up? You are the firecracker to the room, that's for sure. If anything, this room does need a little spark under its ass.
Yeah, it's live. Like, what the fuck? You can't have dead air going on here. Holy shit. Click, 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 click. What the hell? There's no conversation. That's not conversation.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm feeling good. Getting warm.
How was your Thanksgiving? What did you do?
Actually, I'm in Canada, so and I
Yeah,
don't.
your Thanksgiving would have been about a month ago.
Yeah, it was well gone and over with.
Same with mine.
Okay.
And when it comes to holidays, I'm not a big celebrator of it, really.
I believe I was reading somewhere that Thanksgiving actually started in Canada, or at least
Pilgrims. No,
I thought
it
it
was
was
the
the
States.
Pilgrims.
Yeah, I thought it was the
States.
States.
Because, yeah, I'm in Canada here, and I thought we kind of stole the holiday from you guys.
Yeah, I
Just
think
kinda
we
made
did.
it our own in October. Or is that when we had Thanksgiving?
Well, we were just colonies way back then, were we not? At the time it happened in the States.
We've been British. We declared independence from England around World War I, I think.
Uh-huh.
I'm Canadian as well, so.
Oh, nice to meet you there, Max.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well, Fiction.
I'm not sure if we've spoken before, have we?
I don't believe so. No.
No.
I don't know. I get really drunk sometimes and go on little hangouts. So it's very possible, but highly unlikely. Do you hang out in Redline V8's hangouts or Logic's hangouts?
Logic. Who's Logic?
Logic.
Logic. Oh, I just added him. I just subbed to him. I think he's great.
He's hilarious.
Yeah,
he's
I
Canadian.
love his stuff.
I mean, he's Iranian.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go to a lot of hangouts. I either come to stir things up, or when everything's already worked up and gets me worked up, and if I feel like I got something to contribute. Otherwise, and time is of course a unlimited
Absolutely.
quantity that I have as well. So, but it's my weekend off, so I have to go to sleep tonight. Woohoo! I'm good to go. But yeah. But usually, my very first hangout was with that Brother John, and to answer someone's question, somebody asked me, Detroit. No, I'm up in southern Canada. Southern Ontario, to be specific.
Southern Canada, that's a big part of the country. I think, 80 to 90% of the population lives in southern Canada.
Yeah. The town I live in has 360,000 people, so. The
town I live in has about 600,000 people.
Yeah.
I'm part of the GTHA, so.
Okay, right, yeah. You're in I'm guessing you're in T.O?
I'm in Hamilton.
Hamilton, yeah, close enough.
Greater Toronto, Hamilton area, yeah.
Right on. So everybody must be falling asleep from too much goddamn turkey, huh?
That and too much hangouts. This is number 3 for me.
Oh, and on all today, yeah? Holy crap.
Yeah.
I think you got addiction there, Brother John.
I think so.
By the way, have you heard of from Michael? How's he doing in Toronto? Since he moved there.
Saw him a few days ago. That was the first time in a while. Seems to be doing okay. He's helping his daughter out over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Who else can I pick on? Who can I pick on in here? Brett Keane. I need you alert and come on, Brett Keane.
I'm all ears.
Yeah, what trouble are you looking to stir?
Looking to have me maybe one more chocolate chip cookie and then go to sleep.
I'll have 2. Sleep better. So Sounds like you need extra dose of sugar, though. Jeez. It sounds like you're already asleep there, actually.
Well, it's midnight, and it's been
Oh,
quite a busy
still
couple
early.
days.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Mm.
I'm just getting started.
Why can't the LCBO be open till 2?
Yeah, it should be open all night. Jeez.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I ran out of booze. Shit.
Damn. Don't you just hate when that happens?
Yeah.
Well, if you guys are bored, I can throw up some topics for you.
Yeah, let's do it. Come on.
All right. Well, we'll do it by some questions here. You ready?
All right, let's go.
Okay. Can you name one thing that is designed without logic?
Designed without logic.
Yeah.
Evolution. No, nothing. Nothing was designed.
Yes.
That was a trick question. Nothing was
Anything
designed.
that's designed without logic. Picasso's paintings. Those are designed, but they do not have a logical intent.
Oh, someone may question you on that, Max.
They do not appear to have a logical intent, at the very least.
But logic can
Also,
be made
some
of it
video
after
games
that.
I've played.
Pop music.
Pop music. Very good.
Okay,
All right.
I guess my question to you, Brett, is really what do you mean by design? Like, you mean designed by humans?
Yeah, anything.
Oh, so you're just being really general with this, eh?
Yeah, just name one thing that is designed without logic.
I would say a lot of art, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, art. Yeah, that's right. It just takes creativity on that note. Yeah.
Yeah, design, but not necessarily logical.
Yeah, and a lot of it's not even planned out ahead of time. It's just.
Spontaneous, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Spontaneous creativity. Music.
Very, yeah. Music and paintings.
Yep. Video games.
Video games a lot of times have a lot of logic put into them, but when they're originally designed, not necessarily so much.
Yeah.
As they're being made, though, more and more logic has to be put in because they have to work within the parameters of the systems that they're running on.
Right.
Okay, so we've got art and we've got music has no logic. What do you think about that, Benny? You seem like that kind of tickled you a little bit.
No, not all. Your correction. I didn't generalize as all music is like that. Just some abstract music. Abstract
I would
art.
say deadmau5's music, for instance, has lots of logic behind it. It's very mathematical. There's a lot of music that is very logical.
Yeah. But then there's some that's just random.
Yeah, but there's some, yeah. I mean, there's a band, they go by the initials AC. They're what's called grindcore. They barely any design and absolutely no logic. Their songs are about 10 to 20 seconds of a pure wall of sound.
Noise. Yeah.
It's I think 4 guys or 3 guys, and a lot of punk rock music and stuff like that. It's designed but not logical.
Yeah, and some of that stuff just goes wah, 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 wah. That's like not logical to me.
I don't know. I like heavy metal, and a lot of it has a lot of design.
Well, even whenever you listen to black metal and death metal, speed metal, thrash, you would agree that the person is obviously trying to put forth a expression or their feelings or view on something.
Depends.
All right.
Okay, next question.
All right. Can something be designed without purpose? What is the purpose of your mind?
That's 2 questions.
Yeah, one question at a time, Brett.
Okay. Can something be designed without purpose?
Yes.
Designed without purpose. I don't know. I think.
Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. That's a hard one. Depends what you mean by purpose.
It's a very vague question.
I'm back. I don't know if you guys knew I was gone, but I was on another call real quick. So I see some new folks here. So hello to everyone who doesn't know me. I'm Roy from California.
Hello, Roy.
Well, hello, Fiction.
How's it going?
Very well, thank you. You?
I don't know you. You don't know me, but I'm sure we will beg to disagree.
I agree.
He's Roy from California. He loves beautiful sunsets and walks on the beach.
Correction, long walks on the beach.
I gotta say, you're a spoiled rotten brat then.
No, I heard that last question. Can something be designed, you said, Brett, without purpose?
Yeah, can something
No.
be designed without purpose? And for those
No,
out
even
there,
if it has no purpose, that's its purpose. To have no purpose. So therefore, no.
Well, what define purpose for me a second?
That's my logical thing. In other words, whatever the designer says it is, that's what it is. Now, whether you use it for that or not is immaterial, because the designer has a purpose for it, and you who pick it up and or do something with it, you have a purpose for it, which may not be its original intent.
Okay, so then by very definition of the question, the answer would be what you said.
And some is multi-purpose.
For example, I'll use the social media Twitter, found at twitter.com. That started off completely different from what it's turned out to be today.
But it was designed for a purpose, though, was it not?
Yes, it was
but
designed for a purpose.
The purpose did change as well.
Yes, the purpose changed, and the designer changed along with the new purpose because of the people using it for a different purpose.
Yeah, so the answer for that is yes. It was designed with a purpose. Even if the purpose changes, it still was designed initially with a purpose.
Correct.
So even if it's not used in the intended or in the purposed way, it
Right.
can still anything that's designed probably has a purpose.
And I would say
Yes,
most
and even
things
if it
that are
doesn't have a
designed,
purpose, that's its purpose.
yeah, and I would say anything that's designed is usually initiated because it's to solve a problem of some sort. So
Or in the
obviously,
case of something like art, it's to elicit emotion or a
Correct.
reaction of some sort.
yeah, I would agree with that.
For
Correct.
instance, when I was talking about that band AC with the grindcore style music, it's typically the reaction they're looking for is shock.
Yeah,
Shock value.
shock
It's
value.
sort of like they are the Howard Stern of heavy metal.
Or
No,
induce
I'm not going to say that.
Enough said. Got it.
Yeah.
or to induce creativity and emotions. Think of it that
They
way.
have songs
Or
like
to alleviate boredom.
they have
That's true.
songs that go along with "I Hope You Get AIDS" is the name of the song, and Hitler was a nice guy. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
They have it's meant to elicit a reaction
Exactly.
and shock
They
value.
want to ruffle feathers.
Definitely, yeah.
Yes.
So I mean,
Yeah.
it still has a purpose, even though it's not logical. What they're designing doesn't seem logical, but it does have a purpose. Yes.
Yeah. Good questions. Good question. Okay, throw another one at us.
all right, what is the purpose of your mind?
Purpose of my mind. Get
Of
me
my
through this
mind.
goddamn life.
Something to absorb all the drugs I put into.
Are you looking for actual answers, Brett, or can it be?
Random. Whatever comes to your mind.
That is the purpose of your mind, is it not? To come up with that is the purpose of my mind, to come up with an answer to this question.
To
I'll
solve
put it to you this way, Roy. I'll put it to you this way. These questions, no matter how people answer, it serves its purpose.
Ah, so they
Ah.
must have been designed.
Love it.
No,
Or were they logical, though?
it was developed.
Oh,
Some.
developed. Oh,
Some. Some are.
Well, I'm a firm believer in asking questions. So some people say, Roy, why do you question everything? Wrong perspective, young man or young lady. It's
Oh,
not that I'm questioning everything. It's that I have questions about everything. Sameness or difference?
It's a sign of intelligence.
It's the, what is it, Socrates' method of philosophy? Question everything?
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready for next?
Sure. I don't know if we came to much of a conclusion on that, but yeah.
All right, well, can you be rational and logical without a mind?
No.
That's painful on my brain to think about right now.
Without a mind, you are dead.
Okay.
Yeah, well, without a mind, I would be dead, but there's a lot of things on this planet that exist without minds. For instance, rocks exist without
But
minds.
they're not alive. So
This is true.
count.
Jellyfish exist without brains, though, as we
If you were in
understand.
a coma, you would be alive, but your mind would not be functioning.
All
There you go.
animals have a sense of intelligence.
All right. Before things go off too far out of whack here, the question is: can you be rational and logical without a mind?
Can you be rash? I don't think I could. No.
All right.
I don't think so. No.
Next question is: the universe rational and logical?
What's the question?
Yes.
What's the question?
Is the universe rational and logical?
Due to what your previous question was, I'm going to say no.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like it doesn't
But
have
it
a
does
mind.
follow a set of rules. But the thing is, the set of rules doesn't have
Doesn't
to
require a mind. Yeah.
doesn't require a mind, doesn't require that they be logical or rational. They just are rules, and then by their very definition, as being rules, they fall, or logic and rationality follow from there.
Yeah.
Fiction as well as Max, you do see yourself as a product of the universe, don't you?
Of course.
Okay, think about that.
What's to think about? Without the universe, nothing would be here. Nothing would be alive. Nothing would be living.
Mm-hmm.
If there was no universe, there'd be nothing.
Anybody
Correct.
else? Yeah, I'm just waiting for other people as well to put forth their perceptions, giving everybody a chance.
Nothing would exist except nothing and dark matter.
Are you basically stating that if the universe were not rational and logical, life could not exist?
I would not say that, no.
No, I wouldn't say that either. You're twisting what we're saying there, Brett Keane.
I was just curious. So if there's no logic or rationality to the universe, can you explain how we can base science
No,
on
you
it?
just changed the words.
Well, I'm asking you, if the universe doesn't have any rationality or logic to it, then how can we do math or science based upon it if it's all in a state of chaos?
Because that's where rationality and logic come from.
From a mind?
Our rationality and our logic don't come from a mind, they come from the universe, basically. It's the laws that exist in the universe, for instance, like laws of gravity, laws of physics. That's what we base our rationality off
And
of.
logic on, yes, correct.
It's not the other way around, that the rationality and logic thus dictates that there must be laws to the universe.
So let me get this straight. You're stating that the universe itself is not rational or logical, but you get your rationality and logic from the universe.
Rationality and
Put it this way.
logicalness are something that are concepts that we have thought of.
Yeah.
If we didn't exist and we had never thought of these ideas, the universe would still be pretty much the same state it is, minus humans or our concept of the universe.
Right.
It could still exist without us and our concepts of rationality and logic.
It confirms our ideas of rationality and logic.
So rationality and logic will only exist if your mind is here to conceive it?
They're,
Oh boy,
what do
this
you
is
call it,
free stuff.
hypothetical, or not necessarily hypothetical. Logic in itself is a, what do you call it? It's a, shit, sorry. I've had a little bit to drink. My words aren't working tonight.
I understand.
Logic is not a thing. Like, it's not a physical thing. Neither really is rationality. Rationality is an extension of logic, basically. They're not physical things. They don't exist.
Right.
They are ideas
Which are proven and disproven.
based on the universe around us.
Yeah.
Is how we prove and disprove them. If there's a higher being that lives outside our universe, or if there's another universe, they might have different laws of logic and rationality due to the rules that constrain them. Other than a few crazy rules and laws that we've decided to come up with, are based on the universe around us.
That's fascinating. Do you think that there are other universes and constrictions to it?
I like, if you've ever read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, or Galaxy, I like the hypothesis he puts forward there, Oops. I just knocked a whole bunch of beer cans over.
I thought that's what that was. I know that sound.
I like the hypothesis he puts forward there. Unfortunately, I don't have any evidence for it. It's called the infinite pants of the universe, is what he called it. Douglas Adams is the author of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Okay. Well, why would you think it's probable or possible in the first place?
I didn't say it's probable or possible. I just liked it.
You like it?
I like it as a hypothesis, yes. It's a cool idea.
Okay.
It's a cool thought experiment.
All right. Is a mind required for language, logic, and rationality?
Yes.
Okay.
If you talk about verbal language, there's body language. There's all different kinds of languages. So.
What about mathematical language?
Mathematics is something that we created.
Yeah.
So yes, I would say yes.
Mhm.
All right. Anybody else want to answer before I continue forward? And so far, it's been fascinating, folks.
No, these fiction and Max, they're too quick and witty, and I can't argue with them.
I'll step back for like a few minutes if you want to sit there and
They're
think.
good.
Yeah,
They're good.
everybody contribute to this here now.
Yeah, go for it.
Obviously, they have been cheating and studying the questions ahead of time. So,
No,
like
we're
the kid who
I have
studied
the
all
answer
that
sheet
for
right
nerd
here in front
test.
of me.
I have it all in my brain.
Yeah, you heard about that, right? The little boy who stayed up all night to study for a urine test. Okay.
I envy you guys. I swear I do. I envy you because I'm a slowpoke.
Brother John, give yourself more credit than that. You got to bring.
Yeah. Well, here's what they say. You know, you're the sum or the accumulation of the 5 people you hang around the most. So maybe you ought to hang around with these folks a little bit more because I'm sure that will rub off, right?
That's interesting. Never heard that one before. I hang around with
You might
dogs.
get like a contact high or nearness.
Yeah,
or
it's
something
the
like
same
that.
premise. It's the same premise.
I got one smart dog then.
I have no friend, so.
And he goes by pure instinct.
So do I.
Yeah. It's all instincts.
Well, then you don't have a border collie because a border collie is like the smartest breed of dog, and I'm not just making this up because I love border collies and have had one.
He's got collie in him.
It's the consensus of most breeders and or dog authority sites like the AKC and
Yeah, they are the smartest breed. Yeah.
And what makes the dog a smart breed is that you only have to tell them, within 5 repetitions of something, and they'll get it. That's really what makes them smart. It's not like they can.
Smarter than most humans.
This is
My
true.
dog's like that. Within a day of knowing him, I taught him the difference between high five and a handshake.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, mine knows that too.
Yeah. And he had no training when I got him, and he knows a lot of tricks now. And he even learned how to buy peanut butter.
Oh my goodness, there we go. So here's what I say. I say choosy mothers choose Jeff, and so do I, and so does my border collie. She loves peanut butter, and she loves Jeff. It looks like there's a lot of dog lovers here, which is very cool. Because if you're a dog lover, that's it. I'm hooked.
All right.
Amen.
Huskies.
Oh yeah, my brother's got a husky, so I'm partial to them. Yep.
I just don't like it because I live in southern Ontario and it gets really hot here in the summer, and I see people out here with huskies, and it's like those are cold weather animals.
Yeah.
They should not be out in 40-degree weather.
Right. Yeah.
They're dying. I can see it. It's.
Okay, next question.
Yeah, give her a shot.
Make it a good one, Brett.
Alrighty, this question I will also give a brief definition, that way everybody understands it. Can chemicals reason? Chemicals, a compound or substances that has been purified or prepared, especially artificially. Can chemicals reason?
No, they react. They don't reason. We come up with the reasoning of why they react and what they react to and how and why and all that. They don't reason, though.
When I add oil and water, they just react to each other. I mean, I know those aren't base chemicals, but they are sort of chemicals. They react to each other, but they don't reason. But yeah, we understand, or we reason why they react the way they do, like why they separate and stuff like that.
just like the universe, and when it does its thing, we come up with the reason why, how this does this. So the same thing with chemicals. It's the same thing. We put the reason of why this and that happens.
When we say reason, we mean explanation.
Yes.
For why it's
Right.
happening, whether or not we give it that explanation or not.
Right. Anybody else?
Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah. Does anybody want to give any sort of other answer? Yes, no, maybe?
All right. Well, the next question goes with the first. Are you chemicals?
You mean like 100% chemicals, or?
Well, there's some chemicals in me.
Yeah.
I've got a little bit of.
We're full of chemical reactions.
I've been eating a lot of bacon lately, and it's still only like 150 pounds.
That produces a lot of hot air eventually too, doesn't it?
It's a chemical reaction, is what I've heard. Methane or something like that.
Nice.
Gotta love that bacon.
What is it about fart noises that no matter how many times we hear, we get a chuckle out of it?
Children think it's funny. Adults think it's funny. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's disgustingly funny.
Yeah, it's weird.
There's no explanation. It's illogical, but we all laugh. No matter who.
Are they designed?
It's even funny when you
have a purpose.
Do it live on television. If you look
Yeah,
at
they relieve pressure.
They have a purpose. They're not logical, and they're not designed.
And some initiate a bowel movement. Turn into a shark.
And some can sure clear out a room.
Oh yeah.
There's even a fart book. My friend got one for his birthday from Spencer's, if you guys know what Spencer's is. But anyway, the worst kind of fart is the kamikaze. That's even when you have to leave the room.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was funny.
Then there's the ones that go up backwards too. Oh, they taste bad.
The worst are like beer farts, like the day after drinking. Oh, so nasty. Oh, gross.
Ew.
I just watched Blazing Saddles, and they made fun of how, like, in the Old West, they used to eat lots of beans. That was funny. They're just sitting there farting around the campfire eating beans.
Literally.
That's a classic scene. Classic.
Yeah. I'll be right back, folks. I gotta go to the washroom. I'll carry on.
Go fart now. I know.
It's fun. Yeah, gotta go bust gas.
I know, because
spontaneously combust.
because women don't fart in public. Right?
No.
I'll leave the mic on just in case you hear a boom. You know what happened.
Yeah, women don't fart in public. This is why they talk so much. They get full of hot air. I know, it's a terrible, terrible joke.
Speaking of women, and I guess I can do this because there's only one woman in the room as far as I know, and she sounds like she's really A-okay with us guys. So I'll say it like this. If we as men have an opinion and there's no woman around to hear it, are we still wrong?
Yes. That's also the other one. There's two methods of arguing with a woman, and neither of them work.
Just to be sure that, for those that don't know me all that well, I love women. My mom's one, my sister's one, my wife's one, my daughter's one, my dog is one. No, I just say that to be funny, but seriously, I have the utmost respect for women, so I just say this, tongue firmly planted in cheek. This is just a fun way of expressing that, we should be able to laugh at each other as far as gender roles, and for the most part, I think us guys get the short end of the stick, especially when it comes to, our opinions. So, it's a takeoff from, if a tree falls in the woods and there's nobody around to hear it, does it still make a noise? So, yeah. When I first heard that, I thought it was quite funny. I don't really think that of women, though. Anyway, carry on, Brett.
Okay, well, I guess I'll ask Fiction or Max about this since everybody else seems to be going dead quiet on me on the subject.
I'm back.
Oh, Fiction just got back, so that's perfect.
All right, Fiction, are you ready?
Yeah, it didn't blow up.
All right, this one's going to be a twister for you, but I think you'll enjoy it. Do you think that we can use nature as a moral compass on how to behave and live?
Absolutely. We're animals. We're part of nature, and nature, as far as I'm concerned, is full of instinct, basic instinct, and more complicated, of course, within our species. So yes.
You do
Emphatically.
realize, obviously, Fiction, that within nature, killing, rape, and pedophilia is considered completely natural, not a crime.
Depending on what
according to nature.
species you're talking
But
about.
like
but
I
yes.
said, we're more developed brain than that. So yes, you're correct.
We're a very social species.
Yes.
A lot of the social species have different rules than non-social species.
Yeah.
For instance, wolverines have a lot of. They don't follow any of the rules that, say, wasps and bees do, because
Right.
wasps and bees are extremely social animals, live together in a hive, whereas wolverines are extremely non-social animals. They have a territory of about 500 square kilometers each, and they see each other once a year for mating.
And it's about
So
survival.
it's-
It's about survival in the animal
yeah,
kingdom.
so those two different species instincts follow different ways. Similar with ours, we follow slightly different instincts than even a cat or a dog does.
Yeah.
So down to base instinct, yes, I say that's where we get our morals from, basically, and then we take it a little bit further up.
If I were to ask you, if a wild animal were to, for whatever, instinctively, whatever you call it, had decided it wanted to rip a child apart, would this be agreeable for you, nature-wise?
No.
Okay.
Agreeable? What do you mean agreeable?
I would not agree with it being a good thing.
If you say that your moral guide is based upon nature,
Right.
I mean, that's the point.
We're talking about a wild. We're talking about a wild animal, and we're in their territory, correct? Or give us a situation, a scenario.
All right. Well, let's say a child walks into a forest and a wild animal rips the child apart. Is that agreeable to you? Is it a moral code for you?
Which
No.
animal, and why? Why is that animal coming in contact and wanting to rip that child apart?
You don't have to make it so complicated, their fiction.
It's
It's quite simple, I would say. No, because my instinct is to protect other beings in my species.
Oh, okay. So are you saying would we merely stand by and watch it happen? Is that what you mean?
That's why I would say it's not an agreeable act.
No, it looks like Max is he's got it. He could explain a little bit more if he wants to you. I think he's got it.
Yeah, but you being asking the question, you have to be a little more specific on what scenario you're giving us here to base our point on it.
I think
Well,
you should try
when
to give
I
a
say
general
nature, how about I put it this way? When I say, do you think that nature can be a moral guide? I'm talking about all of nature. I'm not just talking about, the nicey nice stuff that we work with here.
Mm-hmm.
All of it.
So, like, if for instance, I were to see a coyote or a wolf pack ripping apart a deer, no, I wouldn't like it because as a human, my instinct is I don't like killing or I don't like seeing things killed.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, that's something I'm going to have to deal with because that's something that happens.
Part of life.
If I see a coyote pack or a wolf pack tearing apart a human child, I am going to try and do something about that because that's that for the survival of my species. Basically,
Yeah.
I'm going to try and do something about that.
In that case,
that's
yes.
instinct.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So,
All right.
I wouldn't just stand by and let it happen without trying to save that child for sure.
So would you say that you would be disagreeing with the wild animal within nature, what it has chose to do?
I'm going to say I am a member of nature and I am an animal. So it's not like there's much of a disagreement. We both have our own instincts. His is he wants food or survival. Mine is I want survival as well, either for my species or for myself or for my children or whatever.
Would you kill an animal to save a child if the animal just simply wouldn't stop?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It would do no different.
All righty. My next question is still based upon kind of the same concept. This will be a lot easier, though. Is there anything that you've ever seen within our society or our system that you think is broken, corrupt, or disagreeable?
Oh God, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
There's
Oh, sorry, I
tons.
swore. I don't know. Are we allowed to swear in here?
Government comes to mind right away.
Yeah.
It's not going to hurt my feelings if you swear.
ISIS comes
I'm
to mind.
ex-military, so I do swear once in a while. And hey, I'm ex-military. There's some shit that was disagreeable and I would say reprehensible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, killing other humans, for starters, that even on an instinctive level, on a base level, that's not beneficial to anything or anyone in the species. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think
one-
anybody who
one-
kills for religious beliefs, that's
Or financial gain, or
no. Yeah.
territorial gain, or basically any reason.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Fiction and Max, I think that this next comment I'm about to tell you will be fascinating. So far, you said that you disagree or you're not for certain things that are going on in nature, especially if it doesn't benefit your species. The second is you do not agree with some of the things that go on in our laws and our system. So basically what we've come down to, now that we've gotten nature out of the way and we've gotten society's morals and ideas out of
Oh,
the way.
can I stop you there, Brett? Hold
You're
on a
left
second.
with,
You
wait a
generalize-
second.
you generalize one of our
Wait a
answers
second. Wait a second. You have left us with an independent moral system from that of nature and society. Where did it come from?
I wouldn't say it's independent. It's based on
No.
instinct.
Yeah. And a more developed mind. Those are the two factors.
It's a it's basic instinct being a very or an extremely social species.
Yes.
I wouldn't even have to say an advanced mind or a higher mind or whatever that Fiction was saying.
So you're not thinking that you have any kind of independent moral system. You're basically a chemical reacting to your environment.
If you want to put it on a base level like that, sure, something like that. I'm an animal reacting to what goes on around me. I because I have this ability to comprehend the world around me and think, I hope that I'm doing a little better than just reacting by instinct, but it probably isn't happening. Almost everything I do is for pleasure or survival, which are two base instincts.
Okay.
And I go with Max on that one, yeah.
Okay, with that being said, I'm going to go grab me a chocolate chip cookie. Be right back.
He's looking for more answers.
I'm going to go out for a cigarette, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say yeah, but just before I leave, yeah. Basically, everything is survival first, pleasure second. Everything else after that doesn't matter. I mean, even the animals that we keep in our houses do this. They don't have to worry so much about survival. It's mostly pleasure. I mean, look at your dog. It loves to play. It loves to run. And why? Because it's basically pleasure.
Instinct and pleasure, yep.
Yeah, I mean, there was this song that I listened to called Trying to Find a Balance. It was a rap song or whatever a while ago. And he said, I learned everything I know from my dogs and my cats. Fight and F in self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
That was basically it. We do basically everything based on instinct.
Mm-hmm.
And we try to be better than that. I mean, that's why there is philosophers, although a lot of philosophers are doing philosophy for the sake of pleasure. And a lot of scientists are doing science for the sake of pleasure or survival. So I mean, we think we're trying to do it for higher goals and higher morals, but I don't think we are.
Okay, Noah, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Rapture came early tonight. It's because it's so quiet.
This is what a kind of a theist-based discussion, and I think there's two atheists talking. So yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go first.
We're talking with logic there, Max.
I'm not very good at logic. I drink too much and smoke too much.
Okay, I gotta leave these quiet people, and I gotta go get a refill. Speak up, folks. Don't all talk at once.
Who's Zaffro and why did he get kicked?
It's probably because on the outside chat, if you leave the outside chat while you're still in the room, you get kicked. And that's what shows up. So unless the moderator here or the host, Reuven, I think is Reuven still here?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's still
Yeah,
here.
it is Reuven, yeah.
Is that a new thing? You leave the chat if you leave the group chat, then you get booted? What?
Yeah, like the outside chat, right? If you leave the outside chat, where you click the leave button, and you're still in the Hangout, then you'll automatically get kicked out of the Hangout, and you'll see that particular.
Outside chat? Do you mean the side chat there where it says group
No,
chat?
no, no, the outside one.
Yeah, the outside chat. When you leave the outside chat, because there's an outside chat associated with every one of these rooms.
Oh, I don't know about the outside chat.
Or the moderator, Reuven, could have kicked.
Oh.
Yeah, looks like Reuven kicked him.
Yeah, but that also happens because if no one kicked him, if the host didn't kick him, then sometimes people will leave while they're still in here. They don't want to see the outside chat because there's too much chat going on. They'll leave it.
Yeah,
And then it
you're
kicks him out
talking
of
about the group chat because it says first he said left the group chat and then he got removed. So you're talking about the group chat.
No, it's different.
Yeah, I call it the side chat and the outside chat. So the side chat is right here where it says group chat, right, inside part of this Hangout.
Yes, yeah.
But then you have the other thing that Google also calls a Hangout, which is the outside chat, which there could be other people there that aren't in the Hangout.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Is that something new?
Oh, no, that's been
No,
there
it's
for a
been
long
there.
time.
Oh, I
Yeah,
wasn't
let
aware
me
of
see
that.
if I can see it so that I can say hey to you.
Yeah, it's what you see as the Hangout when you go to your Google Plus page.
Oh, you mean the main Google Plus page? Oh,
Yeah, like when you're on your homepage.
now
and
I know
see
what you mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't
So
use
like
it
I
much,
see it,
so
I'll say hey. Yeah, whoever Scott said this, I'll say hey.
Yeah,
You
I
see
never
it?
use that too much because I don't use that page very much. So if you're gonna add me, the one I'm in this Google Hangout I don't go to that page too often.
Okay, yeah, it says there's 13 people in that Hangout, but there's not 13 people in this Hangout, right?
Right.
It's everyone who's ever joined the video call.
Right.
I get it.
And the people who have been invited that can still come and join into this if
Yeah.
someone here invited someone else.
Right.
Yeah.
What's going on, folks?
So anyways, hey. We're just having a Q&A, actually. Brett is asking us some questions. I'm getting to know those of you who I don't yet know.
I've been through his questionnaire.
Popping up here. So, and Jacob, I don't think I've hung out with you. So I'm Roy from California. Where are you from?
I'm from Kentucky.
Kentucky, nice. Awesome.
Yeah, the land of conceal carry and whiskey.
And horses. See, I'm a horse fan, so I know Kentucky's the bluegrass state.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of horses. I love horses.
Yeah, I'm originally from Ohio. My wife and I just moved down here about 3 years ago.
Oh, okay. I lived in Ohio for like 9 months near Marion.
That's where I'm from Marion.
Really? I was 3 years old. I was 3 years old at the time, so I don't remember anything from there. But I remember going to Lake Erie one time, and it was quite a drive, as I remember it when I was 3. But anyway, that's a story for another day. Brett, are you back?
Yes, I am.
All right, then. Shall we continue?
How's your cookie?
Oh, good cookies, for sure.
How you doing, Brett?
All right, I'm doing pretty good. I'm just asking a bunch of insane questions.
Doing your questionnaire?
Oh, I do like my questionnaires, you know that.
Yeah.
All righty, can something non-existent exist within your mind?
Yes.
As an idea, yes.
Yep, in the imagination center.
Yeah,
I'd say definitely, yeah.
Just have to be careful not to equivocate exist. We would have to know in what context. So, in other words, if you asked, can something exist conceptually in your mind, the answer is yes. If you mean concretely, the answer is no.
Good answer, Jacob. Yeah.
I can conceive of many things in my brain, but they don't manifest in reality.
That's a good thing, right? In most cases.
Yeah, although it would be wonderful sometimes, because it would be like, oh, another bottle of booze magically appeared.
Yeah, it's a good thing we
Gorgeous
can't
young
read each
woman.
other's minds. It's a good thing. I'm so
Or
glad.
$1 million. I mean, I wish. I could conceive that I was the richest man on earth. It doesn't make it so.
Yeah, but then if everybody couldn't do that,
Oh my.
Man,
We'd all have $1.
yeah.
It
Yeah.
depends on what you mean by richest man on earth.
Ah, good too. Yes.
Ah.
Man.
See, this just proves what I like to say a lot. One of my mantras is, none of us are as smart as all of us.
None of
The
us
more
are
people you
smart
put
as-
into a group, the dumber the group.
That's why I like hanging out with people that are a lot smarter than me. Most people don't like that. They like to be the smartest one in the group. I feel sorry for them.
Hanging out with people who are smarter than me. I can learn so much.
Yeah.
Oh, amen to that. Yes, sir.
Smarter people challenge me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. And they make my brain grow.
See, anybody who says to me, Roy, don't make me think, I'm out of there. It's like I'm out of there faster in the public bathroom.
I don't like
What?
the people that make my brain hurt because they're so dumb.
Yeah, I
I've
can't-
ended
I can't
relationships
handle
because of that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I like it when they say, Roy, you make me think. I love that. Great,
Mhm.
wonderful. Because we all should do that. That exercises the mind.
Yeah, and then I look for the people that make me think. People say that to me, it's like I know I gotta move on.
Hey, just as a question. Ooh, I'm getting some echo.
Yeah, where's that echo coming from?
Just as a question, how many of you are atheists or theists or deists or any other eist?
I don't like labels.
Yeah, so for me, I'm a Christ follower. I don't even
I
like
am
to
also.
say Christian, so I just refer to myself as Christ follower. Everybody gets that.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they don't
I
get that,
fight
they get
fiction.
that. You know, because when you say Christian, it's like, well, what denomination are you? It doesn't matter. It's like I'm a Christ follower. It's like,
I don't allow imaginary beings rule my life.
I'm an
Well,
agnostic atheist.
clearly, fiction is a Christian.
No,
we have to add not.
That's a joke.
definitely. I'm 100% definitely not one of those creatures.
Right. Yeah, I glean that.
I'm an infidel.
Ah, okay.
I'm a creature of nature.
I follow my instincts.
There's some people out on the outside of this thing who seem very unhappy.
That's okay. What are they
There
unhappy
always
about?
will be.
Can't please everybody all the time.
Exactly.
What are you getting comments on YouTube?
Who's
Yeah.
the most unhappy? Your camp or our camp?
Could you share the YouTube link? I'd like to take a look at it.
Somebody appears to be pissed off about my questions.
Your questions are leading questions, but I don't think they're terrible questions.
No, they're good
They're
questions.
not. Some of them are not greatly worded, but we are not doing a terrible job with them, I'd say.
And most answers you
We,
seem
as
to
you mean, as
understand.
you and Fiction Fighter?
Yeah.
Nah, you
That's
guys are doing a great job now.
Well, we'd
Oh,
like some more
let-
input.
let-
Everybody wants input. We want
Let me find out from Brett so that I don't have to assume this. I hate assuming stuff, right? Assuming is never good. So, Brett, is there a purpose behind your questions?
I say yes, always.
Yeah, I have many different purposes.
I've listened to him enough to know this. Even though, Brett, I don't think you and I have ever talked one-on-one before.
Well, it's good to talk to you now.
Yeah, I study. I study before I come in.
So, Brett, I'd be curious to hear, like, the main primary reason, purpose, or
I know,
what are two
I
of
know
the
what it is.
purposes?
I know what it is.
They're instigators.
No,
All right, you guys,
Why
you
they
guys go
want to
first, and Brett
convert
will
us with their
confirm
own
or deny
words.
that.
That's what his main motivation is behind all this. Then he can say, see, even the atheists and non-believers. blah,
Brett,
blah,
I have a
blah.
question for you, if you don't mind.
sure.
Okay, you were in the Hangout the other day with Chris Mowdy and a few other people. You remember that? I'm sure you remember that. You remember a lot of things.
I've been in and out of these rooms. I don't know. What's up?
Well, I know he gave you it was a loaded question, so I don't remember the whole thing, but I think the gist of it was that he was trying to ask you kind of what your flavor of deism was and why.
Were
Well,
you a
I'd probably-
deist, Brett?
A theist.
Yes, I'd probably go with swirl. That's my favorite flavor. But yeah,
Squirrel doesn't have a lot
My
of meat
my
on it.
main motivation, and I have no problem pointing it out, is I enjoy hearing what makes people tick, what it is that's going on in their mind, and how they approach it.
I would say you're following
Well,
one here.
but I guess it's more like, well, what makes you tick? That's my question.
Yeah, are you a Christian theist, Brett?
I just refer to myself as theist. But
Okay.
I do adopt a lot of Christianity, but I also have some views about other religions that I've adopted as well.
I got you. So,
Can
You're
you
ruled by imagination, bottom line.
can you
when you
mention a couple of those views?
yeah, I was wondering when you said that you adopt some tenets, I guess is what I got from that. When you say that, are you saying that you affirm the essential doctrines of Christian theism, such as like the physical resurrection, saved by grace through faith alone, the Trinity, virgin birth, etc.?
When it comes to the Trinity, that's a concept that can be argued, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever it comes to Jesus Christ dying on a cross, resurrecting 3 days later,
Barbarism.
I do accept that, yeah.
It's barbaric.
Do you believe he rose from the dead?
Yes.
Why?
You worship him.
Yeah, that's a great starting point for me. For those of you who don't know me, so here's why I believe. I believe that if a guy says and predicts his own death and resurrection, and then he pulls it off, I'm gonna pretty much believe everything he says.
How do you know it pulled it off?
Because he did. There's too much evidence to say that he didn't. So
Where's your evidence?
Where's
I
mine?
Where's the evidence?
Well, I actually have some to back his claim up if you want some.
Where is it?
Well, historically, he actually. What's your name? Is your
What
name Roy?
history? What history book?
I'm getting to it. Now let me finish.
Don't tell
Okay,
me
so-
it's the Bible because that's not a history book. It's not
Fiction,
a-
easy fiction. Come on, give him a chance. Come on.
Okay.
Let him answer your question.
All right. So, are you aware how actual historians judge whether a document is in fact historical or not? Fiction.
Say that again. Am I aware of what?
How historians, folks who are actual historians, how the criteria that they set by which they judge whether a document is actually historical and not fiction.
How about you tell me? You're about to anyway.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering. Right. So basically, history works a lot like science, except it works specifically in probabilities. The way historians determine whether a document that is believed to be true is in fact true is based upon a criteria, right? One of those is called the criterion of embarrassment, and it, like I said, it works on a probability. And what they say is that, for instance, with the criterion of embarrassment, a culture is not likely to affirm or write about a certain story that would be personally embarrassing to their own culture. In other words, you would rarely find a culture doing that because it would shed a negative light on their own culture. So ultimately what historians have done is looked at the Gospels and they've said, look, when Christ supposedly came on the scene, there was no belief in a dying or rising Messiah. Okay, so up to that point, the Jews believed that the Messiah was going to be this bulky figure who came in and liberated them from Roman oppression around that time, right? So here you got this guy come on the scene. He says he's God in flesh. He says he's the only way and truth to the Father. Says you can't enter into the kingdom of God without him, right? So there's this huge uproar. He then tells his apostles that he's going to ultimately be killed and then resurrected. So basically, from a historical aspect, the best explanation of the rising of Christian theism, that Christian theism even actually exists today, according to a good majority of historians, is that he actually rose from the dead, giving the specific circumstances of the supposed story.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, Max, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Name one other document other than the biblical accounts that use the criterion of embarrassment to prove them.
I have no clue.
Okay.
No clue. I'm not a historian.
As far as I know, the only
Right.
document that uses this as criteria is the Bible.
Okay,
It's the
so
only document I've ever heard that's used the criterion of embarrassment for argument for it.
And
Okay, so
Jacob,
here-
are you aware of the P52?
yeah, I've heard of P52, which, if I remember correctly, is the oldest manuscript that we have.
It's not a full manuscript, though.
Oh, right.
It's
but
a
the
small
old-
piece of
right.
papyrus paper that has not even been verified as holy scripture of any kind of holy writing.
Mhm.
And that is where the biblical writings, I was just reading what Reuven said. P52, the credit card size papyrus, yes. And and that is where the original, very first piece of holy scripture was written from.
Now
That's what initiated all
Right.
the writings. So
now we have to be
So,
careful
are you
here. Because,
aware there
right.
that is a historical fact and a scientific fact?
Sure, absolutely. We have to be careful though here, because if we were to deny the proposition based upon how it originated, we would be committing the genetic fallacy. Then, a proposition is not true or false because of how it originates. But I do
well,
want
you know what?
I do
When you
real
consider
quick.
you
I'm
found a
gonna go back to what you and Fiction, or I'm sorry, Fiction and Max were saying. They were saying what was it you said? That in the only case in which the criterion of embarrassment is used.
It's the only case I've ever heard of. I've never heard of it anywhere else.
Right. Okay. So and that's fine, right? But that's no defeater for Christian theism.
No, absolutely. I'm not
Okay. All right. Yeah. I just wanted to-
Traditionally, as far as I know, one criteria, especially such a unfortunately, it's not a very strong criteria. It's not a very strong evidence for it being true. Traditionally, the way I've heard that historians normally find out if what they're reading is accurate is they find contemporaries who are also writing about it, and also physical evidence of it. For instance, what is it? We have Hammurabi's code. We have the physical code. We have the originals. We have lots of writings about Hammurabi throughout lots of different historical documents. We know Hammurabi existed. We know he was the king or an emperor or whatever for quite some time. We don't know all the specifics about his life and exactly what he did. And some of the things that might be attributed to him might not be true. But we get a general idea. We know he existed. Unfortunately, for someone like Jesus, we don't have that or enough evidence for some of us to accept it as.
Sure. Yeah. Right. Totally understand that. And let me be clear. I don't typically use the historical argument because, like you were saying, I think from one perspective it's strong, in another sense I don't think it's as strong. But if I were having like an apologetic conversation with someone, I was giving external evidences, I would probably use more philosophical. But I just wanted to use that to point that out because people typically are not aware that there is in fact some historical evidence for that.
Some, as very little. There's a lot of things that outweigh all that very little historical.
Like what?
Oh, we'd need all night to discuss this.
Well, I got it. I got all night.
We got 7 more hours to hang out.
The evidence
I prefer
for Jesus Christ is almost as strong as the evidence for Spider-Man in New York.
Yes, correct.
It's about the same weight.
Yeah.
Here, let's go with something else. We want to go with criterion of embarrassment. Deadpool, most embarrassing character ever written in Marvel Comics, but he's still written about.
That's not how it's applied. That's not how the criterion of embarrassment is applied.
He would embarrass everyone around him.
I want to raise a question that Reuven brought up in the group chat here, or not a question, but a state he said here.
Sure.
He says, so the earliest confirmed, I'll start at the beginning. It was originally dated 125 CE plus negative 25 years, but now it's dated to 150 to 175 CE. So the earliest confirmed Christian manuscript is P46 for the Pauline epistles. I know nothing about that, so does anybody know anything about that? What is that about?
Most people put the Pauline epistles, as in like the letters of Paul, as predating the Gospels and the Book of Acts.
So what's this P46 though?
That's the actual like tablet or not tablet, but like papyrus
paper. Yeah.
manuscript that we have. It's sort of like when the Dead Sea Scrolls were dug up and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. All right. Next. No dead air. No dead air.
We had too much of that at the beginning, and then fiction came on.
Yeah, unless you want to listen to me. I'm on my second drink.
Ready
for
a question? You guys ready for some more?
Sure.
All right. Is love rational and logical and require a mind to be experienced and given?
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
Love is not rational.
Start from the beginning.
Love is a person. Love is not a feeling. Love is a person.
What?
Love is a chemical reaction in your brain that sets off.
No, I disagree.
Love is not a person.
Actually,
hormonal reaction.
Hold on. Can I challenge that real quick?
That's why we suck at it so much.
Love is a candy bar.
Illogical.
I like that. Yeah, that's good, man.
Max, do you mind if I challenge that real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So you said that love is a chemical reaction.
Yes.
Yeah, it's hormones and endorphins in your brain.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. If you extracted all of the chemicals in the brain that trigger love and put them in a bucket on the floor, would it occur to anyone to say that there is a bucket full of love?
Yes, we call that MDMA.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's a difference between the chemicals that trigger an emotion and the emotion itself. When one
emotion is
hold
the
on. It's okay. When one speaks of an emotion, they're speaking of an experience. So it's a complete category mistake to say that the chemicals themselves are in fact the experience of love. Those are two completely different things. Love is a
result. Yeah, it's the result of the reaction. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Now,
yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah.
Right. So it's a conversation I have with materialists a lot, because materialists believe ultimately that all that exists is material. So that's the question that I ask them. If we have something that is in fact not material, what do they do with that?
Love is a concept in that.
Exactly.
It's an idea. It's not a physical manifestation. It's just what your brain has.
I don't know if you guys heard the last part though, because you're kind of going along with the first line of it.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's why I said start from the beginning and we'll go from there.
Okay, no problem.
There was a lot of different words thrown in there also.
And I gotta say before I ask this question, I hope that love is nothing but a bucket of drool. Here we go. Are you ready? Is love rational and logical?
If we have
somebody having some delay there? Is love rational and logical and require a mind to be experienced and given?
Yes.
Yes.
1000% yes. Oh wait, you can only have
rational. No. Logical. No.
It's not logical.
Yes, it is.
Well, logical, yes, but it's not. I wouldn't call it rational.
Okay. First of all, love is not a feeling. If you think love is a feeling, you're wrong. Love is a doing, and love is a person.
Love
so
is a
start from there, and yes, to all.
Hold on a second. So
I have mixed feelings on this.
First, we need to not equivocate the word love, right? So there are different usages of the word love. So there definitely is an experience of love, right? But I would say, as a Christian theist, in a different sense, that God is love.
Amen.
I would say that God is love, right? So I would say that God is love in that sense. That love can also be used in an experience sense, as in I'm experiencing love. But then there's another sense also in which love is an action.
Yes.
Agape, for instance.
If I waited around for God to give me love, I'd be loveless altogether.
Well, I mean, depends how we define love.
It depends on.
I would never know.
Like, I love sausages.
But
by sausages, I mean like.
But you can't.
Bacon and cheese sausages that I have in my fridge now.
You can like them, but you can't love them.
I love them.
So the best definition I've ever heard of love is this: love is not a feeling. Love is a doing. Love is a good doing. And love can be experienced only in the absence thereof, but love is not a feeling.
Okay. May I say something real quick, folks, that I find fascinating? In all of these different questions that I ask, not once did I mention God, but I've noticed that it keeps getting brought up. I find that unusual.
I
Go ahead.
didn't bring it up this time.
I don't bring out love.
I'm just saying.
Think about it.
Well, weren't you the one that said I'm loveless without God? No.
I did not say that. No.
No, I didn't say that. You twisted what I said. I said if I waited around for God to show me love, I would be loveless. Aha.
What do you do with existence?
I don't think we can define love, so I don't properly in like 5 minutes. So this question is a hard one.
I have to ask that of fiction. I can't say I hate to bring it back to this because it's right on the tip of everyone's tongue. But
don't blow up his.
That was very mature.
Inside joke.
Okay. So.
Don't make me blow up on you, Jacob.
Oh, I've been through it all. Veckel can attest to that. Okay, so basically, you said if I had to wait for God to show me love, you would what?
Be absolutely loveless and never know what love. I wouldn't know what a clue. I wouldn't have a clue about it.
See, that's very interesting. That's very interesting, and the reason why is that it seems to me that in this issue of atheism and theism, right? The Christian theist makes a claim and the atheist makes a claim. And when I look at both worldviews, in the atheist worldview, what I see, or what we should see, would be the same exact sort of goings-ons that would happen in the heart of Africa with animals, in the same situation with regard to human beings, right? So, to give an example, when a lion... Okay, I'm getting there. When a lion tackles a gazelle in the heart of Africa, we don't call it murder.
Correct.
Okay, so when a lion copulates with another lion, we don't call that love.
Survival. It's fucking. It's just natural.
Okay, all right, right. So here's the thing.
Love is
not
different
love.
than the concept.
Hold on.
Population is not love. It's action.
Hold on. I understand. Right. Okay. So here we have this interesting situation where we have human beings who are involved in these same sorts of activities, and it seems to me that the way that you fiction and that I and that Roy and that everyone in this room, if this is an atheistic universe, interact with one another and are concerned with morality and are concerned with things such as quote-unquote love is completely inconsistent with that atheistic worldview,
no,
and rather... Hey, well, let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh, wait, you're giving me too much of a chunk to work with here.
I know. I'll be done.
With somewhere.
Okay. So it seems to me that it's inconsistent specifically because we're animals, right? But it would be exactly what we would come to expect if, in fact, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did exist. We would be concerned with moral truths. We would be concerned with what we call love. We would be concerned with moral atrocities.
So are you saying it takes love to do all these things you're listing?
No.
It only requires love to do these things?
No. What I'm saying is that
make it short and sweet and simple.
Okay.
You're breaking out too much. Right. And you lose, and you're gonna lose the viewers, and you're losing me. So I like to take a large chunk and make it short and simple to the point. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, we have two worldviews: atheism and theism. You act as if you're a creature created by God. You don't act you don't act. Okay, so no, you don't, and let me tell you why you don't. Okay, if you acted on instinct, you would be murdering every man who wants to be with the woman that you want to be with. That's instinct.
Everything is done for survival or pleasure. It's all instinct.
Can you prove that to me?
I do everything for survival or pleasure.
That's not proof.
I don't kill people because I will be thrown in prison, and survival of the species. It's not beneficial for survival of the species.
So can I ask you a question?
Murder is not beneficial, so it's not good for survival.
Can I ask?
And also, I don't draw pleasure from murder, so why would I kill people?
Okay, so do you know what folks in psychiatry, how they
Here we go.
do you know what folks in psychiatry how they label folks who are who just do actions that are considered to be
Psychopaths and sociopaths.
okay, exactly. So what I'm getting at is this.
That's pure pleasure. No,
Okay.
no
So
worries.
can I finish a thought here? Okay, so my reason in mentioning that is that it seems to me that within the psychiatric community, there's this norm that one ought be showing empathy. One ought not only be doing actions because it benefits their survival. And when folks
Empathy
do,
is beneficial to survival.
when they do, those folks are labeled as psychopaths. In other words, it seems to me that it's understood by folks just universally that things like love, things like charity.
Wrong.
Okay, so if I can't finish a sentence, what's the use in having a conversation?
Because you're giving us a speech and a lecture, and that's not what we're in here for.
I don't feel like being preached to, but thank you very much.
I'm not. That's not how that's.
Okay, Max, you stated earlier that. Whoa, there's some. Who's got that echo? Who's got that going on?
Still echoing.
Testing.
That's not preaching, by the way.
Apparently, Roy, what is the mechanism inside your brain fiction and Max that is causing you not to go out and do whatever is beneficial to you?
Instinct.
Instinct.
So you're stating that your instinct tells you not to kill, yet every animal in the animal kingdom will kill based upon their instinct.
They kill
Because we don't
animals
do it for
out.
survival or our pleasure. That we
Wait.
two basic factors right there.
How many animals kill within their own species?
Well, you're telling me, Max, that according to you, your instinct tells you not to. But
I knew cats
animals-
do.
To kill within my own species.
Nature is about killing, destruction, whatever it takes to
Outside of
survive.
your own species, typically yes. The only reason that you would kill within your own species is either, as we said earlier, psychopaths and sociopaths, or self-defense.
This is strange, Jacob. Basically, what they're saying is they have some kind of mechanism that is guiding what is right and wrong for them in there.
Everybody does, not just us. Everybody does.
Well, I
as
would say it's
human.
instinct.
Hey, Brett, real quick, that is very interesting. But see, here's the thing: if we live in an atheistic universe, why are folks?
All would be good.
No. No. So
We
if
wouldn't
we're
be arguing.
if we're living in an atheistic universe, so why would it be that one's concerned with what's called morality? Now, you folks say that what you do is about instinct, but I guarantee you, if you saw a little girl getting the crap beat out of her while you're walking down the street, you wouldn't stop and say, "Oh, I need to stop this because it hinders the survival of the species."
No,
Now,
you
wait
would
a
stop.
minute.
You
I
would
don't
stop.
have to think
You
about
would stop. You would stop and pull this man off the girl because you believe it's a moral atrocity.
Damn straight,
And
and
that's
possibly
We already
kill 'em.
talked about this,
Okay.
Jacob, before you
Okay,
came
so-
in.
Well,
Sorry.
that's fine. We can talk about it now.
Jacob, you have to remember love and all this is just a bucket of drool, so why
I've
stop
done
it?
it.
Why
I'll
stop
give
it
you an
from
example.
happening? Right.
I'll give you an
Right.
example here. One time there was a woman being beaten the shit out of her above when I was living in an apartment building. I didn't love her. I didn't have any love or any emotion except that someone was being harmed unjustifiably, and I went up there and I intimidated that asshole. And I would have killed him if I had to.
Justice? Or
Where
did
is
you
that
say
coming
justifiably? Where's the justice for you?
Explain that.
But you said you're nothing more than
Explain that.
reacting and responding chemicals. What is justice to a chemical?
That's exactly
Justice
right.
is our
Brett,
definition of it.
no,
Or
if justice
Justice is an idea we
if
come up
justice-
with.
if justice is an idea we come up with, then rape is also the idea the rapist comes up with. That's the point.
Rape is
If this-
physical, though.
yes,
I can physically manifest
listen,
rape. Can you physically
listen,
manifest
listen.
justice?
Let me finish. So that's exactly my point. If atheism is true, you have the rapist
Yes,
and you have
atheist is true. It doesn't
you have
to
the
be true.
rapist and you have the rapist and you have the person who doesn't want to be raped and you have the person who thinks that one shouldn't rape, right? And that's all you have. You have no objective check.
If
How can you-
Christianity is true, why is there so many in jail?
Can I
From
tell you?
committing horrible crimes, as you're
Can-
talking about.
I could finish. If I could
Yeah,
finish.
tell me
the sentence,
that.
I'll tell you. Yeah, it is that. This is absolutely the case. If Christian theism is true, what we would expect to see is something such as, I don't know, the fall. The fact that you're affirming that there are moral norms in the first place proves my point. Why are you not like the lion in Africa? Why are you not saying, well, that's just natural
How
selection?
do you know I'm not?
That's because you went up there to stop that woman from getting the crap beat out of her because you believed it was a moral injustice not to do so.
1 second. A lot of lions will protect other lions in their pride from lions outside of their pride, as well as from other animals. It's no different than what she did.
I'm not denying that.
Another human being from another thing that was harming that human being. So she's no different than the lions in Africa.
No, that's actually not true because the lion.
Actually, it is true.
Okay,
Max
so can I finish? Can I finish my sentence?
No.
Can I finish my sentence?
Let us talk. How is that different? How is that different?
Okay, very
I can't
simply,
wait to hear this. Sorry.
this is the difference between the lion in Africa and her. Did you hear the passion in her voice?
Sure.
Did you hear? Okay, do you know why that passion's there?
Why? Oh, please do tell.
Yeah, the reason why the passion's in your voice is because you considered it to be a moral atrocity to do X. To do X where X.
No, it has nothing to do with morality.
To do X where X was the woman getting the crap beat out of her. The lion would maybe protect her cubs, would maybe protect those within her own
I had a little
tribe.
cub in my apartment.
Can I ask a question of Jacob a second?
Yeah, sure.
What are morals?
Morality from a Christian standpoint would be that which coincides with the character and nature of the biblical God.
Okay. That's I've heard that definition many times, so yeah. I can understand where you're coming from. As an ex-Christian myself too. I don't think that's what morals are, but
okay.
So are humans the only thing that follow morals?
Yes, I believe so. Actually, if I were to derive the same sort of epistemology that a good number of atheists hold, I would have no reason to believe so because I have no evidence of it. And when I say no reason to believe so, what I mean is that anything other than humans exhibit morals.
Okay,
so in other words, if you
the lion in Africa could have morals.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was if I were to adopt the same sort of epistemology that I typically see exuded with atheists, what I would say is that I have no evidence of animals exuding morals, therefore I don't believe it.
Okay, I got a question for you, Jacob.
Yeah.
Brace yourself for this one.
Sure.
If you...
What
Whoa.
the shit? Diction, you just got muted. You might want to unmute yourself.
Reuven, what's going on with Benny over there?
Uh-oh, there we go. Okay, here's my question to Jacob.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, I was just saying that was ridiculous what Benny just did. So.
Yeah, Benny muted me? Is that who did that?
You guys, not to be nasty or section, I definitely want to hear your question, but you guys never actually answered mine.
Oh,
what was that?
I kind of can't. I'm sorry, Brett.
You've been hitting the moonshine, haven't you?
Jacob threw me off.
I don't have any moonshine. I don't think I can define love, so I don't think I can answer the question.
What was the question again?
To fit all those words, unfortunately.
You just said you couldn't define love, but then you described love as being a bucket of drool earlier. You're gonna have to make.
I didn't say it was a bucket of drool. That wasn't me. I said something that can elicit the emotion of love was a bucket of MDMA.
All right, here. Let me put it to you like this: can love be experienced or given if a mind is not there?
Probably not. I would say after to that one, yeah.
Very good.
I'd say probably not. Can love be experienced or given if a mind is not there? No, because love is the end result, right? Like love's the feeling, Yeah, I'd say probably not.
Yeah, if there's no mind, then the synapses can't happen, and the chemical reaction in the brain can't happen. So I would say no.
I'd say trees don't feel love.
I can't perceive it, so.
Yeah.
My computer doesn't feel love, even though it's fairly smart.
Without a mind, you can't feel anything. There's just no exchange going on.
Good point, Fiction. So where does love come from?
It comes with what? Where love comes from?
Sure.
I'm not an expert on love, really, to be honest. I'm the wrong person to ask about love.
Okay,
Are we
fair
talking
enough.
about love, the emotion?
Yeah, that's all fucked up as far as I'm concerned.
Love comes from, I'd say, I'd
Love
have to.
stinks.
What's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand
I would say love
emotion?
comes from chemical reactions in my brain, or at least the feeling of love, or the emotion of love. I'd say, because I can cause it by inserting certain substances into my body, or certain things that cause my brain to react differently. So
I can tell you
based
this.
on that, I would say it's a chemical reaction in my brain that causes the emotion of love.
Love is everything that hate ain't. How's that for an answer? It's the leftovers. It's a leftover emotion.
What is the purpose of language? Go ahead.
Oh, wait, Brett. Before anybody answers that, I had a question for Jacob.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Shit, I forgot now, though. You threw me off with that question. It'll come to me again. Sorry. Forgive me.
Okay. What's the purpose of language?
To communicate, exchange ideas.
That sounds like a good definition, I'd say.
Yeah, that's a good one. Expression, and one's way of expressing oneself.
How many different forms of language are there?
I have no idea.
God, hundreds.
Too many to count.
Whatever forms of language you have, I would have to add music as one of those.
Yeah.
Definitely. As a composer, it's just like a language.
It's noise, it's body language.
Yeah, there's body language. It's not really language, but I can talk to my dog, and my dog can talk back to me using a form of language. We understand each other.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll be back. I'm going to take a smoke break.
Sign language.
Okay.
He's taking a. Is that logical for you to take a smoke break?
It depends on how one defines logical.
All right. You guys ready for another one?
Shoot. Oh, wait. Lucifer, I expect to hear from you in here.
I speak only when necessary or is asked.
I'm giving you permission.
What do you want me to speak about?
I want you to answer the next question.
Okay.
Shoot, King.
Alrighty, here we go. Can arrangement, processes, and patterns be comprehended and assembled without a mind?
Lucifer, your turn.
That is how it works when absence is required.
Interesting question. Can you say it again?
Yes, I can do it again.
Sorry, it hurt my brain.
Me too.
Alrighty. Can arrangements, processes, patterns be comprehended and assembled without a mind?
No.
Be assembled without a mind? Yes. Be comprehended? What do you mean by comprehend?
I'll say it one more time. Can arrangement, processes, patterns be comprehended and assembled without a mind?
No.
Define comprehension. I'm sorry.
You can't do anything without a mind, Max. Come on now. Take the mind out. You can't move a finger, so you can't arrange anything. You can't think, so you can't comprehend anything.
My computer can arrange things without a mind. The universe can arrange things without a mind.
But it requires a mind to produce it, does it not, in the first place? To create it, to program it, all that?
To program the universe, a mind.
Without a mind, a computer's useless.
A mind was not, as far as I know, a mind was not required to program the universe.
No, that's what I'm saying. Without a mind, nothing can be really accomplished.
The key word there was comprehend, which was thrown in with all the other descriptions. Comprehension is only applicable when we're talking about cognition, and cognition is only applicable when we're talking about minds. So
by the very definition of the question, the answer is, yeah, self-conclusionary.
Well, the answer is no. You can't. There can't be comprehension or assembly. Specifically comprehension without a mind. Now, one can make the case that you could have assembly without a mind, like you could Well, actually, I don't even know if that's the case because I was thinking of like robots at work that we have that weld machines, but then you would need a mind to make the robot.
I thought we were talking about a mind, like as in human mind here. I didn't know we were talking about computers and mechanics.
All right, I'm going to go for this again, Fiction, but I'll tell you what, Fiction, whenever this hangout's over, make sure you rewind and listen to the answer that you gave. I found it fascinating.
Yeah, I was outside smoking, and I did too. I found it very fascinating and self-contradictory.
Let me refocus myself on this here. Hold on. Do it again. Yeah, I've been drinking.
I'll throw it at you again. I'll throw the question at you again. Here we go. Can arrangement, processes, and patterns be comprehended and assembled without a mind?
Oh, I missed assembled and comprehended. I was thinking just with the human mind. So okay, no, you know what? I changed my answer. I reprocessed that question.
Comprehended, no. Assembled, possibly.
Yes.
Look at Schrodinger's cat experiment.
Exactly, yeah.
No mind decided the outcome, but an outcome was determined.
Yeah.
I know it's not how the experiment is supposed to be defined and explained, but, I mean, it's not the purpose of that experiment, but that experiment is sort of a good example for it.
See, I miscomprehended that question the first time around.
Wait, one moment, please. Doesn't I might not know the word well. It doesn't assembly entail intent?
Yeah, it does.
We're talking about robots now.
Well, see, and that's why I said the key word is comprehend, but that's why I was sort of sticking on assembly also, because assembly actually entails some sort of organized, arranged bringing together for a certain intention or purpose, and intention and purpose necessarily points to some sort of cognition.
But a mind has to be. See, this is a complicated question because a mind has to be behind that robot. That's how I'm picturing it. So without that mind to program that robot to assemble, then it's kind of hard for that robot to operate without the mind being behind it to cause it to assemble.
She's on to something.
But going back to something earlier, remember we were talking about a piece of art can be done without purpose? Wouldn't that be assembled, but with no purpose?
Yeah.
I don't think assembled, because assembled refers specifically to the type of bringing together, right? So, for instance, we could say that the wind blows and creates a smiley face on a beach, right? We wouldn't say that that's assembled, but we would say that that was caused. Assembly implies some sort of intention or purpose. So,
I think I see what you're going with there, Jacob. I think the wording of the question is a little bit off and then door leading.
Yeah, that's what confuses me.
It's making it hard to answer, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's hard to give an honest answer to that kind of question, the way it's formed.
May I try to make it less what it is?
Sure.
I think a good question instead would be, is there intent in chemistry?
It depends on what you mean by
yes, help us out here.
in chemistry. Hey, me and Oscar had a good conversation earlier. What's going on, bud?
Yeah, you've got to ask Oscar this question. He will have a good answer too.
What's that?
Listen up, Oscar. Okay, ask the question, Oscar.
I will tell you this, Fiction, if you're interested in this later. I do have a video where I've asked about 80% of these questions. Since then, of course, I've been adding more and more every time my brain starts doing its chemical movements, that you call it. So if you want later on, just for fun or whatever, to throw it at your friends and see how they answered, I do have a recording of it up there. Okay?
Okay. So shoot it to Oscar. I want to hear what Oscar says.
Alrighty.
Listen up, Oscar.
Okay.
And tell us after he asks it if he should reform it in a different formation.
Reassemble it, huh?
Uh-huh.
Here we go. Can arrangement, processes, and patterns be comprehended and assembled without a mind?
No.
Thank you very much. You see it the same way as I do. Okay, so interesting. Okay. Explain, Oscar, why you said that.
Because the mind has to do it. If you don't have mind, it hasn't happened.
That's what I initially thought. Without a mind, you can't do anything.
Right.
It's saying that if something can be arranged without a mind. No. Simple.
Well, I would actually disagree with that. I think that arranged by itself, it depends on how we define it, right? Because so for instance, let's say I have 10 pencils, right, and they're laying in the middle of a field, and there are holes 10 feet away from them, and the wind blows just so all 10 pencils fall into those holes. We might say in a causal sense that the wind arranged the pencils, but if you're using it in an intentional way, then that would necessarily preclude a mind. So it depends on the context by which the word arranged is being used.
Yeah, but that's a human attribute that you're actually putting forward, because as far as I'm concerned, the wind could have actually rearranged it in random. As far as the pen is concerned, it might be random. It might be like or whatever. Doesn't matter how you phrase it, but you actually have stated a human state, which is precise assembly. That's our terminology. It's not the pencil's terminology.
Yeah, so mentioning an attribute that humans espouse is not mutually exclusive with using those same words and attributing those to non-cognizer entities, right? This is what personification is called. A lot of authors use personification in order to ascribe non-human or non-cognitive entities human attributes. So to use the word arrangement and then to apply it to some sort of non-cognizer is not all. I don't think that's a betrayal of that definition at all.
No, but he's using the word mind, so it's probably implying if we don't have a mind, is he talking about us or is he talking about pencils? We have to start from there. So if he's talking about us, no, we cannot arrange it without a mind. And
that's
if
what
you're talking about if he's talking about immaterial things, yes, of course it can arrange because it will be potluck. It will be rearranged. But we are not we are not going to be the judges of the said arrangement because we will not have the mind. It will be some other parameter.
But it won't be comprehended though.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He didn't qualify the question though. He didn't qualify the question.
Correct.
As to whether it was minds or non-minds. I think he was just asking, given these sets of verbs. Right. It's a general question.
So I chose to be a human perception. So that's why I label it no.
Thank you, Oscar. Yeah, I don't appear so stupid, even though I'm a little bit.
But I find it interesting because if this is like a leading question.
Correct.
Yeah.
Then it seems like Oscar and Jacob are taking an opposite view of your belief.
No, not at all. Look.
No,
the key words that were added in were comprehension, which by that mere fact that he adds comprehension, I'm going to affirm that it requires a mind. I'm just saying, like, the term arrangement by itself is not necessarily it's not a necessity that only be added to a context in which a cognizer is present. So
may I add, an arrangement can be done by the wind. It can blow stuff around and arrange things.
Yeah, but that's our perception.
Yeah.
Do you understand? That's our perception. As far as the wind is concerned, well, not wind because that would require mind, but you think abstractly, right? A random
arrangement,
movement arrangement of things is not arrangement.
Right. Exactly. It has to be predestined by a mind, right?
Or can categorized by a mind to be an order, to be an arrangement.
Yeah.
For example,
Hey, can I?
Yeah, go on. Go on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break up the conversation, but we have this guy named Opie Taylor that's reading or apparently watching this on YouTube, and he took the opportunity to tag me. Hey, this is really hilarious. From a conversation we had earlier, I'm reading his comments here. I just wanted to say to Opie, because I know he's watching, it would be much more conducive to intellectual exchanges if you didn't add "Hey, dum dum" to every single sentence that you add. Would you attempt to correct them with regard to their
Let me guess, is
epistemology
that
or moral
Campbell, the
system?
Campbell boy?
Well, it's
That Rand Campbell? He's a
no. He's an atheist. He actually said that he's an atheist, but not like the dumb shit atheists that are in this hangout. That's what he said. So
dumb shit atheists, eh? Oh, why don't you come in and challenge us there, Mr.
I don't think we should worry about that guy. He's human trash. Let's just move
tell him
along.
to come in. Oh, tell him to come in, please. Let's see how atheist he really is.
Well, I figured if he had anything to say, he would have probably came in here. Obviously, he doesn't feel that way.
That was what
eh?
that's what I was wondering, because he actually, I was in a hangout with Oscar there earlier, and apparently he was watching that, and actually I don't know the dude, and he tags me in the video, and he's like, "Hey, dum dum, morality's subjective." So if he wants to join in the conversation and then expound,
well, he's right. It is subjective, is it not?
Okay, so no, it's not. But that's
objective means an invisible deity.
If he wants to come in here, if he wants to come in here and actually discuss these things with me,
yeah,
I would be more than happy to do so.
Yes, let him in. There's lots of space, isn't there? 1, 2,
No,
3.
no. Currently, no. We are 10.
9.
So
are we 10?
No, we have to leave. If you wanna leave and let him come on or whatever, it doesn't matter.
I'll be more than willing to drop out if he wants to fucking come in and challenge us.
No. Opie had him a bad Thanksgiving, obviously.
The dumb atheist can leave. No fucking problem there. Let's see if you can up the IQ in this room, asshole.
You guys want to hear some more questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Here we go. Can the universe be rationalized without a mind?
No.
No, definitely not. 110%.
Rationality is a concept that we've come up with, so no.
Roger.
Whoa. No, that I would disagree with.
Oh, Jacob, come on.
I'm sorry. I have to disagree.
No. You just
okay.
Come on. Let's go.
No. I can't let that go. Look,
Jacob, without humans being on the earth, there is no rationality. There's nothing.
No, that's
no label. There's no label for anything.
Okay.
No, hold on. Let him. I'm
curious. Give yourself a face palm, man.
Okay.
Let Jacob talk. Let Jacob talk.
Oh, okay. So the reason why. Can I talk, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this all depends, like I said before, on how one defines rationalization. If by rationalization one means things are logical, then no, it doesn't require a human. If one means rationalization as in attempting to justify one's actions, then yes, it does require it.
Rationality, as I understand it in this question, would be description of the universe around us, basically. The universe can exist with or without us. It doesn't matter, as far as I can tell.
Right, and I'm not claiming that.
What was the exact wording of the question again? Sorry. Did he leave?
No, I'm still here.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm just listening.
What was the exact wording of the question again? Sorry.
I always try to wait 5 seconds so everybody can get out what they wanted to say. Here we go. Can the universe be rationalized without a mind?
Rationalization is.
In other words, if there's no
mind.
humans, if there's no brains to rationalize or no humans. In other words, put it simpler there, Brett.
No, I think put it more simpler. Is a human concept. Unless some aliens invent another word which is equal to rationalization, then no, we are the ones who does the rationalization.
Hey.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Oscar. You're basically saying even without us existing, as long as there's a mind out there, the universe can be rationalized. Yes.
Correct.
As long as there's a mind that can conceive of the idea of rationalization.
Roger. Exactly.
And it better be a
Okay.
rational mind, because
Okay,
your
I
rational
agree.
mind can't do it.
I have a question. I have a question that actually leads from this. Then so if humans are the only mind in the universe, I'm not saying they are, but if they were, was the universe not rationalized before humans came along?
Without a rational mind to rationalize,
I
then
know-
how can it
I know.
happen?
I hear you whistling over there, Brett. You know why I asked that question.
Yeah. I'm going to mute my mic and let the chips fall where they may.
As far as we know, we're the only species in the universe that can rationalize.
Yes.
That can be justified.
So if that's the case, then the universe was not rationalized before humans came on the scene,
Are
correct?
you assuming there was other minds besides ours?
All I'm doing is asking questions. That's all.
No,
I'm
but
doing.
answer the question. Are you assuming there are other minds besides ours
All
in
I'm
existence?
doing is asking a question.
Are you assuming there are other rational minds besides ours?
I would love
Answer the question.
I would love to answer your
Answer
question.
the question.
I would love to answer
Before I
it after.
forget what I asked three
I would
times already.
Ask your question, Jacob.
Look, I would love to answer your question after I get an answer to mine.
Ask your question,
You
Jacob.
did. You did already, didn't you?
I asked it. I didn't get an answer.
We
What was
don't
it
know
again?
yet. No, we
What
don't
was
know.
it again? Ask the question again.
The contention was that the universe cannot be rationalized without a mind.
Right.
So my question was, if that's the case, wouldn't it? Okay, so if that's the case, and there are no other minds in the universe, wouldn't it logically then follow that the universe was not rationalized until humans came on the scene?
If we were the first mind that had the capability of rationalizing, then yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
What Max said. Correct.
All right, now what was your question?
I asked you 4 times and I forgot. Can you help me out here? Oscar, what did I ask?
Well, this next question is going to go
Wait.
along with the
Oscar,
conversation.
you remember what I asked him 3 times, didn't you?
No, I don't. I had a chocolate chip cookie in my face.
Oh yes. You said that his line of questioning implied there was a rational mind before the creation of the universe.
No, before before we were around with rational minds.
Well,
You
the
had
same
partly
thing.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
So you're assuming, Jacob, that there was a rational mind before human brains were developed enough to rationalize.
He never said that.
I never said that.
No, I'm
He did
asking
never
you.
say
Are
that.
you? No, I'm asking you. Are you
That was the
assuming
question
that?
that she wanted to ask.
No, I'm not assuming that. I'm not assuming that.
Isn't this what this whole?
My lord, can I please answer the question?
Isn't this what
Good
this whole
God.
thing? I don't like your answer.
Okay.
Submit, woman.
I'm not assuming that in my question. Now, if you ask me what I believe, that's
No, I already know. I don't have to ask. I already know.
Okay, so if you already know, then you know that I believe that there was a mind before humans came along.
Yeah, it was GAWD.
Pretty positive that's not the way you spell that.
It is.
Depends how you pronounce it.
All right, you guys ready for another one?
I think so. I think we beat that one to death.
Okay, this is a bit of a more personal question.
Wait, I didn't get my answer. Did I get an answer? Wait a minute. Whoa, stop.
Yes, you got an answer. He did not imply it in his question, but that's not necessarily what he believes. In his question,
But isn't that why they're leading us with this question in the
no,
first place?
the question does not necessarily define what you believe. I can ask tons of questions that have no relation to what I think about anything.
Okay, true, yeah.
Just as a side note, I just got tagged like 5 times by the Soapy Taylor.
Well, at least he's consistent. Here we
Yeah.
go. Ready? Can you be rationalized without a mind within the universe?
Hey, what?
What?
Can you be rationalized without a mind within the universe?
Without a mind, can I be rationalized? Can somebody rationalize?
There is no mind in the universe.
No, hold on.
No.
Can
This is very it's very easy. Look, if one can rationalize themselves, then the answer is yes. If one cannot rationalize themselves and there is no God, then the answer is no.
Right. Yeah.
Rationalization requires a mind. That's what we kind of agreed on in the last question, I do believe, right?
Yeah.
So that would, yeah, I'd say what Jacob said, pretty much.
Right.
Provided there's no other minds.
So you're stating, Mr. Deadpool, that rationalization does require a mind.
Yes, we pretty much came to that conclusion on the last question, yeah.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that make it, though, if you don't mind me saying it, I'm not trying to offend you, if there isn't a rational mind out in the universe, then really you serve no purpose at all.
No, stop, Brett. Wait. The wording, that's what's bugging me.
I'm sorry, words bug you.
Rationalization does not equal purpose.
It doesn't come from the universe. It doesn't rationalize. There's no mind in the universe. There's no rationalizing coming from the universe. It comes from our mind.
So are you guys saying that you have a purpose in the universe now?
No.
If we can reach it,
I said yes or no to that question.
If we can reach it, then we have a purpose there, just like we have a purpose on Earth.
If we can leave the planet, then the universe has a purpose for us. If we cannot leave it, leave the universe alone.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're still part of the universe, whether
we
or
don't
not
have we don't have a purpose on uncharted land. We don't have a purpose in uncharted land.
It depends what you mean by purpose as well.
Well, you guys do believe you're
whatever we make up our purpose is. We decide what our purpose is.
Are you a product of the universe or an accident of the universe?
Is there a difference?
I'm listening.
And that's extremely vague. It's way open for conjectures from different angles.
You gotta ask more specific questions. If you ask vague questions, it's kind of hard to answer them without being vague.
Are you a product of the universe, fiction?
Directly, fiction. I'm not fiction.
No, go ahead, Oscar. Go ahead.
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this, fiction. Are you comprehended and have you been assembled?
They broke the mold. I cannot be assimilated.
Wow. I know all the answers, and I see what you're doing, and
Now you understand. Now you.
No. I've understood the whole time.
They're trying to mind fuck us, is what they're doing. It's
no. Okay. The first question you were going to ask fiction there was, what was it? Are you a product of the universe? I would say yes. I am a product of the universe, as I am part of the universe, and everything that's been going on has, I guess, led to me, but it's also led to you, and it's also led to that little ball of rock out there called Pluto, or snow, ice, I guess, not rock. It's led to a lot of different things.
Right. Inanimate and animate.
As far as comprehended, yes, I've been comprehended. I'm sure you guys are somewhat comprehending me right now. I'm going to doubt fiction is entirely comprehending me, but a few of the other ones in here are.
Be careful, I might spontaneously capacity.
Assembled, you could say yes. It depends on what you mean by assembled. So yeah, it's the questions are interesting.
I've been assembled via evolution.
Yeah, I think
I'm made of stardust. If that's
But I think without any type of insult or anything like that, but I think that his line of questioning is very, very wide
and very leading.
Correct. Well, sure. But why you can choose the parameter of leading? Yeah. I mean, you got hidden words, you got mixes of words, and that sort of thing that anybody can tag in, and put in their own, shall we call it, beliefs or the way they think or whatever.
This is why I'm trying to define the words as I answer as well.
Correct.
So that way I can, he doesn't, or nobody can try, or it's harder to take them and double them up and stuff like that.
Right.
If we define words, it's a lot easier to come to conclusions, especially words that can be very ambiguous.
Yes, we have to be on the same page in order to be able to give an honest answer.
This is why someone who believes in Allah and someone who believes in God, which actually is the same word if you actually look them up,
they have to define what God or Allah is, because
As far as I'm concerned, they're both invisible deities. That's it. Imaginations.
well, from their perspectives, they're both totally different things. But when you talk to them in English, God is God and God is Allah. In the same, it's the same word.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, they came from the same common denominator from Abraham or somewhere down there.
That's right. And they were both imagined.
I'm not even going to go there right now.
Right.
I don't.
I have something to say about that.
Yes, I'm sure you do, Jacob.
Oh, what's your imagination going to tell me now, Jacob?
My imagination.
Damn.
Owned.
That's not owned unless one can make a proper argument, and that was not an
It's
argument.
not an imagination. You come with evidence. It's not an imagination drummed up thing, and you have me convinced. But otherwise, nothing's convinced me yet. So
I
to
do have
it.
a question for Jacob, though. Your little tag thing underneath your name says you're a Calvinist?
Oh,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh God.
He wrote it today. It's a fact.
Okay.
So you're another Matt Slick
I'm just
dude,
curious.
right?
You
Actually, hold on. Actually,
I'll call you Matt Slick just for fun.
No, I was actually mentored by Matt Slick. That's no joke.
I know. I've seen you on his little circles.
You know what? I'm sorry
I
about that. I'm sorry.
I just got back, folks. Did I hear people bragging about how they just can't be changed?
Only with evidence.
Any questions? I'm not sure.
Give me the evidence.
Brent, I think I have a question you may want to add.
Lucifer, you're a fiction too, aren't you? Come on, cough it up, dude.
If there is something in the universe which you would consider rational, if you were removed from the universe, would it change?
I'd be dead.
Hinting that if our understanding of it doesn't entail it's what it is.
If a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound?
Sure, if I got a tape recorder.
If I'm dead, if you're dead, do you hear anything? Can you think?
I'd like to answer.
There's the answer.
I'd like to answer Lucifer's question, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so if by rational
Do your best.
if by rational you mean comports with the laws of logic, then yes, the laws of logic don't require human minds, right? So in other words, the laws of logic will still hold. Everything will be what it is and not what it is not. The law of excluded middle will also hold. The law of non-contradiction will still hold. So if that's what one means by rationalized, then yes, because the laws of logic are not dependent upon human minds.
We just explain them in our way. They're still going to be there.
Yes, sorry, it appears I'm not wanted. I will leave.
What?
What?
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, come on, what's this?
No,
apparently
you know, there's plenty of fake characters on Google Hangouts. We all know it.
No, he said he had to leave.
No, he said apparently he wasn't wanted.
Yeah, because somebody's trying to say he's a fake, you're a fake. That's mean.
All right, you guys ready for another question?
Sure.
Does atheism benefit society by definition?
Come back, Lucifer. Come back. You are needed.
I have to say yes.
It does. Let's hear it.
Yeah, because we don't say let's go to war on because of God says so, because of this, because of that. It might have a conflict that we need to resolve, but the the religious side of it brings an additional baggage. Okay, it's on behalf of something.
Can I reply?
Okay, I got a question.
You're actually dying for it.
I think that you may not have heard the question.
Yeah, that's. Can I reply to what he said?
Sure.
Yeah. So
Wait,
basically,
first, repeat the question again. Sorry, I was distracted.
I'll do that one more time, but I'd like to hear what Jacob also has to say.
Yeah.
Does atheism benefit society by definition?
Now, the key word there is by definition.
Why does that need to be added to the question? I'm just curious.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
the reason why is because folks who are on the atheistic side would say religion, by definition, is a hindrance to society.
I would not say that.
Okay, well,
No,
there are a lot
idiots.
who would.
I'll,
There
I'll,
you
I'll
go.
replace
There
it
you
with
go.
idiots.
Okay, so the counter question would be, okay, let's say I granted that. Does atheism benefit society by definition in any way? Now, what Oscar was attempting to allude to was this idea where religion causes wars and atheism doesn't cause wars, but that wasn't the question. The question was, by nature of what atheism is, does it benefit society?
Yeah, but it is due to religion, because if there's no religion, there's no atheism.
That's a red herring. That's irrelevant. That's
No, it's
completely
a fact. It is no, but is a fact or not?
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if what you've just said is true or not. The question is, does atheism, in and of itself, by its own nature, benefit society?
Yes.
By definition.
Yes.
Okay. So the next logical question
Because
would
you want
be,
to know why? Atheists are a lot more educated and ask a lot more questions.
wow. Wow.
Yes.
You don't have to slap the guy. Jeez.
Okay.
Well,
No.
I'm sorry. I'm in my fictional.
Jacob, wait a minute. Fiction.
I'm in my
Can we
fighter
do
mode.
something real quick? I have found over and over repeatedly, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but there's a lot of people out there who label themselves atheists who simply do not understand the definition of it. Can you please go get a dictionary real quick on Google so you can see the definition and then ask me if it benefits society?
Well, my next comment was, it doesn't matter what you believe or don't believe. It's about your character as a human being.
Well, okay.
You're a product of your environment.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not about whether you're atheistic or if you're Christian or if you're Catholic or if you're Muslim or if you're any of those things. It's
okay.
about how you are as a human being.
Okay, so real quick, I always get this. It's so funny. So this idea that atheists are more educated than religious folk is crap. It is total.
Well, you know what? Hold on a
crap.
second. Let's deal with it straight up here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Christians are only or believers are only believers because they don't know the facts.
That's
they don't even know the
false.
facts.
That's not
no,
true
listen,
necessarily.
they don't know the
False.
facts of even in their Bible, because if they read the Bible and saw the contradictions and saw the lack of fact
Mm-hmm.
as it is,
Mm-hmm.
then they wouldn't even put so much faith in something that doesn't
Fiction,
exist.
may I ask you something? Fiction, would you say that Darwin was basically stupid compared to atheist? Because
No, he
was a
wasn't
theist?
stupid.
But he was a theist. He believed that there was a mind beyond the universe.
But he wasn't 100%. He wasn't
I thought you
100%
said that
correct
atheists were
either.
Smarter.
No,
You said
now,
atheists were smarter.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
didn't say atheists are smarter. I didn't say that. Did I say that?
Fiction, can I say something real quick? For someone who claims that you are completely anti-religion, you sure do have a lot of faith.
What?
You do. You have a lot of faith
Okay,
in
please
things.
explain where you're coming
Yeah.
from on that one.
Okay, so in order for you
Faith
to make
in what? I don't have faith. You know
okay,
what
let me
faith is?
let
Define
me
faith first.
please let me finish. Let me
Define
can I finish?
faith first,
Let me
before you
finish.
finish.
No, I'm gonna finish real quick. Okay, so in order for you to make an unqualified statement, such as atheists are much more educated than religious folk, you would have to know all atheists or all religious folk. So in order for you to just adopt that proposition without having all the data, you have to have faith that in fact your proposition is true.
But did I say the word all? Did I say all when I spoke?
You unqualified it. You unqualified it, which is the same as saying all. If you don't qualify a statement, that means it's universally true. That's philosophy 101.
Okay, can we say that? I mean, I'm not saying that all theists are dumb or anything like that, but can they suppress their own knowledge? I mean, they can have the knowledge. They can even be far more intelligent than an atheist. I mean, I can't even. That's for sure. Granted. No,
right.
but what I'm saying is, okay, let's play this game. Let's say you are Einstein and I'm a dumb person, right? And I don't believe in God, but you do, and you got all this knowledge. But I I think that there's not enough evidence, or you have not given me enough evidence, and you could suppress your true knowledge, yeah, because you know there is not enough evidence to prove that something exists, sufficient to me. So you are suppressing, or you can say, God damn it. With all my intelligence, I do not believe that this exists, but I'm just going to believe it. Yeah. So your knowledge comes down to a level such that belief is sufficient. And
Well, here's
because
the
you
thing.
In
believe
other words, the standards aren't high enough.
That's the thing though, is that is not an exclusively religious attribute. That is an
No.
attribute. Hold on, let me finish. That
Okay.
is an attribute that all human beings harbor ultimately, right? So in order for you to be correct, you were fiction. You were talking about evidence earlier. You wanted me to provide evidence of Christian theism, right? You're making this claim here, unqualified, that atheists are just by nature smarter than Christians are. And in
Okay,
order
maybe I
for
should
you
have
to-
used a different terminology. I should have said we're more inquisitive of our
how do you
surroundings.
can't even say that because you don't know all atheists and you don't know all religious people.
I didn't say all, though. May I correct you? I did. Did I say all?
You unqualified your statement, and by
What do you mean
definition,
by that?
what I mean is that you didn't provide some sort of containment. You didn't say, well, only the atheists and Christians I've come across. What you said
Okay.
were
All right.
atheists.
Okay.
Okay.
I stand corrected. Okay. So I stand corrected on that. Okay. Fine. I never meant all. I don't generalize that way.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
may
not
I?
intentionally.
Can I ask you a question, Fiction? Who do you think invented the computer?
Who do I think invented? I don't know, but
His name was Charles Babbage, and he was a theist.
so what's your point?
Just letting you know. Couple facts.
That's a cool fact, but what's the point in that saying that?
Brett, I gotta say I love you, bud.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I do. Yeah, it's hilarious. Never mind. Just continue.
So what's your next claim? That God inspired him?
No, don't worry. No, don't worry about it. That doesn't concern anybody else in the room.
Next question.
Oh, you guys want some more?
Keep in mind, I've had a few drinks, okay?
It's
I'm
all
distracted
good,
by the
Fiction.
group chat, and I'm working maybe I shouldn't multitask. Forgive me.
It's all good.
All right.
This
I'll
next,
focus now.
I think this next question, some people might go, huh, that's a weird one, but we'll go for it.
Nah.
Can anyone answer this? When has mocking mental illness or people's delusions been good or helpful in society?
Oh, I can answer that one.
Go.
It provokes everyone who listens to it to think outside their box.
It can be beneficial if it's done in a comedic setting and not aimed at specific persons.
My vote would be the only benefit that I can actually see ad hoc would be that, and this sounds really weird, but by having a pool of people who are in fact mentally ill, that provides experience for those in the scientific community, specifically psychiatry, to be able to study such illnesses, and it's in the midst of incorrectly working minds we have a better understanding of a correctly working mind. Now that opens up an entirely other can of worms, which would be, well, how would you qualify a norm for a healthy and correct mind? But that would be my answer.
Oh, and it's a form of entertainment.
What you pointed out is beneficial by doing a study and doing research, trying to understand the issue better, subject. But the point is when has mocking mental illness or those with delusions been good or helpful?
Mocking is bad.
It releases endorphins.
Yeah, no, I
for
missed
both
that.
parties
No.
involved.
I would say
It
during a
really
comedic
does.
performance.
I wouldn't agree. No.
This is specifically a topic that's very near and dear to me because I was just diagnosed with panic disorder and general anxiety disorder. So it's crazy, like how even when you mention some sort of quote unquote mental illness that's not like a psychosis, people look at you differently. Like people tend to think that mental illness is always synonymous with some sort of psychosis. So that's
I have
very
several
interesting.
mental illnesses.
If you guys wouldn't mind, I would like to answer my own question on this to see where I'm coming from on this. I've seen repeatedly where some non-believers will point the finger and say, if you believe this, you're mentally ill or you're delusional. It seems to me, at least from my way of being raised as a child, that you see someone who's disabled or messed up, it's wrong. No way
Yeah.
you look at it or slice it to make fun of a person that you are actually convinced of has that issue.
Yeah, that would be a specific issue for Dawkins because he
What?
holds that view.
Okay, why is it wrong
What, to mock people with mental illness?
to mock anyone? Why is it wrong?
Well,
Good question.
I would say it's wrong to mock, specifically because that entails that you're setting a certain norm above someone else that is specifically pertained to you. In other words, you're comparing yourself as the ultimate standard by which other folks should in fact hold to.
Hold on a second. I've been on both sides of this thing too.
What if I'm not mocking to compare them, I'm just mocking to be offensive?
I don't think that you can mock someone. In other words, I believe that mocking by definition is what I described.
Okay.
So in other words, it's all of those things plus being offensive.
So being offensive is a subtype.
It would be that offensive would be more of like an adjective, I guess, of mocking. But I wouldn't necessarily consider all offensive things wrong. So, for instance, the gospel that I hope to share with folks is offensive to a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
Someone being told that they're a sinner in need of a savior, right? That's
It's not offensive. It's what you do with it is what is upsetting.
Well, Fiction and Max, you guys answered with whenever the question is when has mocking mental illness been good or helpful, you mentioned entertainment. Can you explain to me how it is entertaining to make fun of someone who has got psychological problems or who is mentally ill, please?
Okay. Who wants to go first? Me or Max?
I would say the easiest and least offensive answer is when you're not making fun of one person in particular, you're making fun of, say, a stereotype or the idea of someone with a mental issue or whatever, because then you're not actually picking on one person. You're typically addressing other issues, stereotypes and stuff like that. Not so much even that group. You're just attacking these stereotypes. And if you do it in, say, a comedic or entertaining way, it can be very educational and entertaining.
I agree. And also, I can make 2 points here. Every one of us has something that somebody can make fun of. So when I'm in a comedic sense, okay, I can take a joke as well as I can give a joke about something. So I can take and give, all right? Some people take life way too seriously. So the comedy is important because it releases endorphins. It's very healthy to be able to find fun in things. Okay. On the other side of that coin, if you like what Max also stated, I think, is when you make fun of somebody that has, okay, it's like somebody who's born black or Hispanic. That is cruel. When you make fun of something that somebody can't help, or if they're deaf, or they're mentally ill, or whatever, that's something that can't be helped. Okay? But when you make fun of somebody who chooses to seem, one short of brick of a load, then, it could help correct that person's perceptions of things and make them a better person, perhaps, through comedy.
My next question is kind of on the same page but at different subjects, and this is something I've been noticing that's been getting really trendy for the last 6-7 years, maybe, could be more, I don't know. How is it beneficial or funny or entertainment for people to crack jokes about rape or child molestation?
Okay, I can answer that. It's not directly related to me, but I laughed at it because it was, the comedian, is it Australia or New Zealand, Jim Jeffries.
Jim Jeffries, oh yeah.
Right? Okay. No,
Australian, yes.
One of my
yeah,
favorites. Yeah.
I'm just saying. And one of his topics is when he touches religion, right? And he was giving an argument about something, and he says, "Oh, he's talking about people being in heaven." He said, "Oh, Uncle something, you're a minister. Oh yeah, the one who used to touch me. How did you end up here?" You understand? So it was a child molester in heaven. So it was a depraved person, and I had to laugh at it, if you get what I mean. So
Rape and child molestation jokes and stuff like that can be funny due to the absurdity of the joke typically.
Yeah.
yeah,
For instance, the child molester in heaven. That's not something that any of us would understand why it would happen, really, just off a base level, just going off base emotion. But it is something that happened in the joke, and it's absurd. We would think it's absurd, so it's funny because of the absurdity level.
well,
And then it's also a jab at the Catholic Church.
right. It was a sarcasm. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And any of us here, I think, in this room would come to someone's rescue if, I mean, it wouldn't be a funny, laughing matter if it was happening right in front of them.
And also that, I mean, I don't think it's a laughing matter in the victim side, if you get what I mean. Yeah, not even in the rapist side, because I would kill the fucker anyway if I see him. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a given. Religious or not religious, yeah, I kill the motherfucker. Yeah, but the context was, why are you here if you were a child molester? Okay, so it implied
It points
that he
out
already done it.
absurdity. Yeah.
Right, yeah, so that was the only reason I said this, that I did laugh at that, but not at the rape per se, if you get what I mean. I just want to put the points clear.
Because it points at that the believers would have no accountability for their actions, because no matter what they do, they end up in heaven. So why be a good person in the first place? Why have any morals then? Right? If in the last minute you can get there.
I don't, for me, I feel like I've got a pretty good sense of humor. People tend to laugh at some of the things I say, but I've never found it acceptable to make fun of pedophilia or rape or any of these type of subjects. I feel like it causes more harm than good.
Okay,
I'll be right
Brett,
back, guys.
as a victim, okay, once upon a time, I have the best sense of humor. I mean, not best. I could say I have a very broad sense of humor, as some of you has experienced. But I've experienced a lot of fucking hell and torture on this earth. Okay? But I can laugh with the best of them. I can. You know?
And I think he did not see the Jim Jeffries tagline.
I find him hilarious. Oh, yeah. And some of the visuals you can
Bit
get
of
sometimes.
overuse of the C word sometimes, but yeah.
He's definitely hardcore.
Yeah. There's humor is also subjective. It's some people enjoy it, some people don't. It's different strokes for different folks.
Like if somebody were to come on Google Hangout here and laugh and joke about an act they actually performed in such a manner, I would not find that funny. There's nothing in this world that could make me find that funny. Boast and laugh about somebody doing something.
I enjoy going on websites like 4chan and the darker sides of sites like Reddit and stuff like that, because of the utter absurdity that happens there and the utter bullshit and just how it is dark and twisted side of the internet. It's disgusting. Like most people would puke if they read half of it, but I find it hilarious. But I have a very dark, twisted sense of humor.
And so do I. Again, being a victim of these things, I can still have a dark, twisted sense of humor too.
But this does not imply that we are bad people.
No, not at all.
I can find clean jokes funny too. I can find all sorts of different jokes funny.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go out and commit the crimes that are listed in these jokes or in these articles or whatever. They're not articles. They're like forum posts and stuff like that.
Or even better still, all of us have seen films, right, with people making different types of jokes to any type of problems, from disabilities to rape. You name it, right? And
there's lots of murder jokes in movies.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Doesn't mean we agree with it. Exactly.
Right.
It's just.
I can find that joke funny in the movie. I mean, the movie Ted, hilarious movie, absolutely hysterical.
Yeah.
But one of the jokes was a racist joke at the very beginning. It was Christmas time, the time for love, peace, and picking on the Jewish kid. And the entire theater was laughing. And that is an extremely racist thing to say, but it was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Why would we find that funny? I don't know. I don't know why I find things funny, but I do.
I think it's because we probably don't all envision, like when he said Jewish, picking on the Jewish kid. We all picked on somebody in school, right? So we probably imagined that kid we picked on. And then it take us back to a funny moment in life, I think. Am I wrong? We can all relate.
That's like the joke, what do you call it? The other joke, it's Christmas time. I'm going with Christmas jokes because we're getting closer or whatever. It's Christmas time. You know, the time of year when all the Jews go to the Chinese restaurant. It's like, it's double racist there,
Yeah.
but it's still funny.
Yeah. Well, everybody got solemn.
I'll tell you something. I mean, it's not racist per se, but it's nasty. You know this chap. You know these cubic thingies, whatever, yeah.
Rubik's cube.
Right?
Rubik's
Yeah.
Cube.
Right. So this happened when I was in school, like yay big, yeah. So very quickly, very funny thing. One guy, a bully. I was next to the guy that took the thing. So I mean, this big guy took the cube.
Somebody bullied you, Oscar?
No, not me. No, so honestly,
Oh.
not me.
You're the bully?
No. Actually, I was friend of Bob, so funny enough, yeah. So because I was tall, so he was doing this. Oh, this doesn't work. The bully, the bully was doing this. This doesn't work.
Oh,
now it works.
Oh.
Seriously. And, and the kid, obviously, you know. That stuck on my mind. I don't know why, but you see, it's a bad thing, but it really stuck on my mind. It was hilarious, right? Because the big guy said, "Man, this needs grease." Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Oh. I didn't take too many brains to do it, eh?
Right.
My dog liked that one.
By the way, Fiction, here's that link to that video I was talking about that had all the questions on there. Not all of them, just some of them. But
Okay. Oh, so this is like a rerun for you, is it, with different people?
well, it's something where I get a chance to be able to find out how people think, some of their thoughts. It's especially better whenever it's done live. That way,
So what's your conclusions on each one of us here, Mr. McKean?
Well, I have to say that I felt like it was a real healthy conversation. Usually, whenever I throw these questions out, for some reason, it irritates some people and it jumps into ad homs. So
Oh, people get too damn serious.
I feel like you guys did good. Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I mean, the guy, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Really badass Christian guy. Yeah, over-modulating over Brett's questioning and shit like that. What was his name? Oh, fuck, it doesn't matter.
Was it somebody common in the...
No. What happened is that he came over, and instead of asking or listening to the question that Brett was saying, he was trying to, similar to a G-Man type of thing, right? Where he comes along and over-modulates and try to generate be the predominant person, right?
Yeah.
Asking questions backwards and forward. You go, what the fuck? Yeah, Brett just asked a question. Let's answer it. Let's carry on or whatever. You know what I mean? But
so he's too quick to jump to conclusions and get offended.
No, I said that to him. Hey, listen, you've been a prick, man. I mean, respect the forum. Yeah, it's one person giving questions for fun. Yeah, I think you reached only for second question or third question, and and you said you had about 20 or so, right? And this guy, man, I hate these guys. I told him you're
Can't
anyway.
have conversations with those kind of people.
I'm sorry, I heard you mention somebody being a prick. I wasn't sure who you were talking about. Who's the prick?
Well,
Trying to
obviously,
remember.
yesterday you were making some doing some questionings to us. I was in another hangout with you, right?
Oh, yeah.
And somebody came along, right, which is fine, right? But all of a sudden he started arguing with somebody else about something else that it wasn't your question. So it got mega tangent, yeah. So I said to him, "Hey, listen, Brett asked a question. Do you want to answer his question or what?" No, but what? Oh, jeez. Let me find out what his name is. You just carry on.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Fortunately for me, I have this mechanism in my mind when I'm dealing with people that are like what you're describing. I usually phase them out. So.
Sure, but they were rude, you know what I mean? And it pisses me off when a gentleman or a person, any person comes along into a hangout. He should respect the layout. Okay, and in this case, is you making questions and we answering the best possible way, and it's been amicable. You know what I mean? We're going backwards and forwards or whatever, and we have a jolly good time. But when you get somebody to come in and start trying to lead and trying to be on top of everybody and trying to say no, you're wrong, not because of this, not because of that. I go, hold on, chill out. Yeah, that wasn't cool. That wasn't cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Mumbling.
All right. Can we do a little exercise real quick just for something interesting?
Exercise away, yeah.
Okay. If you were to sit down and I don't know if you got a piece of paper and pen on you. I know people are like, oh man, come on, I don't want to have any kind of effort.
Bring it up, baby. Bring it up.
Okay. Okay, if you were to draw a line down the middle of your paper and put atheism on one side and theism on the other side, can you describe, I'm going to go through each one of these and tell me if by definition this fits into it. Are you ready?
The what?
Okay, you're doing a list. Atheism versus theism.
Yeah, basically what we're going to try to establish here is which actually offers more and is more beneficial for society. Not negative, but beneficial stuff. All right?
Positive, correct?
All right, and I'm gonna name off some things, and you tell me if this can be found in either one. And this
May I propose the third column?
Sure, we can throw
He
in-
wants a theist. The middle guys.
But isn't deism, wouldn't you say, Brother John, and I know there's going to be a little bit of disagreement here, but deism in a way is a form of theism. It's just a matter of interaction.
You'd be on the fence between you'd be on the fence there, John. You'd be the line between us.
Actually, no. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Deism is believing in one deity, correct? Or am I wrong?
There are some theists who believe in many different gods. There are some theists
Pagans.
Okay, well, at least more than one, correct?
Generally speaking, these believe in one God creator, but it's not personal, not intervening, and doesn't rely on any kind of revelation or any kind of scripture or text.
In that case, there'd be 4 columns, wouldn't there?
Well, I mean, if we wanted to make columns, there's tons of them.
Yeah.
You got pantheists, and then you got spiritualists, and you got they're just.
That could get way too complicated. Yeah, that'd be too many columns to keep track of.
Okay, God or no God? How about that?
Let's keep it simple.
All right.
Just saying, God or no God? Is that cool enough? Or
we only have 2 halves to our brain here.
Yeah.
Now remember what I'm saying here. This is by definition of theism and atheism. All right.
Theism means God and no God, right?
Right.
All right. Any God and no God, correct?
Yes.
And it's on the affirmative, i.e. advantageous or better for.
Okay. Has any good science or science itself come from lacking a belief in a deity or believing in a deity?
Say again.
Has believing or lacking a belief in a deity offered anything to science?
No, that's not originally what you said. Which do you mean? You just changed the question.
Well, I'm trying to put it in a more simplistic term here, or way.
But you went from more specific to vague, so then it fucked me up.
Okay, by definition, has atheism, lacking a belief in deities, or theism, believing in deities, offered anything to the field of science? By definition of the words.
Lack of belief, yes.
Yes.
It's beneficial, yes. Lack of belief, yeah.
Lack of belief. You can't take science and make it fit a theism. So I would say lack of belief contributes to science, and science contributes to that. Yeah. Both.
Yeah,
yes.
Next.
Slam dunk.
Alrighty.
I get that without writing it down. Woo! And a few drinks.
I feel I interpreted the question differently than I think what you guys did.
See, that's what I was trying to eliminate. We want to be on the same page.
You know what?
Same
I respect that,
comprehension.
and I like to hear his definition.
Yeah.
Or his interpretation, sorry, his interpretation.
No, it sounded like has, the contribution to science from either side. Was there a contribution to science by either side? That's what I'm...
Well, okay, well, I think he meant if it's on the contrary, if there is no religion, has it contributed to it? We go because if there is a contribution, i.e. Christianity or whatever, then we have to say, okay, the world is 6,000 years, right? But without the contribution, we know or we can assert that it's been for far longer. So it is a contribution not to have it in that sense.
Here's another interpretation. Atheists trust science.
Not all.
Theists trust pseudoscience.
Not all.
Which they also, well, no, I shouldn't say all. That's right. Thanks for the correction. But a lot of theists count on pseudoscience. There's a big difference between science and pseudoscience, and contribution and understanding either or.
Well, I mean that pseudoscience. I think the new age creationists and trying to manipulate science to suit.
Yes,
not to actually make science.
Which is pseudoscience. That's what pseudoscience is.
Yeah.
They put more trust in pseudoscience than they do actual science. Correct?
Don't you mean more specifically that there is issue or disagreements whenever it comes to a particular field of science, not all of science?
Of course, because science is a matter of discovery, yeah, and the other side of it, the religious side of it, is he made it. It's like blinding your eyes and says, okay, whatever, it's a tree, yeah, fine, but
faith.
Faith that is being created. Period.
Mm-hmm.
There's no scientific effort to find out what is that made of, or has it got any contributory factor or value to us as a human being, medicine wise or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you a point. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. If I were to ask Brother John right now, who's a deist, who, by the way, just pointed out would be theistic, if I were to say to you, Brother John, how do you feel about the fact that a theist invented the television? Do you have any problems with the science behind that, where you get to watch your football games and eat your turkey?
No.
What would you say?
I have no problem with that. Of course not.
And I can actually add a little bit to what Brett was saying. Yeah, the reason early Christians knew about science, and I'm going to be a little bit sarcastic for entertainment value only, okay, is that they had plenty of time. Okay, after praying or whatever, they can. Talking about the priest itself. Okay, they attended the grounds or whatever, and they didn't do anything else, so they were bored. They could easily looked at the stars or attended the sick and trying to find out how to cure something by trial and error or whatever. That is actually science, right? And if they do something that is beneficial, they might have written it down, or they might have made it like an official way of doing things, which is like what we do now in a scientific method, right? It's apply what we learn. Okay, so yeah, kudos to them, but I don't think it was because let's do science, because that is a good way of finding out things. I think it's because of something. Yeah, because remember, I think, I don't know, Middle Ages or whatever, people in distress went to the monastery for refuge, and they were careful mentally, psychologically, or with an illness, or with a body illness. Yeah, whatever, cat, whatever, and they were treated. They were treated scientifically.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, if someone contributes to, medicine and finds, cures or advances in technology, I don't care if they're an atheist or
correct.
theist. It doesn't
I
matter to me.
I
And,
agree.
and I'm not going to use it to try to, you know, up one on the other.
Right.
Yeah, as I said, I'm cool with that. But yeah, go on. Sorry.
As far as on the individual level, like Sir Isaac Newton was an alchemist and a theist, Christian, but he was also an amazing scientist.
Right.
Pardon?
I was agreeing with you. I hear you.
So he's like, it's not just that atheists are great scientists. I mean, Stephen Hawking, amazing man. Carl Sagan, amazing man. Both very good contributors to science as well, and they're both atheists. I would say that it doesn't matter on the individual level what the person's religion is, or lack thereof, or whatever. It would be more. I do think, though, that atheism is more beneficial to the methods of science due to its inherent lack of constraints. I mean, by lack of constraints, I mean it doesn't. Atheists typically don't have as many preconceived notions about a god or a deity or whatever, and how it controls the world or the universe. So in that way, I could say I could see it as being more beneficial. Also, typically, atheists don't stop asking the questions as soon as they run into what they think is, I could only say it as God's territory. Rather than saying, no, that's something that God does, they would just keep asking the question, well, what does that, until they find answers. So I think as methodologically, science is more beneficial or from the atheist perspective, but on an individual level, it doesn't matter if the scientist is atheist or theist or whatever, they can contribute still.
Do you remember that question I asked earlier about basically, if something does not exist, but can it exist within your mind and stuff? You guys had some interesting answers to that, and that brings me to this. Wouldn't you accept that it takes a lot of hope and a lot of faith, a lot of belief for some scientists to be able to come to some of the conclusions they do? I'll give you an example. You brought up a scientist just a while ago. He didn't know for sure if something was going to be if he put certain gadgets together. He had to believe it was possible. Do you agree that there is faith even within science?
It could be, let's try to see what happens if I mix these two things. I don't. You see, faith is it could be construed as a religious way of thinking, right? Or I believe in something. That's a lesser word, less a religious word. But faith is actually a Christian, a religious connotation. So I think he was trying to use different methods to possibly be lucky or find out if something could work. That's my opinion. But faith.
I wouldn't say that most scientists, when they're testing hypotheses, have faith.
Nah.
No.
I mean, who was the guy who invented the light bulb? Edison?
Yeah.
They say he tried like 99 different things before he got the right one, or something like that. I know it's a bit of a story or whatever, but he didn't necessarily need faith. It was just going trial and error, basically, and testing hypothesis over and over and over.
Faith has no place in science.
Okay. Give me a second.
I agree that there's a lot of trial and error, and there's also a lot of information that they already know sometimes in between these. But especially when science was starting out, you had to believe that something was possible. If you didn't believe it was possible, then what the hell would be the point of even going through with it? A lot of energy and effort going into inventions and original things that do not exist just yet. You have to believe it's possible. Do you agree?
Believing
Not
something
always.
is possible and having faith are two different things.
Some things are invented by accident. They
Okay.
happen by accident during the process.
Fiction, do you believe in yourself?
Believe in myself?
Yeah. It's not a super tough one, is it? Do you believe in yourself?
Can you qualify that question a little bit?
Yeah, you gotta specify a little bit more. That's a vague question.
Like, because believing in yourself could be like, do you believe you exist versus do you believe that you can accomplish something?
Thank you, Benny.
You feel
Thank
like
you, Benny.
person's too broad. Well, Ocean, according to the website you gave me, you guys have the fire within, so of course you believe in yourself.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay.
How about
When
this?
somebody uses the phrase "believe in," huh?
Let me
Well,
do.
what do you mean by that question?
Let me not put it in such a broad way. He's right. Ocean is
Yeah.
correct. That was
I
a
was going to
broad
ask you, when you say "believe in," what exactly do you mean by
Okay.
"believe in" that phrase?
What do you believe about yourself? How about that?
What I believe about
As
myself.
far as existence, I think that question is still a little broad.
Yeah, it's the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Man, when I first hear the question, I'm thinking, when you say, do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in your capabilities, to accomplish something? That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Is that what you mean, Brett?
Yeah, I hate broad questions. I really hate broad
Just
questions.
whatever.
They're too open.
Name 3 things that you believe about yourself.
Okay,
How about
about
this?
myself.
Let me
No,
just
how about what I know
let me
about
cut it
myself?
down. Let me
I don't
cut it down.
believe in anything. I don't believe in anything, Brett.
Okay.
I know or I don't know.
Okay. Okay, how about this? What do you believe about yourself that other people may not
I
believe
don't
about you?
believe. I don't believe anything. I either know or I don't know.
Why is having hope and belief such a difficult thing for you to have here?
Because it's a play on words, and I don't like that.
Yeah, but if you say that you believe in something, this doesn't necessarily
Because you're leading me into answering something the way you want me to answer it, and that's a dishonest question.
I have very low self-esteem, so I don't believe in myself very much.
Okay, do you believe that you're intelligent?
I think I am. I think, therefore I am.
You think?
I know I'm average intelligence.
You know your average intelligence based upon what scale?
Several scales.
Well,
Or the one in the bathroom.
My mother had me tested.
There's nothing wrong with saying that you believe that you are intelligent and have charisma and that you could learn so much more, but you at this point do believe you're pretty smart from what you've experienced in life. Nothing wrong with that.
I do not believe I am very smart.
There you go.
Benny, what's your answer?
Funny. Max, I believe you're smart.
The more questions I find answers to, the more questions I have.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by that.
That's intelligence, Max. Right there. to not know it all, right? To always be open to new information.
Discovery.
I mean, I guess maximal intelligence would be to know everything.
Let me
But
try
I don't
this
think
then.
I'm capable of that.
You guys, we all obviously are fans of science in here. Do you believe it's possible to create a sentient robot?
Anything's possible.
Potentially.
Yes.
I'm hedging my bets, hoping for the singularity to come around in a couple of years.
Oh God.
The singularity is not going to be the end of the world. It just means when the computing power and the intelligence of computers surpasses that of humans. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what I don't like.
Okay. Well, it's going to happen. Pretty much.
Pray that it doesn't.
A sentient, did you say a sentient being can be robots? That sounds a little too far-fetched.
It's potentially possible. I don't know.
I mean, you'd have to have biological and mechanical.
No.
Are you talking about
fiction?
eugenics?
Fiction.
Bow to your mechanical overlords.
Terminators.
I'm going to be exploding soon.
It only has to know that it's alive.
What, the robot?
Yeah, the robot. You just give me enough information. We are chemically wired, okay?
Right.
What is to say that in the future there would be nanotechnology in such a way that it could equal our capacity? Yeah, we just made a brain capacity. Sorry, brain.
We're talking about like a RoboCop scenario here.
Somebody
correct?
just watched Transcendence.
We're talking about AI, basically.
Yeah, artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Like RoboCop, where there's biological.
RoboCop is a cyborg.
It's a cyborg, yeah, but that's because I'm human.
He's talking about something like Transcendence, which is still kind of cybernetic, but very.
We're talking about like, the projects that Google and IBM are both working on, where they're trying to make electronic brains.
Oh, okay.
Or something like Data, Lieutenant Commander Data with feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
would an intelligence require feelings, though?
It just has to be self-aware.
Yeah.
Sure, that's what I said first, but yeah, self-aware. Yeah.
It doesn't need feelings.
No, granted, but I mean, you can actually automate that, saying
part of the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, if you, it's all about programming at the end of the day. I mean, how much information is required to say I am here? Because robots in a very small one, which extremely limited capacity, know where they are. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because they've been built to know that.
It also depends how we define self-aware. Because I can make a computer program that will talk to you. It will have complete, coherent discussions with you and such. But I wouldn't define it as being self-aware or intelligent. I could even make it so that it appears to be self-aware.
Yeah, it's just a mimic of humanity, really.
Yeah.
A mimic program of some sort. Yeah.
Yeah, but I am a mimic of somebody else because we can share the same type of feelings, so that is relative as well.
Yes.
All right. Next question: does evil exist?
Of course.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
Objective evil does not know.
Objective? No, I didn't say objective. Evil, bad things.
No, that's the thing. It's a very broad question. That's why I'm defining it.
Evil as in Satan or demons or devils.
Objective evil does not exist. Bad things do.
Right.
Yes.
So subjective evil, yes. Objective evil, no.
Okay. Granted. Yeah. I went in a personal level. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't going into metaphysics or any weird stuff. The question now. Did you meant us in personal level or what?
Just wanting to know if you guys believed in evil.
Person, place, or thing. Nope.
What did you mean by your own personal evil, though, Oscar?
Okay. Evil, as I said to you, is the same.
The urge to masturbate.
Cool. Hold on. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah.
Fill up your bucket of love there, Oscar.
Yes.
Your bucket of love, Jesus.
Chap, listen. Okay, it's the same concept as I gave to Brett about faith. Okay, evil connotates a religious annotation. Okay, so if you put a similar word, a synonymous word, which is do bad things, yeah, then we can do bad things. So yes, uh, the doing the bad things that do exist because we do it. Okay, but uh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it depends if you make the question a little bit more specific,
Yeah.
which you haven't been.
That's my
allowing
biggest
us to
complaint.
define them.
That's my biggest complaint here. Specific questions, Brett, from here on in. Specific.
Okay, would it be evil to harm or hurt another individual?
You've already asked a question in a different form like that.
Well, you guys told me to be more specific, so I am.
No,
Okay,
because
so
evil is a very.
I believe harm to another human being I believe harm to another human being is wrong. Yes.
Cause
I
harm.
answered your other question there too, Brett. I believe.
So
Yes,
why?
Why? Instinct.
Why is it evil, though?
Why is it evil? Why is it bad for harm for another human being? Survival of the species, based on instincts. Yeah.
Yeah.
If the species is not going to survive, the universe will end. Something
Yes,
will happen that will destroy us. Why does it matter?
No, but I told you before. Why from human to you jump to universe?
Right.
That's the correlation that I don't get.
But
We don't
right
need
now, I'm
need the
not
word
dealing with the end of the universe, but
Right.
I could be dealing with harm to another human being.
Okay.
So I may as well try and stop that right now. The end of the universe is not in the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Let me
In
not
the
gonna
matter
come
of
in this way.
self-defense,
The-
in the matter
the-
of self-defense, I have no problem harming another human being.
Yes, because you're preventing harm to a human being, typically yourself or someone else.
But the other individual is nothing more than a soulless hamburger, a compound of chemicals that just reacts to stimulus. What does it matter?
Because I empathize and or sympathize with them.
Yeah, but okay, Brett. Please correct me if I'm wrong. If we do, you categorize our good deeds, or you think that we cannot do good deeds because we just a bunch of molecules, correct?
Well,
In
I'm going
Can't
along
do good
with
without God.
I'm going along with basically what I've heard from the philosophy of many non-believers out there. That doesn't necessarily mean I think we're a soulless hamburger.
Well, actually, for starters, we know. I mean, we are chemical. A bunch of chemicals and different compounds are mixed together. We are humans, okay, with a capacity of producing harm and producing well-being. Right? Some produces in different levels. Okay, we strive for the betterment of our mankind. Okay, because we, as a whole, okay, when one individual of the same kind, humankind, trying to do something, we try to stop it. We stop it by talking or by causing harm, because causing harm, i.e., causing evil, causing damage, is benefit in the immediate, which what brother said is in self-defense, right? Is better at that moment than letting it happen to other person. I mean, I got 3 kids. I want to keep them. I will defend them I will kill. Yeah, that's it. It's just I call it genetic, call it evolution, call it whatever you want. Yeah, but it's not about the universe or the mashed potatoes that we are, or some sort of name that some other Christians wants to put, if you got what I mean. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that it would be harmful in any way to look at a child that's either related to you or someone else's child and say, you do not have a soul, you have no intrinsic purpose in the universe, everything about you, including your memories, will become non-existent, and on top of that, you're nothing but a soulless hamburger, you're chemicals, and that's it.
But again, you actually mentioned 2 things: a hamburger right, and universe, which both of them have got no attributes, direct attributes to the human.
But you're a product of the universe. That's why I bring the universe into this. You
Yeah,
are a
but
part of it.
Everything we're biological made up of goes back to where it came from.
sure, but it is irrelevant at this time for me to say, oh yes, every time I mention a phrase, I have to put the word universe because I owe it to the universe. You understand? Yeah, I mean, I could say to a child, yes, well, not to, but yeah, to a child, fuck me.
I hear you. So basically, you guys have got some kind of society value system set in place. So if you were faced with a situation where you could blow someone away and get a bunch of money off of them and not be caught, then why not? Is the value of money more important than your empathy? And if so, or if not, why? Go ahead.
I don't know, I'm talking too much, probably somewhere else.
No.
I would do it because we got another thing called the conscience.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like that somebody to do that to me for the same thing. I mean, if I cannot earn my money, then I don't know. Easy money can get you into trouble.
Yes, exactly.
So.
Well, what if you were extremely poor and your children were starving? Why not take somebody out?
That's different. That's different. That's different. That's a survival instinct.
Survival instinct. Yeah.
I mean, you actually change it. That is where the so-called evolution theory kicks in and say, no, hold on, I want to survive. Screw the rest.
So
yeah?
it's good to kill someone as
No.
long as
It's not. No. You're actually changing the meaning of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying that is good too. Yeah. It's when you put somebody under pressure, put a parameter of harm.
Life and death. When it's a matter of life and death.
Yeah,
basically, when your chemicals start boiling, go ahead.
You see, again, either chemicals start boiling or hamburger or universe. Those are the three metaphysics parts of the jumble. Yeah, yeah, you can go if you want. Okay.
Huh?
Very quick. Yeah, you got computer. Yeah, of course you have. Yeah. He will tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently he's having computer issues.
Yeah, indeed he does.
That's too bad.
Anyway, so yeah, are we a mashup of something when we do really bad things or really good things? So I don't understand when we are chemicals and when we are humans to the theist side of it. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, are you guys able to hear me now?
Yeah, sure. Now I can. Yeah.
I could deactivate it a little bit.
Right.
Okay, but your consciousness, you're saying that your consciousness is actually affecting your desire and interest in this person's life.
It's what makes us human. Our brains.
So are you saying that whenever you are faced with a dilemma or some kind of problem that involves life or death, there's a voice inside your head telling you not to do that?
It's not voice. It's not voice. It's a set of parameters that your life experience has made you aware of certain things. That, for example, if you got enough tools to avoid or to confront the problem, yeah, then you act upon it.
Yes.
If you haven't, then it's flight or avoidance.
Fight or flight. Yeah.
Yeah, fight or flight, or you hide. That is equally an advantageous evolution system to actually hide, because if you are not taken out of the equation, i.e. killed or created harm, so you cannot harm, so you cannot reproduce or whatever, then you have survived. I mean, survival of the species doesn't mean being Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's actually not being taken out. Okay, so it depends on the wit, yeah, of the person being acted upon.
Right.
When it comes to a matter of life and death, it comes back to our ability to solve the problem in the most efficient way and less harmful way possible.
See, Joseph Stalin, he was considered a very intelligent, powerful dictator with charisma. As you guys probably know, he was an atheist. He believed that, the same thing. He said, why do these people need to exist? They're getting in the way of us doing what we want to do. Why not?
But it has nothing to do with him being an atheist, though.
Okay,
It has
fine.
nothing to do with what his belief system was.
But his view and ideology was that when people get in his way, they need to be plowed over.
Well, I think that was bad. That's a bad thing. But maybe it was a necessity at the same time. We don't know, because we didn't live in that era.
But he got what he wanted. Of course, in the end,
That's
it didn't turn out so well, but he did get a lot of what he wanted. He was quite successful at it.
Okay, he got successful because he got away with it. I mean, that doesn't make it right. He
That's
just
right.
got away with it.
He got away with it,
Why
but
is it that your morals are better or more high in value than his?
Because I would not cause that type of harm. So my morals are far superior to that guy.
nor have we. Yeah.
Right.
Proof
Yeah.
is in the pudding. We haven't lived our lives like that.
Right. Okay.
Was
so
what he did beneficial to the human race? Yes or no? Brett?
I say yes and no.
I personally do not think that he was a real benefit to humanity whatsoever, but I have heard some non-believers sit there and say, hey, he really put forth some interesting ideas having to do with communism. So I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think the majority of his actions were beneficial for the human race. I mean, now, this was something I was talking about before on a different hangout. Not everyone has great ideas on everything. I mean, let's go to Sir Isaac Newton. He was an alchemist. He thought he could turn lead into gold. But he also had some other ideas that were really good.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, some of Stalin's ideas might have been good, but others were not. You don't...
Yeah, it's not possible for any human being to be all wrong and all right. It's a balance or an imbalance of both.
I mean,
good and bad.
In the case of, say, Stalin, I would say he was mostly wrong.
Yeah.
On the majority of things, and he caused a lot more harm than he did good.
Yeah.
But you look at someone like Gandhi, and he did a lot more good than he did harm, but still he had some bad ideas. I wouldn't say throw the baby out with the bathwater.
There you go. Slam dunk.
What would you prefer, Max, if you had to choose between a theist like Gandhi or Joseph Stalin, atheist? Which would it be?
If I have to make an absolute choice between one or the other, I would probably have to say Gandhi because he was more beneficial than harmful.
Yeah, on that word, I'm going to go grab me a chocolate chip cookie. I'll be right back.
Yes.
If I had the choice of picking and choosing attributes from them, I would pick and choose certain attributes from both of them.
Right.
I mean, but yeah. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You just Isaac Newton had some silly ideas.
Mm-hmm.
But he had some good ideas too. We just kind of ignore the bad ideas.
Yeah, we got it.
You got it, Matt. That's right.
Why doesn't
picky and choosy?
Oh.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say something silly like, why doesn't Brett bring the whole bag of cookies to the computer?
Yeah.
I have a feeling he wants to
he's so
save them
rude.
and maybe he should share with the rest of us.
Yeah. I got some pizza. Anybody want some?
You guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sometimes when I'm going to get the cookies, I'm going and doing something else. I just don't think it's respectful to say it on the Hangout. Okay? All right, be right back.
That's what I was going to suggest. Maybe cookies aren't really what we think it is.
Just pull the chain, yeah? Don't worry.
Maybe he's having a good wanker. Bucket of love.
I think you have one too many.
That was funny.
Yeah, come share your bucket with us there, Brett.
But you kill in the future. You've been harmful.
Well, at least it's not going into a reproductive system.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Did I just say that?
I think there's a BJ joke in there somewhere, but I'm not sure.
No, it's a vagina joke.
Oh. Okay.
Better in a bucket than in a vagina. Damn it! I lost my lid. Oh, okay, where did it go, Marley? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Ah, found it. Okay. Uh-oh, got all quiet in here. Dead
Yeah.
air? Oh no!
I'm getting tired, man. It's like, what, almost 4?
Shit, we've been talking for like 3-4 hours now.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go to bed soon.
Are we getting low on hot air?
I ran out of booze like 2 or 3 hours ago. I'm running on Coca-Cola. It's not good.
Coca-Cola only, you're giving a body pressure.
Caffeine and sugar, yeah.
I gotta go get some mix. I'll be right back. Keep laughing, keep talking, whatever, farting around, whatever.
Mix of what?
Share some of that booze.
Yeah.
That'd be lovely. Oscar, what's your accent? Is that British accent?
I wish. I was raised in Spain.
Okay. Because it didn't sound very British. Because it says on your thing there, Oscar Atheist in London, so I'm assuming you are in England then.
Right. No, you see, I didn't have it before, and because I got this shitty, weird accent, thanks to my father, for not being raised in London, my birthplace, I have to tell people, where I'm from, or illustrate where I'm from, So that's why I modify my lower third to reflect that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to re-emphasize, I put it in London and the English flag just in case.
Yeah. That's the flag of my home province as well.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
No.
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay,
Brett, this one's for you.
For me?
Yeah. On
Actually,
each of us in this room.
I got a question for you as well.
Okay.
Go on.
After your round of questioning here that we've endured, on a scale of 1 to 10, go down the line. How evil are we now?
Well, I don't claim to know the hearts of people.
Is 10 Satan and 1 Jesus? Or what?
Evil, whatever he meant by evil.
Well, I mean, how would you rate it? Is 1 the most evil or 10 the most evil?
If I were to say
10 would be the most evil.
Okay.
If I were to say to you guys that talking to people in a hangout isn't enough to really judge or perceive someone's personality or their views, how would you agree?
Like I specified, based on the line of questioning we have endured, just based on that alone, your answer doesn't make us evil, or you're not the final word on it, but just based on the line of questioning, how would you rate us 1 to 10 down the line?
Have to think about that.
Okay, you think on that. And then Oscar's got one to shoot at you.
I'm still young.
Yeah, right.
It's 3:44 a.m. The night is fucking opposite of young.
Yeah, it's 20 to 4, man. It's almost.
I'm pouring another drink.
Actually, here is almost 9 o'clock a.m. and I've been up since about 10 o'clock.
The night is young.
Yes.
The night is young. It hasn't even begun for you yet, Oscar.
No. I said I was awake throughout the night. Okay. So for me the night is light. I can see the fucking thing. I can see people. Yeah.
All right, I got another one for you guys.
No. I got a
answer
question
our
for
question
you,
first.
man.
And,
I got you, man. Yeah, you ain't gonna get away with it. Yeah.
No.
No. It's a good one. It's a good. No, it's a simple one. Where do you get your fucking questions from? I mean, do you work at it, or you know what I mean? You get about 5 weeks. Hold on, we're gonna piss some fucking atheists, yeah. Let me, yeah. You got tricky questions, yeah. Hidden words, yeah. Go on, sorry.
Well, I actually do a lot of questions as well for believers, not just non-believers. So it's a purpose to be able to see how different humans perceive things, view things, and how they'd answer.
Brett likes to throw logs on the fire for conversation.
Right.
I actually quite appreciate it.
It was a pretty good session, I gotta admit.
And I like his questioning because I can also again stand corrected, but it's called like sort of like a trickery. It's like hitting words and mixed words and things like that to stir the pot.
Yeah.
I like getting asked questions like what Brett was doing tonight because it helps me think about shit like this too. It's like, well, where do I get my ideas from? What are my ideas on such and such topics? Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like it. I know a lot of people are like,
as much as we bitch about it.
Yeah, I know a lot of people hate those 10 questions for atheists, 10 questions for Christians, whatever, those lists and stuff. It's like, I kind of like some of them sometimes. I mean, some
10
like
questions atheists could never answer. Who won the snooker ball world championships in 1978?
I don't think anybody
There's
can
only
answer
one
that, but
question.
okay.
There's only one kind of question I really hate, and it's vague questions because they're the hardest to answer.
Well, in a
like
case with
answering
like
vague.
a live hangout like this, we can have a little back and forth, redefine certain words in the question, stuff like that, specify more often, so it's a little easier. But if it's just some like blog post or YouTube video, it's a little bit harder to try and understand what they're saying.
Right. You like what kind of questions? What was the?
I like these questions. I like having questions like this asked. It's nice.
Okay, I thought somebody like ascribed a label to the kind of questions he was asking.
I said vague. I hate vague questions.
Vague questions. Okay.
I like more specific, like.
No, I do too.
Yeah.
I mean.
That's like 1 + 1 equals what versus
sometimes
X.
you have to whittle it down.
All right, you guys ready for another one? Unless you got more.
No, you gotta answer my question first. I'm not letting you off the hook.
I think I can give Brett a pass on that.
What's the question?
They're rating us on our evil level.
Oh.
This would be good.
I don't think those questions and those conversation tonight really would.
I actually haven't answered really any, so.
Yeah.
Because I've just walked in and.
But he knows you. He knows you, Benny. He knows you.
Right. Can I take this?
I'm not Benny.
Or I mean, Ocean. Sorry.
Can I take this call off before you rate me?
What?
Can I take the skull off before you rate?
Do you have a...
No, I like that skull. That's cool.
Oh, the skull. Oh, okay.
I have nightmares. It's your fault, Oscar.
Would it be
I thought you said before you rate.
No. Right. No. Right.
Would you find it okay for me to answer your question in this way, as opposed to giving you 3 stars, 2 stars? How about I'd be happy to talk to you in the future, because I think it would be a stimulating conversation.
I might be dead in the future. You never know.
I would say.
You could get hit by a bus, but I mean anything's
No,
possible.
but hold on. Talking to us in the future
The last thought will be, God damn it, Brett King didn't answer my fucking rating question.
That's a good Google post. Fuck it. Yeah, hold on.
Too late, Brett.
Before you shoot me, I need to make a post. I need to, hold on. I gotta. Brett, you didn't answer my rating post.
Yeah.
No idea if I'm evil or not.
Now I gotta shoot myself.
Now you can kill me. Hold on, crazed axe murderer.
Well, I think that all human beings have the potential for good and evil, so it's kind of a complicated question.
Yeah, but who's more evil is the question.
Contain the seeds of your own fuck-uppery.
You see, that depends on the motive behind it, because from theist to atheist, we have used the those parameters to cause harm or to prevent harm, to suit, right? Christianity has done it, right? We have done it. Seriously, in any part of the history, they have used defense or fight to prevail in their way of living.
So Brett had another question.
Yeah.
So
All
let's
right,
hear
you
another
guys ready?
question.
Okay, well, this, with what I already know about you from talking to you before, Ocean, I don't know if this one will work for you, but
Oh no.
okay. All right. Basically, this is going to be a hypothetical. You find yourself in a room, you've got two doors. You have one universe that lacks a god, but the other one has a god within it. Which would you choose if you could actually make the choice of how that universe is run?
I put a portal on one side of the god door and a portal on the other side of the god door and jump through it a bunch of times so that it's polytheistic.
You only get one door, man, and you only get to go in.
I know, I just have to screw with you. But like my worldview, I don't think is quite represented in that. It depends on the god, I guess, as far as my answer to that question. So I guess I'll let the atheist go for it.
I can answer that question easily. The one without it, because even if you don't know how that supernatural entity will enter, will convey his will. I prefer an environment where I can control that. Yeah, so no God portal is far outweigh the unknown of the God one, because it could be an evil God. You are taking the assumption that he might be good and all that kind of stuff. What if he's bad? So the better of the two is your own, because you don't want to cause your own harm, because you will cause your own harm with the God anyway, right? So you don't know the parameters of that God, so you go here. I mean, that's my opinion.
I don't know if I could choose either one because both would be unknown.
No. It says no God. Is that correct, Brett?
No God. So what's behind no God door?
A universe with no god.
Exactly.
Assume that they're the same universe. It's just that one has a god, one does not.
Okay.
Right.
I would choose neither.
Basically, there's nothing behind door number 2.
Oh, pick a door, make it fun.
Well, doesn't she already believe she's in that universe?
Yeah, I mean, it's not. The question isn't necessarily what you believe; it's what you prefer. Would you prefer there to be a universe with a god, or would you prefer that there not be a god?
Would I be sure there's a God behind door number 1?
Yes. They give you an alternative of being one in door number 1, sorry, or not being a one in number 1 and being one in number 2.
And which God would be behind door number 1?
That's the unknown.
Yeah, that's kind of
that's
the
the unknown, because it could be an evil God or a good God.
It depends on the god for me.
Either way, I'll say this: either way, either universe, you're going to have your unknown factor. The difference is you will have a god in one. I'm not going to sit here and tell you bad or good. It's what you choose. This is what you want, not what you believe or project.
Yeah, but I mean, it all comes down to harm or to well-being, whichever one you want to call it. Yeah. Does the God wants us the well-being, or the universe without it? Can you control your event being alone?
I'll tell you what.
I think that the unknown God factor provides so many unknowns that I would rather go into the door with no God.
Right.
Yeah, that
the
sounds
universe
like
existing causes more unknowns, so I would choose neither.
Well, that's no fun.
No,
You're
I know.
not fun.
I know.
Go
I'd
away.
be standing there. I wouldn't be able to
Go
decide.
hide in a corner.
Unknowns,
Stop it.
exactly. Yeah. I'm sorry to be boring, but I don't go through doors. I don't know what's behind it.
You're just gonna stay in the boring room and starve to death.
No, I would go wherever I would go without going through a door.
I think, well, you have the room that you're in is blank, and the only doors that are there are into these universes. And if you just stay in one place, you're gonna just die a boring life. Starving in an empty room with blank walls.
Does the door lock behind me?
Yes. Once you step through the door, that's it.
Is there an
The
exit?
the only information that will be given in any of these scenarios is on one door it'll say no God, and on the other it'll say God.
I think that they would say one would say God and shit, and the other would say just shit.
In that case, neither door. I had enough shit too. Mm.
What do you make it more tasty? So like it. Nah, just.
What? Go ahead.
No, because the fucking thing is live. Nah.
Come on, Oscar.
I was just gonna screw.
Go on, say it.
No, sorry. Let's say for example, you like something, right? And that is in door number 1, or the one with a god in number 2. Which one you choose? That would be more tasty.
You like something? Like
no, for eternity, right? We have to eat it for eternity.
No. Okay. Forget about the eating. Something that you want, that you might would like to have for eternity, or yeah.
I can't think of anything I'd want for eternity.
Well, that's true, but oh fucking hell, we complicated the freaking issue. Yeah.
It's the broad, vague questions, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oscar, be more specific.
Give us more parameters. Or narrow it down, basically.
I guess Max and I are sitting there for just eternity, trying to decide what door to pick, right?
You indecisive fucking humans.
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready for another one?
Yeah, one more and I'm going to bed.
Okay. If a god or gods were to come down and reveal themselves to you with witnesses, so you know you're not going out of your mind here, do you think that would impact your behavior as well as science and everything that we know?
I'd be in his face with a ton of fucking questions.
Yeah, similar. It's a similar answer.
It would change how I viewed the universe, possibly. Depends on this god.
Why?
Yeah, that's kind of what a lot of these things go to.
If it's defined as more like the Christian God being in control, or like a theistic God where it's in control of everything.
Most gods are theistic.
Not all.
Well, no. Theistic just means that there's a god involved.
Yeah.
So
sorry. Yeah.
By definition, every single god is theistic.
Yeah, I guess so.
But you're talking about classical theism.
Yeah, I'm talking about classical theism.
Like an all-powerful creator god.
Yeah, I would have a whole bunch of questions. It would probably change my view of the world. I would probably accept its existence. And I'd have a whole bunch of questions for her, yeah. If it was a different type of god, say not necessarily one that's so in control or something like that as the classical monotheistic gods are, it would definitely be a different scenario. I mean, each different gods would require different scenarios, so yeah.
Or egocentric, or doesn't like gays or something like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, if it was the flying spaghetti monster, it would be interesting, and I would be very happy, actually.
Yeah.
Because I could potentially go to heaven, where there's beer volcanoes and hookers.
Totally appendage.
I'm free spaghetti.
Yes. I mean, it all depends, I would have to say, yeah. On which god.
Okay, but my question is, do you think that it would change or impact science?
He started off by saying that, yes.
Yeah, it would change my... If it was just particular to me, it would change my viewpoints on those things. If it was something that could be verifiable to more people, then it would probably change like the entire world's view.
I keep asking for a disco ball moon. That would be my evidence.
That's an interesting prayer to have.
But then again, that could be aliens doing that too. So no, I have to come up with something else. Oh, I know. Here's something. I would tell him, or her, or it, to erase all diseases, anything that biologically could kill us, so there would be no more diseases to contend with. Now that would turn a believer into me. I'll tell you that.
Well, I mean, by default, if he exists, you have to believe that he exists because he's there. I mean, the existing is a little bit irrelevant.
But the question wasn't it if he said that if without a doubt a God came down to us, right?
Would it change your worldview? Not really.
I'm more.
Yeah, it would, because I don't believe that anything.
It's not really a question of will it change your atheism kind of thing. Do you think that it would impact human development? Do you think that it would impact science?
Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was verifiable to the rest of the world, yeah.
If it actually would do anything, instead of just appear.
I mean, it depends too. If it's the
it comes in
Christian.
and sets up bitches and then moons you and then takes off, probably not.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? I can say, how well you doing with your time travel?
If it's the God of Christianity, then yes, it would change things. If it was a more deistic God that just simply maintains the universe in the way it is, I don't think it would change science too much, because that's what science is. It's studying the universe as it is, and if that God is simply maintaining the laws of the universe, then it wouldn't change science so much.
Right.
You mean a better God, right?
This has been fun.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't think I can contribute too much more because I'm going to go to bed.
Is your head hurt from laughing?
No, it's just I've been up for like 18 hours straight, and I've been drinking. Yeah. Too much caffeine and sugar in my body, a little bit too much alcohol.
Same here.
The sun's coming up soon, so.
Shit, yeah, I know. A few hours.
I'm going to add you to my circles, Max.
It was nice talking.
You seem like an interesting fellow.
Mm-hmm. I've added you, Max. Right on.
Cool.
Good meeting you, Max. Have a great night.
And Ocean, too.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Brother John, I already got you. Oscar already got you. Check.
I've already got you fiction, so.
Yeah.
That is a wicked photo.
I'm not so bad, am I?
No. The Max's YouTube thing. Okay, hell.
Yeah, I gotta turn it up here.
Sorry, which one?
Your one, your angel thingy. I mean.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool.
That is wicked. Yeah. No, seriously, it's wicked.
Yeah.
The angel thingy.
I want a tattoo like that on my back. It looks beautiful.
Oh yeah, that
the
is.
Dark
neat.
Angel.
Yeah. Reminds me of Lucifer.
Yeah, go
Mr.
bed.
Lucifer.
So yeah, add me on Google Plus and all that if you guys want.
Yeah, I put you on my friends list on this account, but I'm going to add you to the other one later and then take you off of this one because I don't really use this one too much. So just to let you know, that's what I do.
Night.
Yeah. All right, sweet dreams.
Yeah. I have to get me a new microphone. This thing's having all kinds of issues.
Why were you
I
not?
can hear you pretty well.
Yeah.
Sometimes it turns off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Sometimes your mom turns off.
Block me.
Who was it?
Vecco, he just texted me. Mentioned Oscar,
that's why he can't see
L-U-L. You know what? I'm gonna block you. Listen, Vecco, fuck you.
You know what? That's why he can't stay in the room. He's popping in.
I apologize for the moderator, yeah? But screw you, my man. Yeah.
What's the deal with you and Veckel?
Well, me with Vecco. What about the atheists and Vecco?
Yeah, all the atheists.
But like, I know the people get along with Veckel regardless of their position.
Oh, for conversation's sake, yeah.
Yeah, but
Like it's a little nutty.
Do you and Veckel just not get along, or what? Like, what's the deal?
Well, I hear his comments like any other people, and then I put forth my disagreements in a good way. I said, Oh, well, doesn't matter. You're wrong for whatever, yeah. And then the um, the thing that really topped the glass was him talking about well, it started with G-Man with the subject of the African kids or Ethiopia somewhere, yeah, and somebody was made a uh, alluded that G-Man did not care because they said that it was G-Man said that because they're not Christian, they were not dying from hunger, yeah, and Vekol alluded that uh, I if they were Christians and they were sinners, then they deserve to die or something along those lines. I go, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Something like that. And somebody else, a atheist, made a video about it. Yeah, hold on. Let me get the blinking video because I got it here saved.
But Becca has no idea. Maybe you should, put the link
No,
up
no,
there.
he has an idea because he was in the debate.
Oh, he's got a question mark. He has no idea.
Hold on, Veckel, if you can hear me, right-click on your speaker icon, go to recording, and see if your volume is turned on or your mic is activated.
Yeah, you're muted right now, Veckel.
Yeah, he's self-muted probably.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now you.
Oh
now
yeah,
can.
perfect.
No, I cannot hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, louder. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
I just came in the
Veckel,
middle of what you were saying. What was going on?
Oscar was saying that you wanted all the
Oh, he left.
children in Africa to die or something like that.
Oh, there, the Oscar just bounced.
Oscar's gone. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Did he just say that and then fuck off? Like, come on now, man.
I'm sure he'll come back.
No, he probably if they've got each other blocked.
No, they don't, because
No.
if they've blocked each other, there's no way that Veckel could have gotten into the room like a few minutes ago.
Period. Right. Okay.
Now, Oscar, I don't know if you had a very convenient time
Oh,
period.
there he's
but
back.
you can
He's
back.
There he is.
Go ahead. So, Oscar, would you like to let
Good,
Veckel know why it is that you think he is the most evil human being on the planet, and then what we should do about it?
No, Veckel's in the room now.
What is his human rating?
Oh boy, what would I walk into now?
Veckel, we're here to judge you. You are now being put before the commission,
Mm.
and
Something's gonna blow. Something's gonna blow.
there's a book somewhere it's got your name in it. I think I'm trying to find it.
I do want you both to know that if it goes full-on blood sport here, I will eat my popcorn and still like you both at the end of it, okay?
I will stand on standby here for you, Oscar.
What's going on? What'd I miss?
It's you versus Oscar on this. Basically, Oscar is saying that you insinuated something about the starvation of Ethiopian kids. That if they weren't Christian and they were sinners, then they deserved to die or something along those lines.
That's a
The
lie.
video made about it somewhere.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's just a flat-out lie.
Right, that's kind of what I figured.
Sounds like a misinterpretation of what I said.
Right.
Okay,
so I kind of want to know what the quote is that's being questioned.
Everybody, when somebody says something on a video, me, whoever, yeah, and somebody else tells something, it says no, it's a misinterpretation. It's either said it or not said it, correct? It's not a misinterpretation. It's not like reading the Bible and interpret it in 20 different ways.
Oscar, I think the best way to handle this would be
Play the video.
Yeah, let's put up a link
That's
or
right.
something so that we can see.
Because
what
even
Let's go to the videotape.
That's right. That's what I do for everyone that wants to accuse me of saying something outrageous. First of all, do you have proof that I said it? Second of all, do you understand the context behind what was said, if anything crazy was said at all? So
You're not without your controversial opinions, but a lot of times
course,
people will twist them, and
see,
that's very annoying.
Most of these problems come from atheists who just don't like what's being said to them. I mean,
Right, so they're going to try and hang you in effigy.
Yeah.
And that's not cool. People should, if you have plenty of beliefs that can be criticized on their own merit, and then you can defend them on its own merit.
Yeah,
And
the problem
that's a
is they
more
just
interesting
don't like what I'm saying,
conversation than
that's
just
all.
accusing you of believing something heinous.
Yeah. Yeah, like Skyler with his recent video about me, using the child pornography analogy.
Oh, that must have been wonderful.
Oh yeah, it was great.
First off, bad move to compare anything to child pornography with a potentially recorded conversation.
I wanted to do it for shock value, but also to get a certain point across too. And maybe I could have, brought down the details, I guess, a little bit, but I really felt that I needed to get a point across because the guy who I was talking to, I think it was Run Gav, just wasn't getting it, and I
my
personally
brother
believe that
just
he
made
was
a
just way
comment
off with his argument.
that I want to relay to this chat. He mentioned that the problem with comparing anything to child pornography is that it gives people the impression that you know what you're talking about.
Oh my goodness!
I would like to say something.
Yeah, somebody out of desperation would say something like that because anything to win an argument, So it's a form of ad hominem. That's all it is.
It's just an observation that I think is something to think about.
Yeah.
I would like to say.
I'm still gonna, I mean, the way I am is just that I say things that are gonna catch people's attention, and a lot of atheists are not gonna like it.
No, I know that that's kind of how you do.
Yeah, it's going to happen. So get ready for more videos about Veckel coming out in the future because this is who I am. And I'm challenging atheists when they make these assertions about the Christian worldview. I want to see if they're up to the task of defending their position. You got something to say it, and let's see if you can back it up.
I don't see a video linked from Oscar talking about this. So
wait.
You won't find a video of me saying that. Here's what I might say, if anything, regarding starving children. I might say something like this. If there are starving children in Africa, it is because God has a specific plan for those people.
Wrong.
Wait, wait, but Oscar, hold your tits.
So Oscar, let me ask you. So you got me saying.
Let Veckel make his point before you come in and just ransack.
Yeah. Let me say it this way first, and then I'm going to ask you a question, Oscar. This is what I would say. I would say if there are starving children in the world, which there are, then obviously God knew about it. He knows about it. He has the power to do something about it. But obviously it's going on, so he has a specific plan. Now, I would like to see a video or me saying that those children deserve it.
And Oscar, I'll say that
exactly
the last thing that you should do when you think someone is making a stupid point is to interrupt them and prevent them from doing it.
I stand corrected. Yeah, I apologize for that.
Okay. See, I think that's what happened with my conversation with Run Gav. He just and a lot of the atheists that called me a pedophile, they just heard the analogy, and that was it.
Going back, I'm just trying to say something. I'm going to mute after I'm done.
Veckel, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Okay, what I'm going to say first,
what does that mean?
Before he says something. If you're looking for shock value, don't be surprised if people get shocked. That's all I'm going to say about.
Of course.
All right. May I ask Veckel a question? Veckel, can you hear me first?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, Veckel, do you think that it's possible that God has already done something about it by giving us all the tools and abilities and the intellect to do something about it?
Yeah, that was going to be my next thing. Again, obviously there's starving children in the world, so yes, God has a specific plan. And is it possible, just like Brett said, is it possible that part of the plan...
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Yeah, I know. It had a female voice to it. But why is it not logical to say that God can use people to bring food to them for aid? Why is that not a logical conclusion?
Who do you want?
Whoever did the buzzing sound.
Well, I guess you're the one that's taking issue with him, Oscar. So I guess you can.
Okay. Well,
have you found this video yet, by the way?
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to watch him saying something. I mean, it's different. I mean, it's what more or less Veckel was trying to say at the beginning, right? He was alluding, right, that the children are like that. The children in Africa. Yeah, they are like that because God allowed it to happen. Yeah.
Well, of course, God's allowing it to happen.
Yeah. God is allowing it to happen, of course.
That is, hold on. That is if it exists in
Oh,
the
I
first.
think I know what you're talking about. Okay. Did I say something about a curse or something like that?
Probably along those lines. I mean,
Okay.
I cannot recall because you got me out of the blue. Yeah, because it was one of the original videos that you made with I don't know if it was with G-Man or with Skylar or yes,
Oscar, Oscar,
definitely a
can I
Hangout.
ask you something? Oscar, don't
Yes,
you
sir.
think that it's important? And I'm just saying, I like you. I've been having a very nice discussion with you tonight, but unless you have the evidence to present, why even bring up an accusation unless you can provide?
Because it's a knee-jerk reaction. That's why.
Yeah, it's kind of. I don't necessarily think that's an issue, but I do think that when you are asked for the evidence, you should be able to find it.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I'm waiting. I'm looking at my clock.
It's
Go ahead.
yeah. I got time. This is my day
Yeah,
off.
I'm interested in seeing it. I mean, if you can find it.
Here's something I might have said too. Here's another thing that I might have said.
It does get frustrating if somebody deletes the video that is being talked about, though.
Yeah.
That does get it. I mean, I don't know if you've deleted anything that you've made, Veckel, but
Well, it wasn't my video. I think it was G-Man's Hangout, and then Skylar took a snippet of that Hangout. But here's something I might have said. Something else I might have said. I said, if I remember correctly, I said, who knows what God's plan is or what's the reason behind it? Maybe it could be that God has a special plan, or maybe it's a curse upon those people. Who knows? So
Okay.
I didn't say when I say it like that. Obviously, you guys know that I'm speaking subjectively.
That's conjecture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I don't know what the plan is ultimately. So I said maybe it could be a curse behind it. So this is a snippet that Skylar heard the word curse come out of my mouth. And then he flashes it on the screen with the sappy music in the background, just trying to appeal to the emotion of the audience. So make Veckel look like a really, really bad Christian.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're justifying the God's intervention to make it a-okay. It's still the kids being starving to death.
No, that's not at all what I was doing. I don't justify that. I'm justifying the action of God. That's what I'm justifying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you're actually justifying his action.
Yeah, well, I'm a Christian. I'm not gonna sit here and let an atheist say all these horrible things.
Can I say something? Since when does
you can have your
God
opinions.
need a human being to justify his actions?
You're right. He doesn't, but he gives us the privilege to do so. You can have your opinions about God.
Give
A lot of
yourself
Christians
the
have their
privilege.
opinions about God. That's fine. I mean,
Give yourself the privilege.
No. God commands us to defend the faith, and that's what we do.
Well, first of all, it has to exist to actually command it. Okay?
Well, that's your assumption. You can think that if you want.
Well,
So, do you hear the voice? Do you hear the voice of God, Veckel?
We hear it through His Word. Yep, and through other Christians. Yep.
Not an audible voice, though. Do you hear audible
No,
voice?
not an audible voice. Nope. If any Christian say they hear an audible voice, I do question it. But
and imagine
like a burning
voice.
bush or something like that.
Exactly. Fizzling, burning sensation. Bush.
Well, Oscar and Fiction, can I ask you guys a question? Do you think people
anything like that?
Do you think that individuals deserve to starve?
Do I think that?
No.
Are you asking me?
If you're convinced of that, then why not go do something about it?
Depends on the individual.
I do.
That's the question.
I do.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Oh, would you mind sharing with us? What do you do?
Anytime I see somebody hungry, I give them food.
Oh, okay, but God doesn't do that.
If I can afford it.
Trying to assert?
Sorry?
But are you asserting that God doesn't do that, or?
God can't do anything. He doesn't exist.
That's your opinion.
Well, everything that you say is your opinion, Veckel. I mean, for God's sake.
You guys are making assertions that you have no ability
There's
to
no
back
evidence. It's not my opinion. There's no evidence.
up. No, it's your opinion that there is no evidence.
No, it's not. Not
Yes,
in my
it is.
opinion.
You're making
No.
a claim that you can't back
Can I
up.
ask you something? Fiction.
I'm willing to say that there is evidence of God. It's just whether or not we're willing to accept
Exactly.
You guys are talking over each other. Never heard your point.
All right. Sorry, I was going to ask Fiction a question. If hypothetically, in your mind, you were to perceive that there is a God and He created you, would that mean that every time you feed someone, it's because God gave you the ability to do so? Yes or no?
What was the first part of that? I missed it.
If hypothetically you perceived or believed that a God had created you and this God did exist and you went out and fed people, would this not mean that the reason why you fed these people is because you have the ability, the tools to be able to do so because of what God created you to do?
I don't live by any hypothetical gods, so I can't answer that
Okay,
honestly.
so you get my point, though.
What'd you say? I was busy calling Noah an idiot in the side chat.
You're mean, Ocean.
I am. What did you say? Your mic muted.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was saying to her, because obviously she's clearly a non-believer that has issues with belief in God, is this. If you hypothetically did believe that there was a God that is interactive and that created the universe, then you would also have to accept that he gave you the tools and the ability to be able to feed starving children, if, in fact, you believed in a God.
Makes a certain amount of sense.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Sorry, I can't answer a question. Doesn't make sense.
Time for more cookies.
Time for another drink.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if we granted that existed in the first place, I would not say, oh, let me go and feed the kids. I would say, why the hell do you allow that to happen in the first place? Yeah, that would be absolutely ridiculous.
And
to
then
actually
God responds to you, why the hell do you let that happen in the first place?
Me? I did let
Yes.
it.
Well, yes, you do.
I haven't got the
You're
power.
on the planet, you have access to food, and you're eating it, and you're not helping out these starving children.
I would create a way that
No,
we can help
okay.
themselves.
If we're gonna play that, if you're gonna play that game, yeah, that I'm responsible for those children and not your God, you got something coming.
Well, I mean, I will certainly play that card. What's the something I've got coming?
That you imply, because if there is a God, it is more my fault than him that he can that I can fix it.
Oh, you're the one with the food. What do you expect? To just manna to fall from the
And
sky?
Yeah, but if he exists, then he's the one that can provide it.
And he's got who's got more power, him or me?
You're the one with the food, and God is not necessarily
he hasn't
interacting
got no
right
food.
now.
So he hasn't got no food. He's on vacation.
Well, he's immaterial, so.
I don't mean to be a party pooper here, Oscar, but not only would have the God created you with the ability to help, but he also created the very food. I'll be right back.
Sure.
There's food enough on this planet for everybody to eat.
Right.
This planet has the ability to feed everybody. God doesn't need to come in and just drop food everywhere that everyone is starving in order to make sure that everybody's got a safety net to survive. We can manage our own planet to make sure that everybody has access to food. So that is why God would turn the question back to you and say, why are you letting this happen?
Okay. Well, I'm asking the question. Let's hope for the answer then. But don't answer for him.
Well, I mean, if God responds with that,
well, if it doesn't respond, it doesn't exist, right?
No, that's not necessarily true.
That's not necessarily true at all. But I think that the hypothetical answer that I'm providing is one that is interesting, but you're choosing to ignore it.
Oh, you mean you want me to accept that it exists, but I don't do fuck all about the kids in Africa, right?
Well, no, I'm saying that you exist, and you're not doing fuck all about the kids in Africa.
Correct. But if a supernatural entity does got a little bit more power than me, he doesn't do far less. It is disproportional.
The thing that God has done to feed the starving kids in Africa is provide you with a planet that can feed everyone.
Oh, so
you have the ability to do it. It's just that you need to farm the land.
He passes the problem to the humans.
He gave us the means.
I'd say he's a God that passes the buck, wouldn't you say?
We have the means to do no, because it's not his fault that anybody's starving. It's ours.
Well, if this hypothetical God created the earth, why didn't he create the land around these starving people that can't grow for themselves to make it more fertile land? How about that?
That's usually not the issue. It's that they have the fertile land. They just
issue in this
don't
hypothetical
use it very well,
situation.
or there's war all over the place. And anytime they do try to farm, it gets burned. So, like, especially with regards to Central Africa, that's kind of how it works. They start farming, somebody destroys the farm. So, what can you do about that?
No, I'm just gonna send my elite commandos to try to sort out the people who actually do it the harm to the farm, so the people there can plant the seeds, right? You mean to make something up, yeah, to solve the problem.
Well, I think that humanity can solve the problem if we work together.
I agree again. Yeah.
But, so you're blaming God for something that He's not doing.
No, I don't blame nothing that exists. Don't be silly. Do you think I'm blaming? This is a hypothetical. Remember? Yeah. You're saying that exists. No, I don't believe it either.
I got a BRB for a second.
Yeah, go on.
You're blaming him in the hypothetical, is what I'm saying. You know.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
If we play the hypothetical game, fine. Yeah. I'm saying it's like blaming a father. You actually putting the blame on a child instead of the father. The father responsible for the actions of the son, of the children, right? And you're asking. You are my friend. You are the child like me. You say, oh, why do you solve your own problems? Forget about your father, right? Who's got more power? Who is if he exists, as I said, hypothetical. If he's got far more power, well, fucking hell, far more power, infinite power. Yeah, don't be silly, right?
You're funny when you're mad.
Right? And the geezer can click his, he can do a universe in a flick of a finger, right? Do you think he can handle feeding a few 100,000 or probably a couple of million people? Yeah. And then somebody had to say, "Oh no, it is our responsibility." That's a cozy answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To pass the blame to to humanity when the designer made a shitty design in the first place.
I'd say there's nothing wrong with the design. It's just how we're using it.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think there's plenty of food. It's just a resource distribution problem, really.
I agree. Again.
I agree too.
Right. So you're passing the buck onto God. When He provided you with everything that was needed, you just aren't using it.
Well, with the claims that
and then you're
God
blaming Him.
The Bible, their ocean.
Say what?
With all the claims that are listed in the Bible, why wouldn't we believe a hypothetical God should have all the answers and resolutions for humanity?
I mean, I'm not a Christian, so that'd be up to one of the Christians
I'm
in the
just
room to
posing
answer.
it back.
I'll go for it.
I'm just posing it back to your statement.
What were you asking? I just got back.
It's like that. The argument that Oscar's providing could be levied against a deist God as well. It's one that has the power but doesn't really do anything, but still claims to love. And I'm kind of responding with that.
Ocean.
All the claims that are made in the Bible, if we're talking about the Christian Bible, He doesn't need any of us to do anything. If He's all powerful, all knowing.
I guess that's fair, Scott. Hold on. Yeah, not necessarily, but could. But if you have a loving God that doesn't intervene, then I think that those are. Yeah.
Fiction.
There's interesting things being said in the side chat.
May I ask a question? Earlier, I asked if God were to reveal Himself to the world right now, would it have an impact on our behaviors, the way we live, our very science, our very desire to discover things within our world and the universe, if God were just to simply answer every question we want every minute of the day? What would that do to us as humans if He were to put Himself in that position for us?
We'd be fucking lazy. It just takes away our ability to think for ourselves.
Yeah, but hold on. If some special people go to heaven, right? I don't see them doing some work, right? So laziness is an understatement.
What question are you answering?
No,
I
what
don't
I'm saying
even know
is
what he's saying.
okay. if God answered the question and somebody said that, oh, that will make the humans lazy, okay, so that's the equivalent of the soul going, or whatever thing goes to heaven. They're not going to start peeling potatoes, right? They're not going to work, right? So they're going to be more lazy than here and forever.
I don't know if you're agreeing with me or not.
What's that?
And I want
He's
to add
saying
too.
heaven is just as bad, is what he's saying, Clayton.
I think that's kind of what he's saying, but I'm
And
not
I'd
sure.
also add that it's
I guess I'm just
equivalent
missing
of
it.
it's the equivalent of people being ordered to pray instead of actually doing something to resolve an issue. It's very equivalent to what Oscar said.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, praying actually helps people all the time. Just being prayed for doesn't usually help you.
That's not true. There has been a study that praying does absolutely nothing.
How can you possibly verify that?
That's not true at all.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. How can you possibly
No,
verify that?
Friction. What you
Praying
talk?
that,
No.
No,
I think that the study you're talking about is praying for people doesn't
that's
necessarily do
insane.
very much.
Yeah.
People who know they're
From a
being prayed
statistic
for
it's from a
and people who
statistical
don't know
analysis.
they're being prayed for end up with the same results.
Yes, that's what I said, Friction.
What?
I don't think that there's any
Are you talking?
statistics.
What
May
kind
I,
of
may I say that there's no science or statistics behind what you just said about prayer? I think you're going along with a bumper sticker that says nothing fails in prayer.
No. There's an actual study
That's what
that's
you're
been
doing.
done in
Show me the
hospitals.
study.
You got a link?
There was a study
Let's look at
by
the
the Templeton Foundation that found that people who were prayed for and knew about it actually got worse. But as I said praying for things helps you.
You hear the insanity in that, right?
Yeah, the individual emotionally correct.
You
Yes.
hear the insanity in that, right?
What's the insanity?
The insanity is that you're assuming that no prayers has been answered at all in the history of mankind. You have
I'm not.
Not because of prayer.
You have millions.
No, it was a Christian organization conducting the study, actually.
Well, then
That
they're
doesn't,
wrong.
that doesn't matter.
What do you mean by prayers answered?
They're wrong. I mean, you have millions of testimonies of people making prayers, and those specific prayers have come to pass.
But Becca,
Okay,
what
now,
do you
does
mean
that
by
necessarily
prayers
prove that God
answered?
exists? No, but the fact of the matter is the prayers have been answered according to these
When
testimonies.
you get 6 billion people, there's going to be a coincidence
not
somewhere.
Well, I didn't say 6
How many?
billion, but I'm talking about
how many-
people in the past.
No, I'm saying there's 6 billion people on the planet, and when you've got that many, there's going to be a coincidence somewhere.
Becca, what do you mean?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So, and that coincidence
doesn't mean
could amount
anything.
to millions of prayers being answered.
That is, coincidences don't mean anything. It doesn't prove that God is not there.
No, I don't think that it does either. But I'm saying that the claim that you're making can be addressed with coincidences.
Well, see, that's the thing. You can't say either or. That's why some people have a problem with G-Man's argument about the prayer answer prayer argument. It's unfalsifiable. It's subjective
So the whole,
at its
yes,
core
no,
level.
Now, how did this study work? Did they go to over 1 billion Christians and 1 billion Muslims and hey, by the way, prayer work for you?
That's really what I want to know is.
Do you want me to explain the study? Do you want me to explain the study?
The study that Fiction is bringing up specifically, I'd want to see it.
Yeah,
me too.
I heard what she was talking
Is she talking about the Templeton study?
I'm fairly certain that she was talking about the Templeton study.
Okay, I'd love to see
Basically,
that.
There were a set of patients that were prayed for and knew about it, a set of patients who, I believe, don't quote me on this, who were prayed for and didn't know about it, and then a group that was controlled that was not prayed for. And the people who were prayed for and didn't know about it, and the people and the control group were basically indistinguishable. And the people who were prayed for and knew about it actually had worse results.
That means absolutely nothing. That means absolutely nothing.
I agree with
Yes.
Veckel, but at the same time, it doesn't back up what Fiction said, that prayer doesn't necessarily do anything.
Right.
Okay, do the other way around. Veko, have you got proof, solid proof that that prayers answer whatever they're asking?
Does there need to be?
Well, you have
your God. Does that
Oscar,
kill you?
You have to think about this. You have more than the people that this supposed survey has done a test on. Okay, and so far none of the subjects in that test none of the things came out. None of the results came out the way they expected it with that survey.
No,
But that
fine.
means
Okay,
absolutely
let's say
nothing. You
no, that's
got
fine. I disregard that study. Okay, let's put it out of the way.
okay.
You are saying that prayer does the prayers are answered. Okay, have you got evidence of
I
that?
believe that.
No, don't believe it. Fact. I mean,
Well,
you can believe anything, my man.
well, the only like for me personally, there's one thing that I'd rather not talk about right now because it's sort of personal. So maybe some other time I could talk about it. But I mean, again, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of testimony, people from all walks of life, people from all different nations, all different backgrounds, who've all come to Jesus Christ through the same way because of answered prayer, or even after
What is that?
going to
What is
Christ.
that?
Beckle, you interviewed all these thousands of people from all
Exactly.
walks of life.
No, I have not.
I'm not
But
trying to. I'm not trying to be. Hey,
wait. So let me tell you. So let me ask you. So you mean to tell me that all these people are lying, or is it they have some kind of neurological issue because they've confessed that they've made
I'm
prayer?
saying you're making a claim that thousands of people from all different nations got
Yes.
answers to prayer. And the other
Yeah.
question I have is, what does it mean
Yeah.
by answered prayer?
Yeah.
Is it answered prayer meaning the person got what they wanted?
No, see, that's another problem with the understanding. Again, answered prayer does not mean that you pray, you ask God for something, then He just gives it to you. No, the real reason that we Christians pray is so that we can become more conformed to the image of Christ. So it's a form of humbling. It's a form of gaining humility in the eyes of God. So it's not so much, Lord, give me this car so I could get this car. No, God is not no errand boy. He don't do what we want him to do at the drop of a dime. No, he does what he wants to do.
Are you called to pray according to God's will?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now there are promises in the Bible, right? There are promises, specifically, in James, where it says, "If anyone's sick among you, bring the elders with you and pray over them, and they shall be healed." It seems like a promise, right? That sounds like a promise to me. There's countless times people being prayed for, bring the elders. I can personally attest to that, and they're not healed.
Okay, and you are aware that in that same chapter with that verse you just quoted, it also talks about you ask not because you have not, or you have not because you ask not, or you have not because you ask amiss. So you are aware of there are certain consequences in which God will not answer a prayer, right? I mean, you seem to be pretty familiar with that verse.
Okay. But then it goes again, it goes back to the whole that video with Veckel, and it's unfalsifiable. So how can you or anybody prove that any prayers are really answered
that's what I was
by
saying.
God?
That's what I was
I'm
saying. It's I agree with when the atheist makes the argument that it's unfalsifiable. It doesn't prove that God exists. However, we do have these results and these testimonies of people all over the world. People don't even speak our language, yet they've been brought to Christ because of something they prayed about, or even after coming to Christ, they've prayed and a prayer has been answered. Now, the atheist could look at that answered
Okay,
prayer and
Becca, look
say,
in the side chat. I just posted the link.
"Yep,
Go to Wikipedia and read all about prayer.
yeah, okay."
Yay,
but
Wikipedia.
I'll sit down and read this, but again, this is coming from a fallible human being who has no omniscience. This is the other argument I was going to say. In order for you to declare that prayer does not work, you're going to have to be God yourself.
Yeah,
but you're going to have omniscient knowledge.
Okay, but
Hold on a second. You're going to have omniscient knowledge of every single human being that's ever lived, that's ever existed, at all places, at all times, and have record of every single prayer that they've ever made, and declare that it was either coincidence or that nothing happened at all. How can anyone possibly do that?
Right, but you're saying you are dismissing whatever we say because we are fallible. But you are fallible, and you say, "Oh, you see, how can they be wrong? Millions of people praying." Do you understand? Do you understand the disparity?
No,
of what you're saying?
I just think that you don't like the challenges that I'm posing to your position.
What challenge?
Here.
You're not challenge. You're not making
That's
a
why
single
you're
challenge.
criticizing my argument. I'm not criticizing you. I'm challenging you. You guys come up with statements that there is no evidence of God, and then when I challenge you to it, you turn around and say,
"No, but show it." No, you're trying to prove a negative.
You made an assertion, so you have to back it up.
What is your
Come on, even the
assertion?
most, and I'm not trying to assault you by saying this, but even the most intelligent atheists that are very well versed in the field of atheist apologetics, they know that when you make an assertion, you have the onus on you to back it up.
Right,
You
but
made a
you
claim.
started.
You made a claim that God does not exist and that there's no evidence. I'd like for you to show everyone here how you can do that, how you can prove that there's no evidence of God. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I made a short video saying that if there is a God, because I don't know, because he would know that I don't know that he believes.
I
For
agree.
me to for me to prove for him to prove that he exists to me, I want him to grow some limbs of somebody and I name the person. That hasn't happened.
So God has to do these things
No,
in
no, no,
order
no,
to
no. He has
exist.
to prove. I don't know that he exists. So he has to prove to me that he exists by this means. Yeah,
Says
and then
who?
I
Who
said,
says that God has to prove himself to you?
why are you complicating the issue?
I'm not.
No,
Yes,
he's
you are.
absolutely not.
You're a fallible man, Oscar.
You are
You're
fallible
telling
man as
me
well.
that
You
if
make it. You make it true statements.
God wants me to believe in him, then he better do this, he better do that. I like to see.
Yeah,
You're not talking
that's
about
not
the
the
God that I
attitude that
worship. You're
works.
talking about some other God, but you ain't talking about the God that created
Of
everything.
course, that's
May I
what
say something? May I
every
say
Christian
something
say
real
is my
quick?
God.
Hello.
Yeah, so you don't like my
May I say
responses. That's all.
something? Now you gave me a Wikipedia page during supposedly prayer network, and now let me give you a Wikipedia page where it says it does. There you
Yeah,
go.
there you go. Bam. There you go. But you know what's going to happen, Brett, right? It's just going to be immediately discredited. They're gonna be like, oh well, this is it's. They're gonna perform what's called a genetic fallacy because it came from a Christian. Of course, it's going to be very biased. So we need to get something that's in science, and outside of religion, and that's not going to take a biased view, and yeah, yada yada yada. So I mean, it's the same circle over and over again in these hangouts. Atheists make a claim that God doesn't exist. They reject the evidence that we provide to them, and then next,
What
we're
evidence?
back.
What evidence?
Has it ever crossed your mind that there's a lot of people out there that may not want to share their testimonials because
No,
they
no,
don't want
no. I
somebody
understand.
telling them that they're retarded or this,
No, no,
this,
no, no,
that,
no, no,
or
no, no. I never.
and
I,
all
I,
of it didn't
Hey,
actually happen?
Oscar, if we want to talk about evidence of God, the Bible is evidence of God.
that's circular. That's a circular.
There you go. No,
That's
no,
circular.
that's not circular. You're asking for evidence of
That's
God.
not circular.
That's circular.
The Bible is
The
evidence
only
of
way
God.
the only way you know God is by reading the Bible in the first place, or
I'm
somebody
an
No,
told you.
no, it
atheist, and
hasn't.
the
No,
Bible is
everybody.
evidence of God.
No,
Oh,
you
I
know that
see.
God exists, Oscar.
Oscar,
Sorry?
the concept of God predates the Bible. So,
Yep, it sure does.
No, gods, for different type of gods.
the
Talking
concept
about
of the Judaic God, Yahweh, predates the Bible.
okay, it could be in the Old Testament or whatever.
I'm just saying it predates the Bible, but the Bible, the written word there is evidence of a
What
God.
Bible? The King James Bible or the people who wrote
No,
the
the
scriptures?
The translation is irrelevant. It's just the damn book.
Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about the Hebrew and the Hebrew scriptures.
No, I'm
Let's say the
talking
Torah.
about the fact that it exists in the first place, and that there are
Right.
records pointing out miracles. That's evidence of God. Now
Really?
you can accept the records that are pointing out the miracles of God,
So
Exactly.
those records
Exactly.
as evidence, or you can reject it.
Yeah, exactly.
okay, so
Completely up to you.
okay, fine. So you can accept the Lords of the Ring books that any of the characters exist because the book says so.
Hey,
So what
whatever,
books are you
whatever
talking
butters
about?
your biscuit, man.
Hold on,
Right,
Oscar.
right.
Oscar,
That's not
what
my
books are you
problem.
talking about?
Right.
What books are you talking about?
Lords of the Rings.
Lord of the
Lord of the
Rings.
Now,
Rings. Lord of the Rings
Oscar, I've got an
doesn't work
interesting
because Lord of
question.
the Rings is not a historical text. The Bible is a historical text.
Oh,
Oscar,
wait
Oscar.
2,000 years. Yes, sir.
Okay, Oscar in fiction, this is for both of you. How do you feel about the people out there who did not pray but still claim that God revealed something to them and they didn't even pray? How do you feel about that?
Coincidence.
I do.
No, I
I'm
don't
the
know.
one who brought the
I leave some
coincidence thing
honest.
to the
I
table.
don't know.
Because
Well,
I'm kind of fighting
let
on
me give
both
you an
sides.
example of something. And you're probably going to go, oh no, YouTube doesn't have any kind of thing. But there's literally hundreds of videos on YouTube where people are saying that they were ex-atheists. They had death experiences where they were certifiably where their brain was dead, very little going on, and they claim that they have seen a spiritual realm. How do you explain that? And they didn't pray, but they got revealed something.
Yeah, I got a whole playlist right here if you're ever interested. Bam, there it is.
Who knows what the brain does when it dies?
Oh yeah, that's that sounds like one of those arguments I've heard where they said what did they say about the apostles when they saw Jesus resurrected? They said that they were all hallucinating.
Mass hallucination. Well, there are mass hallucinations.
I doubt that actually, Vekel.
But there are some atheists out there that use that argument.
No, I mean I've heard the argument before, and I've also there's evidence for mass hallucinations, but usually everybody's on drugs.
Yeah,
So-
and
There
also
must have been some ancient
Right.
wacky weed flying in the air. And
Basically,
They-
that's the idea that everybody was.
the hallucinations are all different is the thing. Not the same. But I mean,
Right, and that, yeah, Recklin, I
they
agree.
kind of the books kind of are, but they're basically the same, just different accounts of the same.
Whoa,
event.
dude! Did you
the
just
thing
see
is-
Jesus just come through the wall? Yeah, man. He just
Beckel,
he's
the
back.
whole mass hallucination thing is kind of it's unnecessary as a response because
Yeah, it's desperate. That's what
well,
it is.
No, it's not only desperate, it's just not a good response because the better response is look, it doesn't matter that you have 200 witnesses. All you have is one record pointing out that there's 200 witnesses.
Yeah.
The record could be fabricated if you want to call
Yeah,
it.
that, if
honest.
anything,
Yeah,
right.
That's
I agree
that's
with
a
that.
better response, I think.
Yeah, the record of it could be fabricated, right? But to assert that, I mean, to me, it just sounds like utter desperation. Like, let me see. They're just thinking in the
Just to
basement,
try to explain what's in there.
banging their
no,
head.
don't
you
do
know.
that. It's not
Yeah.
a good response.
Now, how do you guys feel about the study where it states that theists actually live longer, healthier lives? That seems more beneficiary for humanity than what is happening in the atheist study.
Maybe it's that power
Tortoise-
of prayer or something. I don't know.
Yeah, tortoises also live longer than humans. Maybe we should become tortoises.
That's right. You're an evolutionist, aren't you? So, yeah.
Fucking turtles, man. let's all grow fucking shells and shit.
Now that I've never heard of, Brett. I have to look into that.
Yeah, just typing in over in Google, tons and tons of
Yeah,
pages.
but anybody who's in the field of debate, they're very familiar with the debate arena. You know that when you make an assertion, you should be prepared to back it up. And that's all I'm saying to both Fiction and Oscar here. When you say that God does not exist, you need to show evidence, or you need to be able to validate that claim. You can't just
It's evidence anyway. If we
the
didn't
Christian,
have it.
the Christian, it doesn't work that way with Christians anymore. You don't just go up to a Christian and say, "Prove your God exists." No, because you don't have the atheists do not have the default position. I'm sorry.
Okay, here you go. Here, I'll provide you guys a huge thing here that you can see that theists live longer, healthier lives.
And Vekel,
Dink.
Vekel, on what you said about the default position, it really depends on how you define atheism. The way I define atheism, I think you're correct. The way most define atheism, I think it is the default position.
Well, I disagree.
If it's just
I
a
don't
mere
think
lack
people
of
are taught that God exists. I think people
Well,
are taught
The
aspects of
whole
God.
the whole lack of belief thing is a useless word. So
yeah, the lack of belief thing, if that's what your definition of atheism is kind of useless, but I mean, that is the default position.
Well, the Bible talks about people who have different gods. So obviously, these people knew that the real God existed, but they rejected him because they wanted to follow a false God. And I think the same applies to the atheists or the so-called atheists today. Is that they know that God exists. They just don't know. They don't know who He is. That's all. They don't know.
Well, in order to know that God exists, you have to believe that God exists, and I don't believe.
No, but yeah, well, that's fine. But you can think that what you want, but the Christian will tell you that the Bible makes it very clear that the fool has said in his heart, there is no God. What does that mean? That doesn't mean that the atheist is a fool, that he's stupid, he doesn't know anything. It just means that he's a fool for denying the fact, the obvious, that of what God has done inside of every human being. Every human being knows that God exists. It's just that some don't know who He is. Some think He's the Buddhist deity, or this deity, or that deity. Before I came to Christ, I knew God existed. It's just that I didn't have a relationship with Him. I didn't know Him until He revealed Himself to me about 10 years ago. Now,
Yeah.
And he's done the
So
same thing with other people. I mean, even with Muslims. I mean, you hear testimonies of thousands of Muslims having dreams of Christ, and even in the middle of their Muslim populated areas where persecution is a very real thing to them, they still convert to Christ. Many of them are killed, many
yeah.
of them are maimed, thrown in jail. You know,
So Vekal, what would you respond with if I just said, deep down, you know that your religion is bullshit, and you actually know that no God exists? What would be your response?
well,
'Cause
I would respond the way you do when we tell you about that. You know that God exists. But I expect that though. Just like you should expect me to believe that I'm just. I mean, you should
well,
expect me to
I
laugh.
don't, because I don't presume to know more than you do about your own self, because I'm not as arrogant as you, seemingly.
It's not me though. I mean, you're accusing the Bible. I'm not the one making the claim. It's the Bible. The Bible
Well,
makes the claim.
if we're going to be honest here, you're making the claim on the Bible's behalf, but all right.
Yes. So why are you saying I'm the arrogant one? I'm just telling you what the Bible says about mankind. This is the anthropology of that's given in the Bible. I mean, you want to call me arrogant, fine. By all means, do so. But I'm just a messenger. I'm repeating the message.
Since I'm here, Vekal, I don't want to forget. I want to ask you. You said that like non-Christian kids in Africa don't deserve to starve. Did you? Is that
Actually,
a fair position that you said?
I'm gonna say something even harsher that I know a lot of you atheists are not gonna like. You ready?
Trust
Sure.
me, you ain't gonna
Get
have
ready,
a
Skylar and Max Trivium. Get ready, because I know you're gonna love
I'm
this.
ready.
Okay,
I'm ready.
here it is. They actually deserve worse.
Oh, okay. That I was just making sure that that was clear. I already thought you.
And
I
you
assumed
deserve
that
worse
you
too.
thought they deserved hell. You know.
Yep.
Why?
Yeah, and I
Why?
deserve worse. We
No,
all deserve
no, no,
worse.
no, 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 no. That's generalizing.
Because
Why
they're
those
sinners,
people?
Why
Oscar.
do
They're
they deserve
sinners.
worse? I'm not.
Yeah.
Huh?
Why?
Because they've sinned against the holy and mighty God and perfect God. That's why.
Really?
It is by God's grace that they're still alive today, and that they have people, Christians, organizations going over there and feeding them today. It is by God's grace that you're here talking to me through this Google Hangout, that you have food, that you have a place to live,
Oh,
that
okay.
you can say the things about God and still live and still breathe another day.
Let me
Can
write
I
it down.
can I ask
I
may,
wasn't aware of that.
may I ask Reclan a question? Reclan, I was looking at your Google Plus and I noticed that you made a comment on a video called Potty Mouth Princess, where it's basically a little girl that cusses. You
Yep.
called her a money whoring cunt, a child.
Oh no, I called their website. I called the creators of the video, not the
But
little girls.
well, how are they going to differentiate between that? It's a little girl in the video.
I
The
kind of
ones who are
agree with
behind the
him that the
video.
creators of those videos are money whoring cunts.
Well, I mean, the website is promoting. It's using domestic violence and things like that to sell T-shirts. Is what they're basically doing.
Oh my goodness, that is harsh.
Yeah, it's not good.
I'm gonna take a look at this. This is ignorant. I can't believe some of the stuff humans choose to do with themselves.
So at first glance, I seem like
But that goes back to supporting what I was saying before about how we all deserve worse than what's happening to those people in Africa.
You know, a lot of people have wronged me. Not as many as who have helped me along the way, but regardless, I don't think any of them deserve to burn forever for any reason whatsoever.
Yeah, that's fine. That's your opinion. I mean, but you're speaking as a fallible, finite human being. You don't know what sins they've committed.
Hold on, hold on. So you are fallible. Are you saying that
Yes, I'm fallible. Yes.
what it says in the Bible is correct? So I cannot follow
yeah.
that. Well, why?
Because I'm a Christian.
Doesn't matter. You're still fallible.
Okay, I
Yeah.
gotta ask Reclan another question because I noticed he
I am
left.
fallible.
I noticed you left a comment in one of my videos having to do with cannibalism. You wrote, "Babies are very tasty." Why did you put that for?
Because
For the
they are. Have you ever had a baby with like a little barbecue sauce?
Jeez.
That's the atheist petite. That's
Like,
atheist
Other
argument.
white meat.
You like to
A1
eat
barbecue
baby?
sauce is fantastic on babies, especially the rolled legs are really, really tender.
Gotta
Oh,
put a
the
Oh no,
bones are
actually,
barbecue
edible
Reuven
on
is
it.
too.
correct. Worcestershire sauce
We're
is much
talking
better
about
on babies.
helping. We're talking about feeding starving people, not eating them, man.
I know, right?
What is up with that?
Don't
It's
have
one
to
of
take
those
any
solutions.
calcium when you eat baby bones.
It's one of
I
the
want my baby
solutions that
bone
we've
eaten.
provided about solving the starving people epidemic. It's just eating the babies. Like Jonathan Swift was onto something, I think.
I want my baby bones, baby bones, baby
All
bones,
right,
baby bones,
I'm
baby
gonna
bones.
I'm gonna ask a very controversial question. I can name quite a few different organizations out there that are of religious status that will go out and try to feed people and help people. Can you name one atheist organization right off the top of your head that's going out and feeding African starving children?
I'm going to post a link to a fantastic piece of literature from Ireland called A Modest Proposal.
Well, I was actually meaning someone who's doing something, not proposing things.
Well, I mean, this is something that could be done.
Did I hear that question correctly? Did you ask if what atheist is actively doing something?
I said atheist organization. Can you think of one right off the top of your head that is feeding starving African children?
UNICEF is not a religious organization, and it is doing that.
UNICEF.
Yeah, but there's a difference between a
I know
non-religious
Hemley
organization and an
Gomez.
atheist.
Do you know Hemley?
If atheist is lack of a belief in God, then UNICEF would be an atheist organization because it doesn't ascribe to any particular religious heading.
There's an activist, Hemley Gomez, that
Now,
works
if you were to
in
ask me,
India.
about that.
If you were to ask me,
He's an atheist.
if you were
It
to
works
ask me,
with
if you were to ask me
organizations,
right
but it's
now,
not one itself.
if you were to ask me right now, how many atheists on YouTube are asking for donations from their audience, I could name a whole list of them. But if you were to say, how many atheist organizations are feeding starving African children, it's a little rough, isn't it? Go ahead.
I mean, UNICEF is a really easy answer, and it's a huge organization.
Oh,
UNICEF,
I don't.
you say?
But it's not a purely atheistic organization.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by purely atheistic. Like,
You mean
how
spreading
more
atheism?
atheistic do
Where
you
they're
need?
doing things in the name of atheism. That's the
I don't
thing.
think there's any organization doing things in the name.
No.
Like, what defines that?
Well, see, that's part of the argument I think Brett is bringing
Why?
up. He says
Why
we
would
have
you-
organizations that are doing these things in the name of Christ, in the name of God, or whatever deity that they're following.
And then you have other organizations that are not doing it in the name of any god, which would be an atheist organization such as UNICEF.
Well, I don't know if that would be considered atheist, though, just because it's
UNICEF is
religious
not
at
doing
this point.
anything in the name of
going
any
around
god, so
to spread
I
my
would consider
non-belief
it a
in
non-religious
fairies.
organization. It
I-
works
I
with
don't know
religious
if I would put that
organizations,
in
but
the
it doesn't
same
do anything in the name of anybody.
You want me to tell you why people
I don't know if I'll
don't,
put that in the same category,
Speckle,
but I'll
you know,
give you the benefit of the doubt for right now.
Speckle, do
I
you
just
know why?
posted one.
God dang it. Okay, so the reason that we're not going around spreading atheism is because there's no reason to.
You're
There's no
not.
reason. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, these
spreading
organizations,
atheism,
there's
I was
no
talking
need
about
to
feeding people.
add atheism to them.
You're not.
These organizations. No,
You
these
better talk to your
organizations
boy
aren't.
Richard Dawkins and
My lawyer.
Aaron Raw and all those other God haters, Cult of Dusty and who else? Dan Barker, Christopher
All
Hitchens.
right.
Oh, who's that? Sorry.
I googled UNICEF that you were talking about, and there's people accusing the organization of being Christian-based. So, can you show me something that is solid of an atheist organization doing it? Because people are all over Google here. Here, I'll even give you a link. You can take a look for yourself. They are accusing this group that you obviously admire and respect of being Christian-oriented. There you go.
Okay. Can I throw something back to you, Brett? You know,
You
you're
can throw
talking about
anything you
doing
like.
things
Let
in
me
the
get my
name
catcher's
of.
mitt.
Okay, all right. So, doing things in the name of Christianity versus an atheism. How many deaths in the name of atheism can you give me examples of?
You want me to what, like killings, murders, that kind of stuff?
In the name of
Yeah.
atheism.
Oh, y'all asked the wrong
Genocides,
person.
whatever you want.
If UNICEF is not an atheist organization, then you're going to have a lot of trouble with that.
Oh, well, so if I were to say Joseph Stalin killed millions, you're going to say, well,
In
he
the
was
name-
an
in the
atheist,
name of
but he wasn't
atheism?
doing it
Right.
for
Well, I mean,
religious
atheism,
views,
Brad?
it
right?
depends. If you accept that UNICEF is an atheist organization,
Jeffrey Dahmer, he was a serial killer. He killed people, and
how many
In the
people
name of
have
atheism.
killed
well,
people
actually,
not in the name of
I
God?
have an interview where he states because of his ideology, he did.
That's right. That's right.
So let me go
He
ahead
did
and
say it.
grab that for you as well. Make sure you
Yeah.
like that one up.
As a
I
matter
know
of fact,
you'll
yeah,
enjoy it.
after his conversion to Christ, he says he began to realize that with God in the picture, he realized that what he did was a sin, because within the worldview of atheism, there was no right or wrong. He could do whatever he wants.
There you
That's
go.
what
It's Jeffrey
atheism tells you.
Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer right there. He
So
tells.
he's a Christian now.
Well,
He's
dead
dead
now.
now. But
Yeah.
Oh, was he a Christian afterwards?
yeah, according to the interview.
Okay, so we can revert that like normally the Christian says. So you were never a Christian, so he was never a true atheist.
Well, hold on a
Well,
second.
don't you guys want us to
That's
take
not
these
actually-
people
You
at their
understand?
word? I mean,
No,
you guys
I'm
get on our
saying-
case
saying
when we
it.
say
No,
things
no,
like
I'm
Adolf
just saying
Hitler.
it.
Wait, Oscar, wait. I'm willing to accept Jeffrey Dahmer. So far we have 17. 17 deaths. Meanwhile, on the Christian side, I'm going to just put forward the Crusades. It's more than 17.
So?
A little bit more.
What's that mean?
If we're going to be playing scorecards here, let's come
What's
up
that
with more
mean?
than
That
Jeffrey
means
Dahmer.
nothing. So what?
Well, I mean, the question was posed like it meant something, and so now we're talking about numbers like it doesn't mean anything.
No,
Yeah,
That's-
but
that's
you
the
guys
deal,
are
though.
Does the
already.
question mean anything or does it not?
You guys are attempting to do something that cracks me up. You're basically saying, well, yes, Stalin was an atheist, but when he was killing people, he didn't cry, "I'm an atheist, you're gonna die." So
No, but when people were killed in the
don't get
Crusades,
it.
I asked the question, Brett. You're being dishonest. I asked the question: Who has killed in the name of atheism? How many deaths in the name of atheism? Very specifically, and either you misunderstood, or you're being dishonest. Whatever the case, you can correct that right now.
Hey, Brett, didn't you have that one article about that guy in Florida who was going to stab his roommate because he reminded him of Jesus?
Yeah,
And
I got
he was
that where a guy actually stabbed somebody because he
Okay.
looked like Jesus.
he actually stabbed him.
Yeah,
Let's call that a half. 17
you know,
and a half.
I appreciate
17
you
and a half.
pointing this out because I actually do plan on re-uploading a great deal of my videos, actually with interviews.
Please do.
People
Please.
actually pointing it out. I already put the Jeffrey Dahmer video up there. So,
Okay. J-Dubs is your
how many
backup.
people? How many people got to die in the name of atheism before you say, "Okay, I get your point now"?
No, how many
No,
people have
Brett.
to die in the name of Christianity in order for you to get?
As many as God wants.
Okay.
That's the way out.
My point in asking the question was, Brett was posing the question: How many do good in the name of atheism versus theism? And I threw it back: How many do bad, murder, in the name of atheism?
Versus
Not
theism?
many people do a lot in the name of atheism, in general. is what
I
I'm
guess
trying
that
to
question
say.
is about as meaningful as the whole charity question.
See, that's sort of a cop-out. You see what you're doing? If someone
No.
who is non-religious kills someone, they're not doing it in the name of atheism. But when a
that's the
non-religious
point,
person
Beckel.
does something
That's the
good,
point.
but when a non-religious person does something good, then they're atheists.
They were an atheist the whole time. I just
I wanna
don't bring
pick
it
a-
up
pick a
because it
point
doesn't
here.
matter.
See what you're doing now?
No, Veckel, Recklin and I are different people. And I made one of the
I know.
points-
I'm just talking to whoever's using that argument. I
No,
don't care.
There's two different arguments coming from two different people because I'm saying that that UNICEF can be termed as an atheist, somewhat atheist organization doing good, or at least non-religious organization doing good. And Recklin is making a completely different point by saying, well, if UNICEF is, let's take away the whole UNICEF thing, and let's just say, okay, if people are not doing good in the name of atheism, how many people are doing bad in the name of atheism versus how many people are doing bad in the name of God? So it's two different conversations, and then you're trying to conflate them and make a point which isn't there.
Would you agree that most of the people out there who have done the act of murder or killing most likely have the thought process that they will not be held accountable or caught or get any consequences for what they've done.
I don't know. I'm not a murderer, so I don't know what's in the mind of a murderer.
You ever hated anyone?
Fuck yes.
Then you're a murderer according to Christ.
Oh, damn it.
Yep, don't worry, I've been there before.
I'm a mass murderer. God dang it.
Yep. God requires absolute perfection in order to be with him.
Noah
Absolute
Nest has a problem then because he hates like whole races.
Well, he doesn't need perfection. He just needs
He
you to
doesn't
say
hate
sorry
whole
for not
races.
being
He hates,
perfect.
he hates a lot of people. People that don't listen to him. People that disobey him.
And gays.
But that doesn't have to be the case with you, though. If you turn
I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about Noah Nest, the user that's been ranting in the side
Oh,
chat.
okay. I thought you were talking about Christ. Okay.
No.
God, if you exist, I'm sorry for like hitting people and cursing and shit. You know.
Cursing and shit.
Oh man, that's so funny. Oh man. But the reason why, kind of going back to what I said earlier is, I know you guys probably heard this before many times from several Christians, is that we say that those children, the people in Africa that are starving, actually deserve worse than that, as does everyone else on earth. It's because we sinned against the holy and perfect God, and God requires absolute perfection from the moment that we're born to the moment that we die. That means we can't sin at least for 1 second in thought or deed. And obviously everyone here agrees that's absolutely ludicrous. That's impossible for anyone to meet those standards.
Disagrees.
So this is why God sent his only begotten son, Jesus Christ, to die for those that believe in him. So he's the propitiation of our sins. He's the atonement. So we believe in him. Our sins are covered. Sins are covered and paid for. And that's how we're made righteous in God. That doesn't mean that we're perfect after regeneration, because we still have room to grow. Brett says all the time that he's a work in progress. I agree. I think every Christian is a work in progress. But that's what the term sanctification is. It just means after regeneration, you are growing and becoming more and more conformed to the image of Christ. You have some bumps and bruises, learning more about God, learning more about how to become right with God, right with mankind, all that stuff.
I'm going to post a little treatise that might be interested in.
Fiction. Okay.
Beckel, this is a piece that was written by Pelagius, who was a Christian thinker in the 300s.
Jesus. Yeah.
The 300 AD, so we're going back pretty far here.
Yeah.
That he believed that living a sinless life was possible. He did not claim that anybody did it, but he did believe it was possible. So
yeah, Pelagius was deemed by quite a few people as a heretic too.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
He got into a little argument with Augustine, and Augustine won.
Yeah.
So his beliefs did not take part in the original Catholic Church, but you also aren't really a fan of the Catholic Church either, if I recall correctly.
Right. I believe there are some Christians in the Catholic Church, but Catholicism in and of itself is not Christianity. That's my position.
So give Pelagius a spin and let me know what you think.
Well, dude, I hear that name a lot, and I've never done any research on him. But one of these days I'm going to, sit down and read up on him.
The link that I gave you is a PDF of a work by him. It's got a little introduction, and so just kind of download it for reference later if you wish.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm a Pelagius fan, so I can find more stuff by him too if you wish, if you get into a Pelagius kick.
Okay.
Thanks, Beckel. For the soundbite.
I will do that. The soundbite?
Oh, I was just gonna. I'm just kidding. I was gonna cut out. I've never done any research. I was just kidding.
Oh no, not again.
And then make a disco music soundtrack to it.
I never done any research. Yeah.
Wub 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 wub.
Yeah, put some dubstep in it.
Exactly. That's how we need to do it. Work a research. I've never done it.
Yeah, I want to save this Pelagius.
So, what did you guys think of the Jeffrey Dahmer video? You guys get a chance to check that out yet?
I've seen an interview with him. I'm not sure if that would be the same video. I'm not going to watch a video on Jeffrey Dahmer. I've already watched enough videos on Jeffrey Dahmer when I got into my serial killer kick of just watching a bunch of interviews with a shitload of them.
You like serial killers, Ocean?
I watched a bunch of little interviews with them just because I got into a kick on like morbid curiosity about them. So I watched some Charles Manson interviews and Jeffrey Dahmer stuff.
Oh, no, Charles Manson recently got married, didn't he?
Did he? I heard.
Yeah, to some 26-year-old.
Yeah.
I heard that down the grapevine, but I have no idea. Did he get married to a male or female? Like that's how little I know about it.
Female.
I think it was a female, yeah.
Okay.
I think what the outrage was is the prisoners allowed to get married, but gay people aren't, and that's a shitty argument.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
Prisoners are people too. I mean, I guess gay people are people too.
But they should all be
I don't
allowed
know.
to get married. They should all be allowed to get married.
Yeah, it's not a good argument.
Oh yeah, Veckel, when you get an opportunity, you gotta check this out. And here you go. You get a kick out of this one.
Okay.
When you get a chance, man.
I think I've seen this one. Oh yeah, I was just watching. I didn't finish watching it. I started listening to it earlier. Top 10 atheist fallacies.
Oh, I would love to see that. Link me in the external chat. I'll watch it later.
This is actually pretty good. It teaches that Christians like myself how to
that's right. You made
recognize
videos.
certain fallacies and stuff.
I'm totally gonna subscribe to you.
I will
Oh,
I'm
link
already
is over there on
subscribed to
the
both
right.
of them.
I'll post it again, though. There it is. Oh.
Oh,
Feel
yeah,
free to
click the
leave
link.
comments or make a video trying to refute it, debunk it, or give me a thumbs up and say, "Hey, that strikes a chord there."
No, I'll just comment.
You know what? I saw this video and I started thinking, and then I stopped.
You stopped thinking?
Yeah, I was done at that point.
Yep.
Scott
Yep.
Peterson Preston says, if human sin is so bad for the creation, it's logical to get rid of humans.
You know, in a debate, I was in college on debate team, and I decided the prompt was solve for terrorism in the Middle East, and it gave like a list of countries. And the idea was that you were supposed to take one and provide solutions for the terroristic problems in that area. What me and my partner did was we decided to pick all of them at once, and we suggested a global thermonuclear war as a solution for ending terrorism. And
That would
Just take everybody
final
out.
solution.
if we ended all life on the planet, period, then not only would we end terrorism, but we would end pedophilia, the national debt would be solved, there would be no more racism, and then the person arguing against us, we were just like, are you saying that you support pedophilia, racism, and you want the national debt to go up, and also you want terrorism to continue? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
You want all these things to continue? You're
That's
fucking
funny.
ridiculous. We won't.
Initiate final solution. So genocide is a good idea then.
Exactly. Genocide has its ups.
Ocean, you mind if I ask
There's
you a question
results.
about your view again?
Go for it.
According to your particular belief system, did your gods create any other intelligent being besides human beings?
Are you talking about like aliens or something like that?
Life forms or even entities that may have existed on a planet and then got wiped.
Out there in the universe? I don't know. That's one of those questions that I let the scientists play with more so than
How
me.
about on Earth? How about
On Earth?
No.
I don't see any evidence of it.
Well, I mean, does your view claim that a long time ago some
No.
entities did exist and were wiped? Anything?
No.
Okay, just curious.
Dinosaurs.
I mean, beyond something like that.
I'm talking about intelligence. I'm talking about basically either creatures or some kind of species that has the intelligence to have an industrial age if it was given enough
No.
time.
No, I don't believe in an ancient civilization like that.
All right, well, then my question would have to also go to atheists out there. Would you be able to explain why it is that we are the only species that can create an industrial age or have the age of reason, as Thomas Paine pointed out?
Begging the question, begging the question of humans being the only ones.
You said what?
Well, we're the only ones on this planet that have managed to pull it off.
To our knowledge, anyway.
It'd
Well,
be a real stretch to have another one.
Well, why do you think that is? There's so many species out there. Why do you think it is that only we have the capacity
On
and
Earth?
ability that we do? Yeah.
Well, there were other species, and we killed them and bred with them. What's it called? What's it called? I can't remember, but there were other species that were very similar to humans, but not the same species. And we bred with them and killed them until they became part of our species.
There's 3 of them: Homo sapiens, Homo erectus, and Homo habilis.
Neanderthals.
And you believe that humans wiped them into extinction?
Well, Neanderthals, for example, we bred with them, we killed some of them. That's basically what happened.
There's a few more ideas on how Neanderthals went poof rather than our interaction with them.
If you guys wouldn't mind, and I know this is going to sound silly to you, but how can you prove to me that it was actually humans that wiped them out?
You can't. There's multiple theories on it. No, you can't.
Yeah, there are also, for example, the idea that the hunting was shared, and that caused some issues later on.
Their hunting might have gotten a lot more dangerous. They decided to adopt much more dangerous practices for man-proving purposes or whatever.
Yeah.
The evidence that we have is that toward the end of their existence, there's a lot of crushed skulls.
So there's some crushed scrolls. So this must mean that we killed them.
It means there's crushed skulls. So the thing that you can extrapolate from that is that we killed them, or they had some sort of really dangerous ritual that they adopted, or something crushed their skulls. It's possible that they started hunting mammoths, and the mammoths crushed their skulls. They just have a lot of crushed skulls.
All right, I got one more question for folks out there, because there seems to be some confusion as of late about this particular subject. It was something that seemed to be figured out long ago, but did the dinosaurs go extinct? Did they get wiped out from some anomaly, or did they evolve and turn into butterflies? Go ahead, folks.
Yes, dinosaurs turned into butterflies. That's exactly what happened.
That's the version of the theory of evolution called the butterfly effect. It's taken very seriously. Don't you make fun of Mint Cryface.
I'm kidding about the butterfly thing, but do you think they evolved and survived and walked with man?
No.
Or were they?
No.
Modern birds are descended from dinosaurs that survived.
Modern birds are dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you heard, Beckel. I found this amazing, and someone should have told Steven Spielberg, because he made yet another Jurassic Park, and he didn't put no damn chicken feathers on TV.
A lot of dinosaur nerds are really pissed off at
As
that.
a matter of fact, in this movie, they mentioned something about a new dinosaur being created by the scientists in the movie, I think.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a big T-Rexy thing with thumbs.
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it?
It's going to text people to death. Okay.
But it makes sense, Beckel. If you're going to make a new dinosaur, you're going to need a mind behind it to do it.
Son of a bitch, this fucker's going to be able to use an iPhone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
We're
you need
done.
intelligence.
I tell you who
intelligence. That's
knows
exactly
all
what
about
it
it.
is.
No, but I know who knows all about it. You can ask Cunningham. He knows all about it.
Well, bring
he's
it
a
on.
dinosaur.
Let's talk about it. Bring him in.
Cunningham's a dinosaur expert.
I know, exactly.
The Creation Museum is best.
Dinosaurs.
All right, guys, I was wanting to ask you about something else. Did you guys get to see the Bill Nye Cunningham debate?
Oh yeah,
I
it was,
did actually. I did.
Well, I found something interesting. Bill Nye said it was impossible to be able to have the kind of abundance of water that is spoken about in the Bible, but just recently scientists discovered so much water within our Earth that it could actually fill 3 times our seas. Take a look right there. That's science, baby. Science.
so what you're saying is the water was under the earth and it went above the earth and it was under the earth again? Is
No,
that what
I'm
you're
just
telling me?
saying. I said Bill Nye said it was not possible,
Oh
but
no, but
science.
according to the flood story, for it to be underground now, it would have had to been underground, go out, and then go back underground.
Scientists discover an ocean 400 miles beneath our feet that could fill our oceans 3 times over. Whew! Yeah, all the bass we could possibly want. But
That's great, Brett. I'm happy for you.
well, I'm glad you're happy. What do you think about that, Beckel?
I'm sorry, I was typing on the side here. So can you say that last part again?
What did you see that link? Listen, scientists discover an ocean 400 miles beneath our feet that could fill our oceans 3 times over. Bill Nye said in his debate with Cunningham, it is not possible for there to be ever even close to the kind of water that is mentioned biblically.
As an ocean,
Well, that
I'm
doesn't
very scared
surprise
about
me.
being filled 3 times over.
Hey, the Bible said that the fountains of the deep broke open. So, and even the Noah movie, which was directed by an atheist, by the way, even he was scientifically correct by showing water coming from both the top and the bottom, coming from out of the earth and from the sky. So at least they kept that aspect of the movie.
What I was trying to ask Brett is, the water would have come out of the earth according to the creation story, and then now it would be under the earth again if he's trying to claim that that's the same water and it's 300 miles underground.
And it gets worse than that too, Reclan. I've been talking about this for the past week that we have a situation where atheists held on to the primordial ooze concept for the longest time, and that got debunked in the last 2 years. But nobody mentions it.
What are you talking about, primordial ooze?
The primordial ooze. It's been refuted and debunked. Didn't you hear about that?
The ooze.
That doesn't answer my question, Brett. I asked, what do you mean?
What, you don't know about the primordial soup?
No.
Yeah, the one made with chicken.
Here's the deal. Let me try to put it to you in a magical type of Harry Potter way because it really sounded. Basically, they're stating that humanity started out like this poopy soup, okay? And then the poopy soup divided, and one slime grew a penis, the other slime grew a vagina, and somehow knew how to use it. Then they went on to evolve into rat creatures, lizard creatures, fish creatures, and whatever Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles meets you in the sewer type of thing. So
all soup is soup now.
That doesn't sound at all like anything that I've heard.
Well, I know I didn't get it in order, but it's pretty much like that.
Okay, so what you're talking about the preconditions for abiogenesis, I assume, is what you're trying to talk about.
Yes, yes.
Well, I wouldn't call it a soup or an ooze. I don't know what it is because
It's the primordial soup theory. That's what it was referred to, and you know how atheists are. If it's a scientific theory, then it's different than a normal theory. It means something when it's scientific theory. I understand. But it was an 80-year-old theory that got debunked within the last 2 years, and atheists didn't even mention that. They kept talking about it like it was still so.
Yeah, ocean. You know what your mom is? Your mom has something in common with a store in Ferguson. And this joke isn't mine. It's stolen from an asshole that I know.
Like
so
people in Ferguson?
Why you gotta talk about people's mom?
Okay, so your mother has something in common with a store in Ferguson. They both had their back door crushed by a bunch of black men.
Oh my
See, this is one of this.
She's still on fire too.
You will notice whenever you watch my videos about fallacies, this is one of the tactics and strategies. When something is brought up that has been refuted or debunked, let's change the topic immediately. Let's talk about people's mama.
Okay, primordial soup has been debunked. I don't know what you're talking about, primordial soup. I've never
Who said
used that
that? Your
argument.
mama? Your mama said
Yeah.
that it's been
Yeah,
debunked?
she said that. She said that.
Is the primordial soup thing isn't part of evolution, is it?
No, it's not at all.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Now, the evolution is the process, the change, the transitions over time, all this. But the primordial soup is the original poop in which this started.
Right, okay.
That's one
Right.
idea, yeah.
I'm gonna have
There's
to
another
I'm gonna try
idea
and
that God
explain
did
to
it,
you, like,
and
I'm
then
sure
another
that-
idea.
Well, Rickman, please. I'm gonna try and explain this to you, like it's probably been explained to you before, but I'm gonna do it. Where abiogenesis is a frontier of science that has all kinds of questions and answers that are being tossed around. It's not part of evolution. Evolution just simply describes the changing of life once we have it. Abiogenesis is about the beginning of life. It is a frontier. There you go. The primordial soup thing would be a part of abiogenesis. It's a frontier of science. If there's something that's been debunked, that's great that an advancement has been made.
Well, right there is the link to show you the debunking. It's beautiful. Go ahead.
I mean, that's it.
And you do realize, Veckel, if it wasn't for guys like us constantly questioning, which is very healthy with science, they would have just said, hell, nope, we came from tomato vegetable soup. That's it.
I don't think that's what have happened.
That's not what's been happening.
Whatever.
Fiction is pissed.
Well, I mean, I humor Brett because I've never had a personal problem with him, but I
Stranger than
think he's
fiction, no?
entirely a Poe. Entirely.
I can't believe.
He knows all of these arguments and he's debunked them himself. So
She says she can't believe.
Yeah,
she says
not
she can't believe what her
exactly.
eyes are hearing. So.
Opinions do not debunk anything.
Well, actually, they proved it to be complete and utter nonsense. That's why I gave you the link so you could see for yourself.
The primordial soup thing, I've heard about that being debunked. That okay, the primordial soup.
What's fascinating is now they're claiming that it all would have started within the oceans and the seas, and biblically it actually says that life began in the seas. Very cute. There it is.
Well, in the Bible, the sun also, was it plants predate the sun and the moon?
Yeah.
That doesn't quite match up with the naturalistic worldview.
Why? What's wrong with that?
Well, I'm just saying it doesn't match up.
In the
Match up
Bible,
with what?
The naturalistic worldview.
You know,
whenever somebody,
go ahead.
Whenever somebody tries to make the evolution story match up with the creation story, I'm like, it bothers me because there's a lot of fundamental differences between the two where they just don't match. It's not saying that is not a comment on which one is true. It's just that they don't fucking match.
I never understood why some Christians had a problem. The Christians that supposedly believe in evolution, why they have a problem with, or maybe it's the atheists actually, they have a problem with the plants existing before the sun. If we're talking about the being who spoke all things into existence, certainly we can easily conclude that he's the source of these things existing.
Well,
So
I mean,
therefore, the plants could very well exist without the power of the sun. If God is there, I mean, I don't know why.
If God is willing to be a shining light for a couple of days, then yeah, sure.
No. He doesn't even need to be a light. He can just keep them alive magically, or
well, I wouldn't say magic, but yeah, I would agree with you. He can keep them
whatever.
alive, yeah.
Miraculously, how about? And
Miraculously,
then
that's
magically,
better.
it's the same thing.
or the next day, or
Same
they
thing.
only have to be like there for a couple of days tops. I can't remember what was made
But see,
on what days.
but see, that's assuming that death existed in the world before Adam and Eve sinned.
Well, they don't
Now,
have
we
to
can say
die.
that
They just have to get
plants-
weaker.
Well,
Maybe it was the plants were all cryogenically frozen while God was working on the whole sun thing.
Well, see, that's the
Okay.
thing. I don't know if I can't argue like some other Christians can, but some Christians would assert that the plants are not living in the same way that humans and creatures, other creatures are. So
It
to
doesn't
me, it sounds
matter.
like a good argument, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Whatever,
yeah. I just
whatever the case, God could have kept the
my only
plants
point is
alive if the story is true.
my
Right?
only point is that it doesn't agree with naturalism.
Well,
That's all it is.
no argument.
Well, I mean,
Guilty as charged.
that's an argument against people who try to make them match up. But my argument is they don't, and that's why.
Your argument is valid and sound.
Thank you very much, Recklin. I have the Recklin seal of fucking approval.
Yep.
All of you are fucked now. I am armed with this document of fucking approval from fucking Recklin.
I said sorry to God earlier. When am I gonna get Jesus inside of me?
That's kind of dirty.
All right, before you guys completely devolve into madness, let me get another link here. This right here tells us that atheists may have evolved from rats. There's.
That's why we're laughing now. Pages.
Yep.
And that's kind of messed up, man. They got a picture of a black stormtrooper next to this evolution article, man. What's up with that? What's up with that?
Oh my god. I'm done. I'm done.
Ancient rats, maybe among our ancestors.
Oh, son of a bitch. that was
That's
so
actually
incredibly
funny.
well worded. God, props to you, Brett, for that. That was wonderful. I'm crying.
Brett, you have a talent, man. I tell you, you have a gift.
You gotta repeat that for me, okay?
I'm fucking crying.
Please repeat.
Tears streaming down my face.
I tell you what, Fiction, we're having a family reunion right now. Go ahead and click on that link. You're going to find out who your grandpappy.
Behold, Fiction, your cousin. Or one of them.
Okay, Fiction. What he said? He posted the article and he was just like, I have an article here that states that atheists may have evolved from rats.
I just caught that. My eye just. Okay.
You just said it. It just said atheists might have evolved from rats. It's just that wording just killed me. Oh, fuck.
Do you guys want a serious response to this?
No.
No, I
no
really
serious
don't.
responses.
I'll tell you what. If
You're ruining the high, man.
I'll tell you what. If you respond well, I'll throw you some cheese.
Oh. And I happen to love cheese.
I do too. I might have evolved from a rat.
Yeah. See, there you go. See?
And my front teeth are starting to grow.
This makes a lot of sense.
There you
Oh
go.
shit! I'm getting a tail.
He
Yeah,
definitely
that's some
came
fast
from
evolution.
rodents, but I don't know.
I also have a
Rodents.
strange
You evolve
affinity
faster
for
than I
rats.
do.
Oh, jeez.
You like cheese? That's proof that you were once a rat.
Oh, I can live on cheese and ice cream.
Yes, I remember being a rat. It was kind of.
Is Mickey Mouse your savior?
Wait a second, is that actually part of your wooism or no?
Part of what?
Is
my wooism? Fuck that word. Fuck that fucking word. That woo shit. Fuck you.
Wooism?
What?
God damn.
It's
Woo.
valid. It's valid.
No,
Come
fuck
on.
your woo. God damn it.
The heck you guys
Okay, so do you
Fuck
actually
you,
believe in
Word woo.
reincarnation?
It's a dismissal term of any religious belief whatsoever. It's woo.
Well, it's
Fuck you, woo.
Oscar, what do you think about that?
I use the
Evolved from
term.
rat.
I use the term woo interchangeable for like nebulous nonsense.
Yeah, woo. Fuck off.
Okay, so do you actually accept that like reincarnation, or is that not a thing?
I don't know. Which is I'm pretty sure people get frustrated with me for saying that a lot.
No, I don't care. It's acceptable.
As reincarnation, could it be a thing? Sure, I'm open to it. I don't think it's impossible. I don't necessarily adhere to it either.
Well, it's obvious that atheists believe in a past life. They believe that they were once rats.
No, we don't.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
could say that I'm a
Your
rat
mom
right
is a
now.
rat.
Brett,
I mean, your grandmother. I mean, your great. I don't know, one of them.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get me a cookie.
No, don't go cook your way.
Get the cheese.
I'm probably
Add
gonna
some
go to
cheese.
sleep before you get back, Brett. Oh well.
You guys got my attention again.
I've gone crazy.
Oh man.
I've gone completely fucking insane. There it is. Okay.
Rats.
MICKAYMOUSE.
Oh man.
Brett.
You missed him, Oscar.
No, I did miss. I was listening to him, but why?
He was.
You cannot
calling
not
out your
listen.
name in the name of love.
I
but
know. He's just
It's
sitting.
not a
Don't worry
thing
about it.
anymore. I'm sorry, dude. You're gonna have to go.
I know. Life's a bitch.
Damn, where's all the women? We've been on long enough.
Yeah, where's all the women?
God damn it. I always end up with all you guys. Nothing wrong with that, but gee whiz, where's all the outspoken women when
You
I'm
can
on?
pick whichever one of us.
No, that's a good question. I would like to see more.
More women involved in the great debate. I
Yeah,
would love it
both,
too,
on both
but
sides.
they
You
just
know,
don't
both
seem to
Christian
come
and
in.
atheist. I would like to
don't
see.
know what the
Missing
deal
each
is.
other. I've got lots of great female friends online, and it's like they always seem to miss each other.
Yeah. Kitchen. I could make a sexist joke, but I'm just not feeling it.
Well, that's your problem, man.
There
Don't
was
worry about it.
a joke in that.
Don't bite your tongue on my account.
Oh no. I've already made a racist joke. Now a sexist joke, that'd be too much.
No.
Oh my goodness.
I can handle it. I pretty much heard it all.
I'll try.
You can't leave me hanging now. You made a racist joke. So
now you gotta say it. Yeah.
Now you gotta say it.
Kitchen.
Kitchen, sandwiches, barefoot, pregnant, something. I don't know. Keywords.
Give me a beer, bitch.
There you
Go
go.
get me a cheese sandwich.
That's appropriate.
Feed me. That's all I hear out of. That's all we hear out of you guys. Feed me.
And hurry up.
Yeah, hurry up. Yep.
And get on your knees and smile like a donut.
Oh man.
See, I can handle it.
So, I'm reading this.
With the rat one?
No, I don't see the chat. I'm on a mobile device right now.
Are you reading and thinking again, Recklin?
That's not allowed.
Who fucking told you could go do that?
It's against the rules.
Oh, this Lucifer guy is one of my favorite characters.
Are you listening? Are you listening to the Illuminated one again?
He was in here, and then somebody chased him off and hurt his feelings.
What have I told you about listening to the Illuminated one?
He is the Illuminator. He's the illuminating.
All right.
that's
Well,
what he is.
whatever. He's a light thing. It's basically a glorified light bulb with wings. So
yeah, he carries the light. That's what he does.
Very sensitive.
all right. So the incandescent fallen angel. You've been
No,
talking to him again.
He's not fallen, dude.
Not fallen. What happened to him?
Reuven, are you behind? Never mind. Reuven can't tell me anything because I don't see the chat.
Oh, that's right.
I can read it for you.
Reuven,
Is
are
Reuven
you
there to speak?
behind the Lucifer account?
Yeah, Reuven. Have you
Reuven
got
says
something
that
to do
Ocean
with
is a rat
Lucifer?
bastard.
Yeah, because
I know you're not him, but I know you have something to do with him.
Yeah, he knows everything about everybody, right, Reuven?
Reuven, you're the one who is.
He's not saying anything yet.
Reincarnate.
Reuven,
say.
Reuven is the celestial spirit of Google.
Say Arvin. You can't say his name. That's not allowed.
Arvin.
Arvin.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, he said, as the apostle said, I am all things to all people.
Reuven has spoken.
Hmm.
Now you may take this message and you may interpret it how you please.
Yeah, it's definitely not interpreted correctly.
I have seen an eagle.
All right, I got another interesting question for you all. What do you
Hold
guys
on,
think about
Bucket full yet,
what do you
Brett?
guys think about the invisible shield here?
The invisible shield.
Invisible
Yeah.
shield?
It's
Is that
around.
what Von Helton's talking about? Oh.
Yeah, the invisible. Well, I'm giving you an actual link to a site here to check it out.
Seen it. It's just crazy.
As I said last night, it's the third layer to the Van Allen belt. Nothing
You
exceptional.
said Van Halen?
Van Allen.
I know, just kidding.
You talking about the magnetic thing?
Yeah.
It looks like it's a magnetic thing.
It's a radiation belt, is what it is.
Yeah.
It's odd that you say that because on a particular report here, they state they don't know how it got there, but you guys just need to be scientists or something.
Oh no!
No, it says it's dependent on solar activity.
I'm talking out my ass.
It evolved? What?
And if you look on the Wikipedia page on the Van Allen belts, it says that this particular discovery was after mass coronal ejection.
That means solar flare.
Yep.
Pretty neat, ain't it, Veckel?
Yeah.
But as I told you yesterday, Brett, this article is very unscientific.
I was gonna say that.
Your mom is very unscientific.
I did scientific things with your mom.
Whoa.
Hey, Brett, hold on.
.com.
Listen.
You guys sound like... Oh man, that's too funny.
This is what talking with Epicurus did to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've made the mistake of making a lot of your mom jokes on Hangouts. And last night we were hanging out with Epi, and Epi started trying to make your mom jokes. Who else was it that was trying to make? It was Arcane. Arcane was trying to make your mom jokes, and he wasn't very good at it. So we started.
Mom wasn't very good at it.
So we had to teach him. We decided we got to teach Arcane how to make your mom jokes.
I taught your mom last night.
And when we did, Arcane started actually making some pretty good your mom jokes.
Oh, your mom made something good.
And the problem with Scott and I believe Recklin was in there, and Epi.
Hell no,
Your
I
mom
wasn't.
jokes have just flown since then.
We were all in there.
It was such a
I
mess.
wasn't
And
there,
it's-
was I? I
I
don't
don't
remember
know
that. I was
know if
probably
you were
there. I don't remember.
I know that Scott and Arcane and Epi were, and Arcane learned how to make your mom joke that day. and Epi made really bad your mom jokes. And I still don't think that Epi has figured it out quite yet. But Scott has gotten really good at it. To the
I wish
point
I
where I'm
could
a
say
little
that about
scared
your-
of him.
Damn it. I wish I could say that about your mom. She got really good at it.
I've always been good at it with your mom.
See, there you go. Scott's been getting really good.
It's always been good.
Yeah, fucking your mom jokes.
Good.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, Brett.
Jesus Christ is an
Brett.
idol.
But is it,
Lay down
Epi's
your idols.
gotten good at just like making them stupid. Like I've something completely meaningless will be said, and Epi will make your mom joke about it. It's like, God damn it, Epi, you can't. It doesn't work.
There's a fiction original in that chat.
Your mom is so hot. Your brother came out baked. It's pretty cool.
Do you know what
What
bakes?
Crown Royal will do for you.
You guys know what bakes at 30 degrees Fahrenheit?
No.
I do.
Your dick?
Damn, fiction.
that
Roll it out. Jesus.
Ouch.
That must hurt on when you pull out, eh?
Fuck.
Oh, I don't.
What degree burns would you get from that?
I don't know, but it sounds abusive. Jesus.
I think I heard somebody shooting out my name a couple times. What's up?
Yeah, me.
What's your bucket? Is it full yet?
God damn it. The love bucket. Bring out the love bucket.
Must be overflowing by now.
Oh God.
Your mom is overflowing.
The love bucket is where you deposit, well, your love.
Your mom's a love bucket.
There
Now,
you
what
go,
was your
Veckle.
question?
Veckle understands now.
Feckle didn't know.
Veckle wasn't sure. I think that Veckle is sure now. He's made the discovery.
So.
Yes.
What was I gonna say?
Something about the love bucket. Friction's asking questions.
I had
So.
the same
No, I
problem.
wasn't gonna say anything about that because that's a shitty topic.
Hold on, Brett.
Yep.
Depending on what hole you enter.
God.
I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, no.
Can't stand this sexism fiction.
I couldn't help myself either.
I'm being
abused.
Your mom couldn't help herself.
I helped myself to your mom.
I'll tell you what, Oscar, why don't you go ahead and type out your question?
So, Ocean, the other night, Epi was saying he fucked my mom, and I'm like, dude, you said earlier that you're a virgin, and he just responded, I am. That's how it ended. And he died.
Your mom
Epi can
thing.
rest in peace. Epi can rest in peace, but his mom won't.
Oh wow. So this whole thing kind of began with some people that I work with that are also my roommates. We were on a film shoot, and we started just your mom jokes just started flying, and it got to the point where we make ones that just wouldn't make any sense. Some of the best ones that came out of it were, your mom doesn't have the correct weight distribution to make an appropriate paddle, and if your mom wasn't so wet, I'd press her in my sketchbook. So those were fun.
It's rough.
Yes. Your mom jokes fly.
So, Reuven, why is Jesus not the Christ? You tell me that.
Because he isn't. Reuven has spoken.
That is virtuously circular. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I've gotten tired to the point of being like completely fucking retarded. So I'm gonna go to sleep.
What's new?
Right?
Yeah.
I sound like Lucifer now?
I sound like Lucifer. So does Cerberus
Oh,
Hex.
Reuven does, okay.
Cerberus Hex sounds a lot like Lucifer. I think Lucifer is Cerberus Hex.
I'm out, guys. Good seeing y'all.
Yeah,
See you later, alligator.
Go fucking crash.
Good night.
Fare thee well.
Have a good night.
You too.
Oh, goodness gracious. So what shall we talk about now?
Brett, you asked me to write it in the fucking text box. I did it.
Oh, I didn't say I was going to read it, though.
Oh, you... You type it like a prick, you...
Let me take a look at what you got.
No,
here.
no, fuck it. I tell you. Listen, you made it. You made this short video about the so-called debunking, right?
Which time?
What do you mean, which time? The only video you say about the freedom of speech, science blows atheist claims out of the water.
Okay, so you're talking about the primordial soup one, right?
Yes, right. So you make a video showing the scientific paper, which I have got a link. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now, okay, fine. Let's say it's debunk it or whatever. It says that it did not happen that way. right? AKA debunked. Okay. Now the paper does not say else is God, but and your video does, because you break from no, it's not this way. Bang, scripture, it was this way. So how do you account from a debunk or a not that way procedure in the scientific way versus the God?
Oh, well, I'll be straight with you. The whole entire 90% of the video is showing you how the information was debunked, and it also gives you information on what they actually think is the case now. Thanks to my pal Adam Lohr, who just showed up, who actually provided the information for me. I was surprised myself. But at the end, I was just letting people know that the Bible actually states that sentience started from the oceans, the seas. So I thought that was something neat that people might find intriguing.
So humans came from the ocean? Is that what that's
Life.
not what?
Actually, life, according to the Bible, there was life started in the sea. It was the first life.
So what does the Bible consider life then?
Durr.
Are you saying that it's the same as what we consider life? Plants, microbes.
I don't think it makes that distinction.
I know.
It just says, the beast of the field and stuff like that. I don't think there's any verses that refer to plants as living. If it does, I'm not aware of it.
It says life in the seas, and then it goes on to talking about birds and everything else. Take a look. It's got the passage in the video Oscar was talking
Yeah,
about.
but it doesn't say that it doesn't talk about microbes because they didn't know about microbes actually. It doesn't say that life, as we know it in general, like plants, came from. It says specifically. Actually, I don't have the verse right here.
Well, do you
Brother
agree?
John, wake up!
Okay, do you agree with the scientists who are stating that life started from the sea?
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, well, the Bible says
possibility.
life started in the sea. What's the problem?
It says life started in the sea. How does it say that?
You never read the Bible before? It's the very beginning of Genesis, my friend.
Are you talking about the face on the waters? Is that what you're talking about? Life coming from the sea, or is he talking about the beasts?
Goodness gracious. Here, let me show you. All right.
Sure.
Okay. There you go. Take a look. Make sure you like the video up, because I know you'll enjoy it. Okay. Hey, Adam, what you up to, man?
Science blows atheist claims out of the water.
Well, it was a video about water, so I figured why not?
About 4 years ago. Okay.
What was it? What was the first type of life?
The thing that surprises me before we get into all that, and like I said, Adam Lohr, he provided the information, but what I found fascinating is this is clearly, the article is a few years old, but atheists have been stating in video over and over the primordial soup, and then they go into their whole processes and changes, and yeah, we went from rats to lizards, or lizards to rats. I mean, it's just, it's
But hold on. That's after the water, right? Because rats.
Well, hey, man, it's your story. You guys believe you came from lizards. I'm just going along with it.
Yeah, but what about going further back?
Yeah, there was quite a few more steps before that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I know, you guys thought you were goldfish for a while there, too. I get you.
There was invertebrate fish, and then there's vertebrate fish, and there was land animals.
All right. Can you do me a favor, Fiction? Can you name one single transition between the slime and the fish? Go ahead.
I've answered this question before.
We'll go ahead and do it again.
Yeah, because I haven't heard it from you.
Okay, from what to what?
But you just said that you've been asked this question. Now you don't even know what the question is?
Yeah, well, I've had a few drinks here, and I'm having trouble.
I feel like picking on you a little bit, so what are you going to do about it? Here we go.
Oh, sure. Pick on an atheist when their brain cells are just, the synapses is just not going right.
All right, to be fair, though, you made the choice. Here we go.
Fair. I can answer it another time.
Now, name one single transition between the fish and the slime. One single transition, name it.
It was a form of a worm, actually.
This is exactly my point. I just told you that primordial soup and slime was debunked, and you still go with it.
What?
Soup is for Campbell's.
I just told you from the slime to the fish, and you said, yeah,
From a slime. Well, there were cells. There was living cells within the slime.
the slime is the primordial soup concept.
Full of
Now
cells.
you guys got to get the new textbook.
Full of one-celled
where they're talking
animals.
about ocean energy and all that kind of stuff. Ain't I terrible? You love me though.
Wrong.
I'm out,
What's
guys.
love?
Good night,
What's
alone.
love? I can't love a stranger. Stranger can't love me either.
But your chemicals tell you to, so you must obey.
I think the last part of this is called caused apoptosis in my brains.
Do you think it's more feasible or less feasible, one animal kind or species, doesn't matter, take your pick, to change over time than a single transition from dust to bone?
Go ahead, Fiction.
Dust to bone.
Yeah. No, that's true for you, Brett.
Oh.
You're asking me if dust goes to bone?
No, yes.
Well, with God,
Well,
anything's possible.
No. Science, not God.
Right. Because you're criticizing studies, right? Yeah, that you find it funny for some reason that slime, whatever, goo, you name it, over time, it did not become us or the transition of us. Yeah, but it's easy for you to understand that from dust or from mud or whatever you want to fucking call it, one single transition. Show me the transition between sand, between earth and the bone and the human being.
Hey, hold on one second. Hold on, I gotta respond to some. I gotta
Walking
respond.
into a trap, Oscar.
Hold on a
Sorry?
second. I gotta respond to something very important. Adam, I heard that Harrison Ford had caused the movie to halt because he hurt his ankle. So are they going back into production?
Which movie?
Star Wars.
Star Wars? Oh.
Yeah, they're making a.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're gonna make an appearance in that.
And they said in this one they're going to assassinate Jar Jar, so we don't have to go through that nonsense again. Let's see. No, I'm just
Hey,
kidding.
Brett, back to Oscar's question now.
Hey, what about it?
Oh, you forgot already?
There's a trailer now.
Are you afraid of that question?
Oh, talking about changing the subject.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys can give me the name of one of these particular transitions between either the ocean floor and the fish, I'll be more than happy to hear
Let
it.
me look it up if I can.
I'll name it. It's
You gotta
called
look it up.
B. It's called B.
No, hold on. In
Not
the
a
meantime,
bumblebee, but a bee.
hold on. Before you give the answer, in the meantime, can you give me the transition between Earth and the human bone?
The transition of the human bone.
Yeah, from Earth, from mud to the human bone.
Can I give you from Earth to man?
Yes. One single transition.
The thing is that people of faith tell you exactly that. We have faith. We have belief. You're claiming that your particular view is factual, so we expect some facts out of it.
So that's the excuse. That's the easy way out.
Well,
you use faith.
religion and the belief in God is faith. You guys are claiming that science is about the facts and evidence, so provide the facts and evidence.
Okay, Brett, there's your answer. Go look.
Okay, I'm going to go look at the Wikipedia page. You like Wikipedia.
Rational Wiki. It's not Wikipedia.
All right, Jurassic Park is frightening.
Rational.
In the dark,
Evidence.
all the dinosaurs are going wild. Let's take a
Didn't
look.
have to look too far down the page.
Okay. The evidence of a recent creation. What's this? Oh, against a recent creation. Okay. Let's see what we got. Where do you want me to look?
Just look down, look down.
Where do you want me to look at, though?
Just keep looking. It should jump right off the page from you. I'm just
Looking. Okay, is that the cartoon picture?
Cartoon.
Hey, wait a second. Something just occurred to me.
Okay, what's up?
Do you believe that life can only come from other life, or not?
Well, I'm still trying to look at what she's wanting to show me. Hold on there a second.
No, but I mean, Reklan, if he says that I believe that God did it in a different way, then that's a scapegoat. So it doesn't matter the answer, really.
Well, I'm just curious because
No, sure. I understand your question, and it's valid. But if he says he works in a mysterious way, screw you, end off.
Well, the thing is, Oscar, is I said this just a moment ago. I said that religion and belief, it's based upon faith. We're not claiming that this is some kind of science book or whatever. You, however, are claiming that you're going along with a worldview or viewpoint based upon facts and evidence. Are you talking about the tree stump thing? Is that what we're trying to look at here, fiction?
Oh, all my beliefs are based on evidence.
Okay, why don't you just tell me the name of the particular creature of the transition?
There, I just put some of it up. That's part of it. Hold on. I'm looking again still. Hold on.
Fossils of dead plankton. Okay, let me take a look here. Okay, but I don't see anywhere in here where this says that this is your ancestor or your great 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 grandmammy.
Yeah, that's another. Hold on. That's another site I gotta go to. Hold on.
Yeah, but I mean, okay. Even so, from there you want a granny. Is that what you want? From what?
Well, I mean, it's obvious. You
But
guys
you
always
understand, yeah?
listen. Not to be cold-blooded, but you guys always claim we've got billions and billions of pieces of evidence, and give me one single transition between the either the ocean floor concept, unless you're still holding on to primordial soup, and the fish. That's one single.
From primordial, one single species to fish, right? In one lifetime of any of the species, from
Okay.
primordial to fish. Is that what you're saying? One single jump.
Oscar, you keep bringing up primordial soup, and I just showed you that was debunked. It's
Okay, from what? From slime to fish. From what to what?
Let's just put it this way.
Ah, I found it.
Let's go from the first single organism or whatever to the fish. Do you have one single transition of this? And name it, please.
There it is. I found it. Look at that link.
You know that there wasn't one type of fish, right? I mean, do you think it was only one guy going like that?
Well, of course, there was just one single fish in the entire ocean. Yeah, that makes sense. Now I'm talking about your human ancestor, dude. Human ancestor.
Hello, Jesus.
Hello, how you doing there? Whatever your name is, it's using the name Jesus. Yep.
Well, his name is Jesus Christ.
Okay.
So Jesus, I would like to ask you. Earlier, I said sorry. I'm like, hey God, I'm sorry for like punching
he came back
people
to you.
and cursing and shit, right? So I want to ask, Jesus, did you hear that, or was it falling on deaf ears?
I hear everything.
What the fuck was that?
Oh, goodness gracious. Reuven, do we have a kick button still?
Reuven enjoys Jesus' presence, I believe.
Oh,
That's an
no
awfully
wonder I
deep
had
voice.
that feeling.
Sound like Barry White on a Valium.
What an awesome voice synthesizer you have there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do me a favor real quick, say, I am Optimus Prime, Autobots, roll out.
That's pretty good, actually.
No, you will not put your Lord to the test, right, Jesus?
I've been working on that impression.
Yeah, you almost had it down pat.
It's
So Jesus.
I can do like a 1 or 2 words versus Autobots. See what I mean?
Jesus, we good, man? We good? I said sorry. You good?
You were saved, Brooklyn.
Thank you.
What a joke. You're safe, Brooklyn.
Okay, getting back to our argument there. There. The link I just posted, it's like the history of life. And did you answer Oscar's question yet? About mud to bone? How did that happen?
I already had put that forth, so you do not believe that life came from the elements of the earth.
I'd have to say not solely from the earth, no.
Okay, so you believe it just poofed into existence. I hear you.
No, absolutely not. Oh, what are you trying to do to me there, brat?
Just poofing on you. Where's that link at, you say? Okay, let's take a look at what you got.
Adam, in between Adam Lord.
Can you be honest with me? You haven't actually read any of these pages.
Yes, I have.
You just believe that they're going to say what you want them to say, right?
No.
Let's be honest here. Yeah, mine. Fiction, I'm not going to hate on you if you admit that. You have not read this specific.
Yes, I did, or else I wouldn't have saved them in my browser. I
Oh.
read everything I save in my browser.
Okay.
It's a lot of reading, you see. It's hard to find it. It's like, fuck. Especially when you have a few drinks in you, and I worked a 10-hour day, so, like, you know.
All right, Fiction, how old do you think that the Earth is?
6,000 years old.
Oh, it's way older than that.
How old do you think it is, though, Fiction?
14 point something.
Come on,
billion
Jesus.
years.
Unfortunately
Jesus.
for you, your own website says 4.5. Oh my goodness, you didn't read this.
Jesus,
4.5.
dude.
Yeah,
You
okay,
said
so
that the Earth
I'm
was
one
billions
number
of
off.
years old and evolution happened, man. You changing your mind now?
What?
Do not put the
Jesus.
Lord your God to the test.
Damn it.
Oh boy. Let's see what we got here. The history of life, the origins of life. Okay, so basically you're thinking that you came from a starfish like Carl Sagan pointed out a while back.
Yeah.
I thought he said star stuff in the video.
Well, he kind of he's confusing about it because when he says it, you see a starfish all of a sudden appear like in a visual, like it cuts away from him. He's like, "My name is Carl Sagan, and you're a starfish, so live with it," kind of thing. So, let's see.
We're made from star stuff.
I dig Carl Sagan, by the way. I'm just goofing, but let's see what we got.
How's the news version of that show now with what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson or something like that? How's that going now?
I'll have to get back to you on that one, but I'm looking at this, and you've got pictures of sharks and
drawings.
Yeah, they're all illustrations.
Of course.
Now remember, the illustrations were obviously of the T-Rex.
Nothings. That's the one I'm looking for. The jawless.
Okay, so you think that you come from a jawless shark?
Jawless fish.
All right. Well, the pictures, if you scroll down, you'll see
Before
starfish
that,
and
there was
sharks.
one-celled animals, and there was worms and all kinds of other stuff first.
Okay, which one of these artistic illustrations is you, though? Are you a stegosaurus? Are you a whale? Are you the turtle?
But you're making it one transition.
Yeah, like that. This happened millions of years ago. I'm not like from way back then, but we initiated our life from back then.
Inconceivable.
I hear you. Okay, but you're not understanding me. I'm asking you for your ancestor here, your
You're
fishing
dumbing this
ancestor.
down too much, like Adam said.
Well, I mean, you guys claim to have like billions of fossils and stuff, but all I'm seeing
Yeah.
is artistic drawings here.
You're not looking close enough. You just look at the drawings. You gotta look at the wording.
Okay, I tell you what. Where do I look
Explanatory.
on this beautiful looking page where it says that this is a human ancestor fish?
Everything that started is a human. It's ancestor of everything that's living on the land.
What did that ancestor look like?
It started out as a one-celled animal,
And how do you know this?
an amoeba. I learned that back in grade 5 science.
Oh my gosh, it's not an amoeba and it's not an animal.
So how do we know if this took
So that's
billions of
where
years to?
animals began.
Yeah, can I warn?
Now, how do we know that, though?
Something real quick? I have to warn Fiction because I kind of like her and I have a respect for her that she's earned being in this chat room. You and
Huh? What?
What was that, Brett?
Uh-oh.
I hate those cliffhangers, man.
God for another cookie or a fill of the bucket.
We are not. Yeah, amoeba are not our ancestors. Amoeba, are around right now. They're organisms of their own. And single-celled organisms aren't
first
plants
living
or
organism
animals.
on Earth, is what I'm
Amoebas
saying.
were? No.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, specifically, no, they're not our ancestors.
Okay.
But it was the first living form on Earth.
Amoeba? No.
The amoeba, yes. One-celled
No.
animals.
How do you know that, though?
One-celled animal and amoeba are not the same thing. An amoeba is a specific one-celled organism.
So what are you
What I
trying
want to know is how do you know that this is the creature that we all came from? How do
Yeah,
you know
but Venko, that's not, listen, to be quite honest, that's not fair for you to say that. And then when we say, how do you know the Bible is true? You say, oh, because the Bible
No,
says
it's on it, but no,
That's
because
not-
no,
but
I'm not making an assertion. I'm asking a question.
Listen, I've been
fallacy,
honest.
Oscar.
I've been
No,
honest.
I'm
okay?
asking a question, though. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
That's a
you asking a
true-false
question.
that you
I
have.
ask you the same question.
Oscar,
No,
it's a
you can
true-false
ask me
fallacy.
questions, and I'm obligated to answer you. So in the same way, when I ask you guys a questions, how do you know that we all evolved from this one thing? How do you know that? There's nothing unfair about asking that question.
Scientists have researched it and peer-reviewed it. That's
How
how we.
how did they know that, though?
Oh,
I know that they
reviewed
researched
it.
it, but I mean, what evidence do you have that we actually evolved from this thing? Similarities in DNA or whatever, similarities in genes and stuff.
Yeah, the DNA evidence is enough to prove evolution. Not necessarily the idea that it was a single common ancestor, but definitely that we have common ancestors with
So if
nearly
it's
all animals on Earth.
now, I don't know much about science, but if it's scientific, I mean, shouldn't it be repeatable and observed?
No,
It's
not if it's
historical science.
Then how can it be
It's
science
different.
then? If it's not observed, then it's not.
It's science, but it's not empirical. Empiricism and science are not the same thing.
Okay, so I would like to see an example of this happening again, but this is not going to happen because it takes billions and billions of years.
Oh,
No,
we have
no,
examples of evolution occurring right now, and speciation.
Really?
Actually,
How's that possible
Yeah.
when it takes millions of years to occur?
It doesn't. It's happening right now. It happens all the time.
Okay, can you give me an example of evolution occurring? Like I'm talking about not microevolution where you see minor changes or
Okay,
adaptations.
Veckel.
I'm talking
So,
about like from an
define
amoeba
macro.
to a human
Define
being.
define macroevolution then.
Well,
If you want me to
when I
demonstrate
think-
it, define what it is.
Bacteria.
When I think of macro, I'm thinking of one kind of creature evolving into a completely different kind of creature where it's no longer the same
Okay.
creature.
Define kind, and then I'll demonstrate it.
Well, you've heard the argument before, and I'm subjected to that. I believe that like a cat is the same kind of animal as a lion, as a tiger.
Hold on.
Not
You're
a
giving
fish.
examples. I want a definition so that I can strenuously use for scientific purposes.
You're stalling.
No, no, I
Well,
want to
no.
know. No, I just want you to show me evidence. No, no, no.
Well, I mean,
My
if
original
if
question
I
was
just
evidence.
hold on, if I just use the definition of kind as like the same thing as
Yeah,
species,
but
then I can do it.
I didn't
But
want
I
to go
man,
there though. I just wanted evidence. You said that you know for a fact that this occurred, even though no one in the history of mankind has ever observed this.
speciation. I said speciation and evolution.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about going further than that. I'm talking about the original thing that all life has come from.
Oh,
You
we can't
claim was this
repeat.
one celled.
We can't repeat that to our
Okay,
knowledge.
but why do you believe it?
I
mean, isn't that what science? I mean, a lot of evolutionists claim that they want to see evidence of stuff.
What do you mean believe it? I don't believe that something happened because I don't understand the process.
No.
If I don't understand something, I don't believe it. That's not how it works.
Okay, so in other words, you don't have any strong evidence that we all evolved from the same ancestor.
Oh, there's strong evidence that we all evolved from common ancestors, but not a single common ancestor necessarily.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence that humans and dogs evolved from the same ancestor, which is, according to you, consider us
humans and
one-celled
dogs, yeah.
amoeba or something like
Humans and
that.
dogs, yeah.
Okay, but you have evidence that we evolved from a one-celled amoeba, whatever you call it.
No, no.
Okay, so what did the first living thing that all things evolved from look like?
I don't know. No one knows.
Okay, but you assert that everything that exists, the living creatures, evolve from the same thing, even though you
I
don't
think there's good
have
reason.
any
I think there's good reason to believe that.
Why?
I don't necessarily think that I have enough evidence to claim that is the only explanation.
Well, that's an honest position.
Gregor, do you think that if you two people, different races, two human beings from different races, would produce exactly as the mother or the father, or a mixture of both?
It's random actually.
Yeah, whatever. So it's gonna be just a one denomination, i.e. the minus the denomination only, or a percentage of both.
It could be a percentage of both.
Right. Okay. So we agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So the next generation, which will be with another, let's say that happened with a boy, with a girl of another mixture, right, of humans, right? They mix together. Okay. Now, will those two generate one of the two parents, or will it be a mixture of the two new parents?
It'd probably be more of a mixture of the two new parents.
I agree with you. Okay, so would you say that that was a change over time?
Yeah, of course. But that's what I was talking about. We got to define our terms. When I'm talking about macroevolution, we don't see a human being going. We don't see anything that used to be human and then became human.
No, because Bego, with respect, this is fundamental, because you cannot screw a cow with a giraffe and get a tiger. Okay, that's what you're actually asking. Okay,
Right.
and that's impossible. Okay,
Okay. All right.
but you have to go backwards. You want to go forwards and create that. It doesn't work like that. You find that going backwards. You find that finding the grandfathers or grandparents or whatever. Yeah, and then you're going back into like a funnel shape type of ancestor. Okay, and then you will have ramifications of other ancestors, right? I.e., the grandfather of the grandfather of the grandfather of the grandfather. Yeah, you follow that millions of years back, then you will have something weird.
All right.
But you don't have any evidence of that, though, right? I mean, it sounds like
No. I understand, but we agree. We agree that.
Oscar, can I ask you a question? If you are
Yes, sir.
actually of the family of primates, would you be able to reproduce, actually commit the act of bestiality, and have a child come from it?
Well, we cannot do that because we separated.
We're different species.
Separated now, huh?
We're
What?
different species,
We're
Brett.
different species altogether.
So you're not related now. You're not a common ancestor.
We're related.
We're related.
So you're
We're
basically
related to the.
You're
Wait a
basically
second,
saying
Brett.
you can't. One of the other things I find interesting too is they're actually saying that pigs are more similar to us than that of the monkeys now. Do you?
Well, they're
okay?
wrong.
They are, and you're right, huh?
Oh, I don't know.
They
I'm
are
not.
saying that
DNA
pigs.
wise,
They are
anyway.
saying that pigs are so similar to us that we could actually use some of their organs for that. You don't hear them saying that we can do that with the relation of the primates.
Probably, and they have also created ears out of the back of mice or mouse. Doesn't matter. I mean, what's the problem? That's genetics. You can manipulate genetics to suit our purposes.
So you're basically saying that we evolved this reproductive system, but we're not able to do this with any of our supposed family or ancestors. However, how does this work here?
What do you mean?
Why?
How does it work?
Okay,
I
let
mean,
me
Why
explain.
would
If you evolved your reproductive system, can you explain why it is that the other ones just simply stayed stagnant as you moved forward?
They didn't
what do you
stay
mean stayed
stagnant. They also
stagnant?
no, they
continued to
didn't.
evolve.
No. There's only change when it's need to. Okay. So if
There's only change when it needs to.
yes, for example, I give. Yeah, well, yeah,
Usually.
usually, yeah, when it need to is what it need to. For example, let's say we stay here, right, and then some of our family doesn't matter. Take a pick, go to somewhere else, a hotter country, and over time, yeah, the sun rays will be so hot that our pigmentation might go darker for in defense of our previous lighter skin. Okay, so we change a little bit. Now I'm saying this within 100, 200, 300 years time, right? What we're saying about the evolution and how the species change is over millions of years. Okay, the concept of time is huge compared to what you're saying. Oh, from this to this. Yeah.
Okay. But you're saying that our other family members, our ancestors, they just remain stagnant. They did not evolve further. And that's obvious.
Some of
That's
them did.
obvious that when we look around us, especially nowadays, they're still the same way they've always been, as we are the same humans we've always
What do
been.
you? No, we're
That's not
not.
true.
We're getting taller.
You're even admitting, too, that the
That's
reproductive
also not
systems
true,
do
Reuven.
not correlate or are compatible.
Even so, even if so, you say it's a reason. A reason for us is
Not
too
very long.
short in the life of evolution. See, you're thinking was how capable you are actually be able to project in time to comprehend change over time.
I'm listening to you, but you still haven't given me the human Nemo fish yet.
It depends. It depends on the ramification. How far you want to go. I got let me see here. Let me see the
I
graph.
also find it interesting that you actually use the word need, unless it's going to do what's necessary. Why would it be necessary for this particular group of primates to evolve to this point, but the others not?
Because if let's say the monkey or chimpanzee or
Environmental
orangutan
pressures,
or
to be short.
exactly. If I go to another place and my ancestor doesn't need to or doesn't want to, he can survive within the tools that he needs. For example, if he needs to climb the trees and I don't, then my species will adapt to the current local area,
No,
the
you're talking
environment,
about natural selection.
whatever. Yeah.
But I mean, it seems to me that there's limitations, though. I mean, you obviously different human beings would, intermingle. I mean, we're interfertile, obviously.
Yeah, but
But
okay, but forget the human
but
side of it. Go further back. That's the thing. Go
okay,
back,
but
way
right,
back.
right. The point of the matter is, I mean, we don't have any strong evidence that such a thing has occurred. That we all evolved from the same creature.
I think
I
DNA
would like to see
indicates
that,
that.
and if it can't be science, if it's not observed and it's not testable, it's not repeatable.
Well, they can use DNA. They got different formats. Probably maybe not as much fossils as Brett wants, or concatenated to see.
But
Oh
now,
yeah, I can see.
but
I
now
can see
once
the
they go to
chronology.
DNA, what are they looking at? They're looking for similarities, and then they're coming up with conclusions that okay, this we must have come from this because look at how these things are similar, and that doesn't necessarily prove that one came from the other thing. It just
Well,
means that there's similarities, right?
science gets uses tools to the current understanding, right? Before we did not have the concept. The DNA was there, but we did not have the concept. Okay, even 30 years back, right? People was getting away with murder because the DNA was not that accessible. Okay, or fingerprinting. Okay, or whatever. Yeah, we advance
May I
as
ask?
we yeah, go on.
I hear you there, Oscar, and I'm totally interested and fascinated about what you have to say. But I got to respond to fiction over here. Fiction, you said, according to research, the universe is approximately 3.8 billion years old. Sorry, my glasses are a little dirty. How did you come to the conclusion that that's a fact, though? Did you appeal
That's a
to
good question.
authority? Did you appeal to authority, or did you just hear this on television and say, shit, yeah, sounds right to me? Where did you get the concept from?
That's a good question.
I tend to do that from time to time.
Well, yeah.
The
Well,
gods of
hello.
atheism,
That's
Mulder.
it's
Dawkins and Sagan and all the other gods of atheism. They
Carl
play
Pagan.
through.
Sagan.
They're holy science books that they read from, that they are infallible. You know, that's where they come from.
Now,
sounds
fiction,
reminds me.
who are these researchers that you speak of that you've appealed to? Who are you talking about? Fiction, you can just sit here and admit that you simply believed because they were authority figures or they claimed to be smartasses on television, so you said, yep, 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 yep. You didn't actually do the
I
study
don't watch
yourself.
TV.
Okay, you watched a YouTube video. Maybe somebody told you in your ear, guess what? The universe is this many.
Several somebodies, experts in the field.
How do you know it to be true, though?
Like you trust. I could ask the same question to you, like your historians and your pseudoscientists and what do you call these theologists?
I've already said 3 times.
That's where you get your info from, isn't
Now,
it?
fiction, I've already admitted that my position, a lot of it is a great deal of faith. It's belief. I admit that. But you are coming from the position of, I'm missing
Throw that back at us, though.
This is evidence, and you
Wait
can't.
a minute, Brett.
It's not even a Bruce Lee's ass whoop. Go ahead. The pressure's on you because you're the one claiming to have all the facts and evidence here.
It's not up to me to disprove or prove you and your claims.
So I thought
The onus is on you. We're not making outrageous claims.
science was about questioning and learning things here. I'm asking you for the facts and evidence. Why are you so against that?
Well, ask the scientists. They've done their research already.
Yeah, like I'm not a scientist. I've never claimed to be so.
But the fact of the matter is, what Brett is saying is that he's asking you, why do you believe it?
Because I have learned basic science in my education.
But have you experienced these things yourself? I mean, are you a scientist? I mean, have you come to these conclusions based on your own personal observation?
I'm not a scientist.
Okay, so you believe what the scientists that are telling you these things are
I
saying.
trust. I don't believe. I trust that
You
they
trust,
know what they're
but you don't
talking
really know
about
that.
and the research that they've done over and over and over
Okay.
and continue to learn.
So you've never seen it before. You're with your own eyes.
Never seen
but
what?
You trust
Wait, stop. I've never seen what?
What we're talking about here. The
planets?
The changes.
The evidence of the universe.
No,
the Hubble Space Station say?
You posted over there that
seen
you
it
know
too.
the universe.
Oh,
Have you not seen it? Have you not all seen the same evidence that we are exposed to?
I have seen that some scientists out there claim that the age is even more than that. I've seen some of them claim that it could be 16. You put 13. I've also heard
approximately. I said approximately.
Some people actually claim that things came into being instantly. I've heard all kinds of different thought processes. What about the Big Bang? Do you believe that?
I believe it's possible it could have happened. Yes.
Did it happen or not?
Why do we have to go to the extreme?
Yeah.
Is this the extreme, or is this?
Yeah, well, the Big
I
Bang
think the point is to show you that you guys have just as much faith in what's being.
No, it's not faith.
It's not
Stop
faith.
calling it faith, please.
No. You put in a Christian, sorry, a religious
No. That's
point of view.
doesn't have to be religion. No, faith has nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with religion by itself. That's not what. That's not the definition of faith. I mean, faith is associated with religion, right? But it could be also associated with other things outside of that.
Yeah, but the thing is, everything we throw at you, you say, "Oh, how can you prove it? How can you prove it? How can you prove it? How can you prove it?" You know what I mean? We're not the scientists. We think.
You keep saying you're not a scientist.
Wait. Why can't
you acting like you are a scientist?
Why
and
is it that
know
you guys can do
everything
that to
about
us, but
science?
we can't do that to you, though? I mean, you guys earlier when I came into this discussion, you
because we don't know
dogmatically that there
We don't
is no
make
evidence of
outrageous
that.
solid claims, though. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
what do you mean? The whole
Can I
time you've been
explain why we
making
trust
outrageous
scientists?
claims. You're the one that comes in here acting like you had the bachelor's degrees in fucking marine biology and shit. I mean,
Did I claim that?
Listen,
Well,
listen,
No, but your attitude, though.
You do know fiction well enough, as well as Oscar. You seem like you're new to all this, Oscar, but we hear atheists come in all the time and say, these are the facts, you just don't understand science. Well, make me fucking understand is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, there's a thing called the internet, and not to sound pompous here, but there's a thing called the internet, and there's infamous amounts of
Yes,
information
I
that's
know.
available to you. Correct? Hold on.
You gave me a
You have the
Wikipedia
same
page
resources that
earlier.
we all have.
Okay,
equally.
you gave me
It's
a
up to you to do
Wikipedia
your
page
research to find
earlier.
the same information that we know, Brett.
You gave me a Wikipedia page earlier claiming that prayer doesn't work, and then I give you a Wikipedia page saying the opposite. So let's have some facts and evidence laid out.
But Wikipedia isn't the be-all, end-all of my
So why do you use
resources.
that? Why you use
it?
Because it was the quickest thing I could grab in time.
You know, in schools across America, if you use Wikipedia as a source, it's automatically a fail.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not always. There's some
No,
legitimate
it-
stuff on Wikipedia. That's not. You can't rule it all out.
Yeah, that's
Some
true.
good information.
But it
Okay,
can be altered.
Wikipedia is a source for sources.
Let me try this on you, Fiction. Do you believe that the universe has a beginning, or do you believe that it always was, always is? Where are you at on that?
I don't know. Nor does anybody.
Okay.
I'm honest. Beckel and I have already been through this one. Right, Beckel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Now that's honest right there, and it's okay to say I don't know. There's nothing wrong with it. Good deal, Adam. You got a microphone? I'd love to hear you, man.
Adam Lure.
Would you guys like an explanation of why we trust scientists?
I like to get an
particular
explanation as to how is it trust and not faith. I like to get an explanation.
Well, it basically comes down to a trust that there isn't a massive conspiracy involving millions of people trying to convince the public.
You do realize that there has been scientists who have confessed, admitted in courts that they have lied.
They are not the scientists to trust in.
Earlier in this discussion, we had people asserting that the scientists have done studies on the prayer issue, and you guys immediately bought it that prayer does not work. And now we're doing the same thing with you guys, and it seems like you're kind of changing the standard a little bit.
Okay, but put it this way. How many people do you know had actual, and you can prove that it was prayer that was answered because they prayed?
Oh, we can prove
How many people do you know?
I know quite a few, actually, but see, what you're going to do, though,
Where's the
because
proof?
according to your worldview, you're just going to discredit it and say that was just coincidence, which is, you're welcome
Where's
to
the
do.
proof that it was
However,
prayer that did it, not coincidence? Then
Say it again?
where's the proof?
Well, you're going to have to talk to
that
them.
it was prayer alone and not any other coincidence.
You're going to have to talk to them. I don't have anything in my, I don't have anything tangible in my hand. It's their prayers.
No, that's fine, Verko. That's fine. Then you go and talk to the scientists.
Okay, great. You guys talk to I'll talk to the scientists. You guys talk to the people who made prayers that have come to pass.
I have spoken to many people in church in this area, and I've yet to meet one person that can 100%, no doubt, believe, even that though they prayed, that they believe that it was prayer, even the believers.
So did they tell you that their prayers were answered? Or they told you that the prayers weren't
But they
answered?
were disproven.
Ah, you see what I mean?
Can I? Let me ask you a
Just
quick
discredited.
question,
That's all
Oscar.
you're gonna do.
Just something real fast, and then you guys can jump right back on the top if you want to. Just want to know something. If I were to ask you, how many times have you looked up on YouTube with a video that's going against religion? How many times would you estimate?
Same can be said for people who go against science.
Well, I'm asking you, would you say that you've looked up quite a few videos having to do with, against religion?
To be quite honest, not against religion, but I got links to people, right? And when I open my Google Plus account, yeah, things pop like you normally see, right? And if it's of interest, which is tendently towards religion, granted, but I don't search something against. I see things that people have said via video, via text, via whatever, and it pops up, and then I research or basically watch it. If that answers your question.
Now that's fine. Now the next question is, how many times did you hear a scientist claim something on a video and went looking to see if something went against what something Richard Dawkins said, or any of the other guys out there, even Stephen Hawking?
Hold on, I don't. No, hold on. I don't research. I don't look at videos for those type of researches because that's not my line of interest at the moment. So
You don't find what Richard Dawkins has to say is interesting, or Stephen Hawking?
yeah, already researched him. I mean, it's not that I research him on a daily basis. Do you understand? I mean, I've seen his videos, right? There's more video coming from people like you, like me, or anybody else than that one person or 3 or 4 people, right? So there's more videos about all of us, yeah, on a daily basis than what they do in a year.
Are you aware of why Hawkins even started his research? Do you know what the basis for his research was?
I am fascinated and interested with Hawking, but the point is that you basically have volunteered that your interest is going out and finding videos that try to refute or debunk religion.
Oh, hold on.
To a claim of science, you're not looking into
No, I'm saying I'm looking at video that people like. If you make a video, I'm watching you.
For a different viewpoint on this, or if a scientist has a different theory on it.
No, I'm clear on what the scientific people are saying. Dawkins, you name it, whatever. Right? I even research Christians, not Christian, historians, apologetic historians. Yeah, like.
What is okay? How about this? What has Stephen Hawking been saying of recent, or at least in the past 2 years, about black holes?
I don't know.
What about you, Fiction?
Oh, hold on.
I like what Adam typed into the chat bar. Not interested in questioning my own beliefs, only interested in questioning other people's beliefs. That hit it right on the nose there. Adam.
Yeah, that sounds, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I like to watch videos having to do with other people's ideologies and views, and I also enjoy watching stuff having to do with science and philosophy and so on. And sometimes I'll even watch an Asian. So I'm a pretty open-minded feller.
Okay, a point I want to make about Hawkins is at the very beginning, he was on a search for God. That's what initiated his research.
And where did you get that from? The new movie coming out about him? You watched a trailer?
Him come out of his own mind. He said that he initially, if you read about his history, the whole thing that motivated him was he was on a search to actually look for and prove God once and for all, and he's been doing it for how many years now, and now he has changed his he had a solid position. He really wholeheartedly wanted to find God, and look where it led him to.
But I find
there's other people that had the complete opposite results. They were looking to destroy God or to debunk God, and the complete opposite happened to them. So I mean, the same arguments that bring people away from God It's the same. You can use the same exact arguments to bring people to God. I mean, it's documented.
What I find interesting,
not as often as
what I find
Hawking.
fascinating is you're right about what you say, Veckel, but there's still something still positive about Stephen Hawking. The fact that he was seeking out God has inspired a lot of great work on his part of the universe because of his inspiration and desire to find God.
And now he has changed his position because science has led him to know what he's doing is erasing what he once believed with facts. He's going with the facts.
I would like to point out that there is no scientific consensus on the existence of any God.
There's no scientific consensus on the existence of God, you said?
Scott is correct, yes.
That's what I said.
Alrighty. Was there like a punchline?
Maybe.
So I
Fine.
You guys got pseudoscientists. You don't have scientists on your side.
You do realize
science, really?
You guys have said that you weren't really all that interested about the whole black holes thing, but he has made a lot of changes on his views about the very thing that he came up with, black holes. You guys don't realize that?
That's fine, but that's okay to change it with science. At least he's honest, and you cannot change the Bible content when historians see that there's errant problems on the Bible, contradictions or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So, have you guys come to the point where you feel that you know so much about the universe it just simply has no room for God in it? Is that what we're saying?
No,
absolutely not.
Who told you that we know everything about the universe?
I just wanted to hear what you'd have to say on it. That's all.
If we know everything about the universe, then so should you. so can you.
You are saying that you believe in the possibility that God could be within the universe. That's great.
What do you need a God in the universe?
Well, it just sounds like you gave up atheism pretty quick on that drop.
No.
No, you just said it's possible that God could live in the universe. You're no longer an atheist.
Who said that?
Congratulations.
Who said that?
Who said that?
You guys did.
Strong atheism and weak atheism.
I don't recall saying that. Are you putting words in our mouths?
No, you said it was possible.
Who said that was possible?
There is a distinction between strong atheism and weak atheism.
One lifts weights.
A strong atheist would make the positive claim that God does not exist. Oscar and Fiction do not appear to be strong atheists.
Hey, what would you consider yourself then?
Well, what is a weak atheist? Like more agnostic?
Yeah, closer to agnostic.
No, I'm not agnostic. I can't.
I said closer to.
I would say I'm closer to the other side, the other end of the spectrum.
So you are.
I don't have any evidence for me to believe that I would be closer to thinking there's any God. Which God? There's a good question for you. Which God do you think?
That's a whole other subject there.
There you go. Will the true God stand up?
All right, how about this? Let's take this word God away for a moment. Fiction, is it possible or probable? Let's go with probable. That there could be an advanced conscious mind out in the universe that may have the ability to transform matter.
No.
She answered that quick.
Oof, that's pretty quick.
I've answered that many times. No.
So there can be no conscious mind out in the universe but your own and your species.
How would you possibly know that?
Sorry, what's that?
How could you possibly come to that conclusion? In order for you to even make such an assertion, you'd have to be omniscient. It's as simple as that. You cannot. The honest position, the honest response to that question would be, I don't think so, or I'm not convinced. But you just said no. There's absolutely no possible way, which means that you know.
No, I didn't. Oh! You're putting words in my mouth. I said no. I simply said no. Not all that extra jargon you added.
Okay, so the question is, do you know for a fact then that it's impossible? Yes or no?
There's not enough facts to support.
Okay, see, another assertion there. Got to back that one up now.
There's not enough facts or evidence to support what you want me to say.
Okay. You mean you're not convinced of the facts out there? It's not that the facts haven't been They're just not convincing to you, right? It's not that there are no facts at all. You're just not convinced.
No, I didn't say that either.
No, but that's what you should be saying, because otherwise,
Who are you to tell me what I should say?
because in order for you to be honest,
my mind, Veckle. Come on now.
in order for you to be honest and logically consistent with your position, you have to have all knowledge, and you don't have that. Neither do I. So
No,
how
but
can
with
you make a
what knowledge
statement like that?
What knowledge that we collectively have from the people that provide us with the evidence, okay?
Evidence of the non-existence of God?
No. Well, yeah, not evidence for the non-existence, but there's just no evidence supporting that there is a God.
You see, that's where I have to disagree with you. Again,
Of course you would disagree because you believe that there is a God with little evidence.
Of course you're going to disagree because you
from a
don't believe
book,
that there is a God.
which really isn't evidence. It's not really evidence.
Yeah, well, and neither is your assertions. Their assertions are not evidence either that
Oh.
God doesn't exist.
No. I haven't made any assertions here, have I?
You have. You
What?
said that there is no evidence. Isn't that an assertion?
Did I say there's no evidence? I just said there's no evidence that I am convinced of.
Oh, okay.
that
Now you're
supports-
changing it. Oh, okay.
Okay.
But now you're saying
I'm gonna go get me another cookie
scrambling
real
my
quick.
brain back.
I'm gonna go get me another cookie real quick, but I want
know it.
for those people out there who love Star Wars, you're gonna love this quote that I give the fiction. Only Siths deal in absolutes. I'll be right back.
That's an absolute. That statement is itself an absolute.
What?
Yeah, it is.
What?
The statement that only Siths deal in absolutes is an absolute statement.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it sounds like fiction. You've made a couple of absolute statements, but now you're changing it and saying that you're throwing in the word convinced in there, which I
Well, you
highly
kind of
appreciate.
fired at me kind of quick. I've been up for like a lot of hours here. I've worked
Oh,
10
okay.
hours out of those a lot of hours, and I've been drinking.
All right.
So I kind of got
Well,
mixed up
I'll
a
give
little
you that.
easily there.
I'll give it up. I'm just saying, if you want to, I'm just saying, atheists require us to be intellectually honest, and we should. I expect the same thing from those who are making the assertion that there is no evidence of God or God does not exist. I'd like to see.
Well, I'd like to see the evidence then. Convince me.
Well, there's no way I can convince you, and that's not the Christian's job anyway. However,
Yes, because the claim for God is a positive claim, and it's outlandish,
Yes.
and
Yeah,
it
it is a positive
requires
yeah, it is a positive claim. You're right. I can argue.
extreme evidence.
Yeah.
Do you
You're
think
right.
that we have empirical evidence for the existence of God?
I think so. What empirical? I want to say no. To be honest with you,
I would agree with that.
I'm going to say no. Oh, who is this speaking? Is this an
Scott.
atheist? Are
I'm
you
not
an
an
atheist?
atheist.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't say that we have an empirical evidence. I do think for the most part it's subjective. I mean, but there's some strong arguments, I would say. Let me just put it that way.
Okay.
Very, very strong arguments. And again, with an atheist can say, "I'm just not convinced." I strongly appreciate when they say it that way. But when they say there is no evidence of God, or God, there is no God, God does not exist. Now I got a problem because they're making a positive, absolute claim, and it needs to be substantiated. In the same way, the Christian who's going to, if a Christian is going to initiate a conversation saying God does exist,
Yeah, but what
well,
about?
I mean, hey, they have the burden on them
There's
too.
certainly been no evidence forthcoming.
What about if you present, let's say for argument's sake, that you say that there is evidence for God and you present 10 of your so-called evidence, okay, so which is fine, and I say that for me is not evidence, so I'm not making a positive assertion that for me that is not evidence. I don't trust you. So it's saying that there is no. If she says that is no evidence, she's probably eliminating your evidence.
That's not convincing evidence for me, then I'd be cool with that.
Well, convincing and saying no evidence because your evidence is not good enough, which is almost the same thing.
It's almost like you're saying there's something wrong with me that I can't be convinced by your kind of evidence. That's what almost like it's asserting what you're saying.
No, not necessarily. I mean, in a way, I agree with you on that, but that's not necessarily what I'm saying. Well, I hold a Calvinist position, so I would say that the reason you don't believe is because God has not revealed Himself to you. That's
See,
what I
that's
would
what I'm
say.
saying. No, that's
But
not true, though.
well, I believe it is, but
Because
you
that's
don't-
insinuating there's something wrong with me that that I'm blind
no,
or
no,
something to the
nothing
spiritual
wrong with
realm of some sort or whatever.
no this. Well, when we say something wrong with you, I mean that we're not necessarily saying that I'm better. The Christians are better than you. No, that's not the case at all.
Let's not say it's there's something wrong with you. Let's try to tone down the language a little bit and say that the fault lies within you. I mean I mean still.
See, I don't even say it that way, really.
That's just
At least the
just
Christian
offensive.
doctrine anyway. The Christian doctrine anyway. I mean, we say that if you're not convinced of God, it's not because you're stupid or you're less of a human than a Christian. It's just simply because God has not revealed it to you. That's all. That. I mean,
Assuming there's a God.
that's what we believe. That's what we
But
teach.
does God not want all of his children to freely come to know and enjoy Him?
Yeah. All of His children do know Him. The thing is, not every human being in the world is his child. When Christians call the children of God are those that follow
Let me
Christ.
clarify. Let me clarify. By children, I mean
to my creation, right?
Want His creation to know and enjoy Him.
Everybody.
Now that's a more theological issue there that some Christians might disagree with me on. The Arminian Calvinist argument. I'm sure you've heard of.
You don't think that God? I mean, this kind of goes beyond that. I think that any theistic God, being all loving, all just, and great in all making properties, having all great making properties, would want to for all of His creation to know the most amount of truth, and that would include knowledge of His existence and His glory. So why would He deny it to people like me? And I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Fiction.
Fiction fighter.
Fiction
Hey,
fighter.
are you guys able to hear me? You guys able to hear me?
I'm a fiction fighter. Twisted fiction fighter. Okay.
Just earlier.
That's
just
your
earlier-
opinion.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, we hear ya.
I want to remind you guys that I asked the question earlier, if a God revealed Himself, would it impact humanity, science itself, and our desire and motivation to discover mystery?
I think it would certainly impact humanity in that you would have a lot of converts to whatever religion that God claimed to be representing.
You would have to actually do something, though.
Right. It would impact
not
science
hiding.
only if it made scientific claims.
No, I think that.
What was that?
I not hide.
I think that if God made His presence known tomorrow, there would be a lot more inquiry into the paranormal in science. I think that if this super metaphysical being exists, then it opens the doors to a lot of possibilities. There'd be further investigations in ghosts and other things in the paranormal that I don't think there are very looked at charitably
We
today.
have to do a lot more than just appear, though, Seth. Wouldn't you think?
Oh
No,
yeah, I
I'm
agree
not
with
talking, I'm not talking about a mere appearance. I could reject a mere appearance. There's this really really funny comic that I think a Christian church actually put out that that I think they were trying to disparage atheists, but I kind of like it. It says that an atheist is somebody who, if he ever met God, would ask for ID.
Yeah, DNA sample, please.
But assuming that this God exists,
Joseph, you are not the father.
Assuming that this God exists, he wouldn't have to rely on mere appearance. He could just make it known to me in a way that I couldn't deny it.
Exactly. That's exactly the testimony of Christians.
Just you, though, Seth? Would you be convinced if He just made Himself known to you?
Assuming that this God exists, He could do so in a way that I couldn't deny it, and it wouldn't be a violation of my free will because I want to know it.
You got it.
I would want it to reveal itself
You hit it right on the head, Seth. That's it.
I would want it to reveal itself to both myself and a close friend who is also not already a theist of whatever religion that I trust, because that way I would be able to verify my experience and know that I wasn't hallucinating or something like that.
Well, we're talking about it.
No, it's not an alien.
That's interesting. And I think that even if it was an alien, it would obviously be a being of great power to do whatever miracles it presents, and you would treat it as such.
Yeah.
But for him, it would not be miracle, Scott.
What was that?
For him, I mean, Scott said that it would be a miracle, okay? But for the being creating that is not a miracle.
Right, but it'd be a miracle to us.
It'd be a miracle to
Sure,
us, right?
sure. It's like, for example, us going to a tribal community and showing a blinking laptop, yeah, and doing a face-to-face with like, what the, what the
That's right.
power? It's not fucking power. It's just wires.
They probably think it was
It would take a
witchcraft.
lot to convince me. I'm telling you, it would have to rule out
Yeah,
that it's
they
an
cut the
alien.
fucking
It would
head
have
off
to
and shrink it.
rule out that it's a
No, it wouldn't. No.
advanced
You heard what Seth said.
from another universe.
You heard what Seth said. It wouldn't take much at all. If God, assuming that God exists, he doesn't even have to show himself to you so that you have to see him. He's so powerful that he can make you actually believe that he's real and that he exists and that he wants to fellowship with you.
It would take a lot more than that.
No,
Though.
no, it wouldn't. No, not if he's all powerful.
I'm telling you, for
hold on,
me it
no,
would.
hold on,
For
there's-
me it would.
No,
Hold on, there's a
I
really
disagree.
mundane. There's a really mundane allegory here, and we have internal experiences that we have every single day that we can't deny. If we're hungry, our stomach might not actually be empty. We could be mistaken about our stomach being empty, but we can't be mistaken of we're feeling the sensation of hunger. And a direct experience of God can be something like that, an internal experience that we just can't deny. You're never wrong when you say I feel hungry.
A pain on the chest, for example, if you talk about feelings or things like that, yeah.
You wouldn't be able to deny that you experienced whatever it was that you experienced, but you would be able to question whether or not that experience was real, whether it was
Right.
all in your head.
Right on, Scott.
Which is
I'm
why
not sure that's the case.
But I think, yeah, at the same time, though, I mean, the Bible says that every knee shall bow. I mean, this is referring to people, non-believers and believers. So everybody in that day when when God reveals himself to everyone, everyone is going to they're going to have this automatic reaction when they see him. And how is that possible? Because everyone are going to know who he is. And I think that's something that God is supernaturally going to do within the hearts and minds of the people that are going to experience that.
Would
So
those
Adam-
people then be saved?
Adam said that he thinks he could feel hungry without feeling accurately what's going on in your body, and yeah, that's what I said. Is you could be mistaken. You could feel hungry when your stomach's not empty, but you can't deny you are feeling hungry. There's no denial of that.
Yeah, that was my point. Is that you experience the feeling of hunger regardless of whether or not you actually need food.
You can't be fooled into
There's actually
thinking
a
you're hungry.
condition. Yes, there's actually a medical condition that you constantly eat, even though you're not hungry.
Right, but then they either are feeling hungry and trying to fill that, or they're not feeling hungry. You can't deny that you're feeling hungry when you're feeling hungry.
Yeah, the point is that your subjective experience does not necessarily reflect reality.
Yeah, and I'll give you that, but God can give you, I think that God, if he existed, can give you an immediate experience of existence, of which is something like an internal sensation that you couldn't deny, in a way that you couldn't deny his existence.
Is that all it would take for you, Seth? Really?
Sure.
Yeah, but Seth, guess what?
Because man in his own strength is not going to want to go searching for God. God has to be the one that initiates it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
what,
sure that's the case. There's lots of people who are convinced through natural theology that God exists.
In other words, more magic.
Well,
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Shoot.
Can we stop you?
You just did.
Yeah, somebody posted something here on Facebook that I found fascinating. I think you guys might think it's interesting too. But can you give an idea or an estimate, at least with what you know about science, when the first functional female and male came to be?
it wasn't one as in one.
Well, obviously, so you believe that they all in sync just became female and male all at the same time?
No. That's two different things. So one you're saying that there was there's one not it wasn't one pair. There was probably multiple pairs of the same organism. Okay, it's like, for example, bacteria. Imagine bacteria, yeah, one males and one females, tons of them, yeah, and then they relocated it to different places. Just it's a hypothetical thing, right? Yeah, to put it minuscule, right? So they spread around throughout the body or whatever, yeah, and they mutated over time, right? And then this one managed to another animal got it and transported to the other animal. Okay, so they adopted the animal's behavior and they change over time. So that you got the same species that mutated to another animal, and they became changed over time. Is that simple?
So you're basically saying that all these different males and females just popped up and somehow stayed compatible with each other.
Ah, you see now it's all of a sudden pop up. The pop up it implies bang, just like that, and time went out of the window.
And may I also add, there have been species, and there's several different ones that I would have to look up to be specific, but that were initially hermaphrodite. So they were neither female nor male, and they had the reproductive
Sexual reproduction does not require
They had sex with themselves.
Exactly. They fucked themselves.
No, that's different.
No, that's different. And they actually, I don't know if it's a plant or a bug that it can actually do that. It actually throw the things out and the screw.
But Oscar, in fiction, at what point in human evolution did the male and female become functional and be able to use a reproductive system?
That's a good question. You have to look into that.
I don't think it's that good of a question. I think it's quite obvious that this happened before human evolution.
Correct, and it's continuous.
Yeah.
We it's kind of silly. We inherit a lot of traits from our non-human ancestors. Yeah, we inherit a lot of traits from our non-human ancestors, and sex would have been one of them.
Richard Dawkins, he mentions, and I've pointed this out several times, you guys know what the hell I'm talking about, it's just word games, obviously. Reproduction system, when did it become functional? When did this collection of cells, as you put it, whatever, soup or ocean energy, whatever the case is, when did the reproductive system make its connection?
Okay, that question it would be the same as when does the egg split into two? When did that started?
Yeah.
When
So
the female egg of a
I've
woman
already
is being
described for you, this is going to be the fourth time.
Are you looking for a date, Brett?
My belief system
Exactly.
with God and all these things are based upon faith. I admit this.
No, you want
You
date
are
and
coming
time
from the
or
position that you have the facts and evidence to back up said theory. So I'm asking you about the reproductive system.
Do you think that this is actually a defeater for evolution? That some people on a Hangout can't explain where
Right.
sexual selection comes from?
No, I have already come to the conclusion long ago that most of the people that are in Hangouts are full of shit, but I still enjoy talking to them.
Are you asking for a date?
That's what it
Oh,
We're all fucking full of shit, naturally. X is out the anus.
Are you asking for a date?
Technically, you're
Oh, you
correct.
got them riled up now.
Talking about the reproductive system.
Of course you did.
What your view is.
I once started reading up on the origins of sex quite a while ago, probably a year ago, and it was extremely confusing. It is a highly debated topic in evolution, but I don't see any reason to come to the conclusion that it couldn't have happened through successive generations with small changes. It just seems perfectly viable, given evolution, that sex can evolve. I don't see any reason why it couldn't.
Would you agree, Seth, if you got said female, male, if one inconsistency or incompatibility happened with either the female or the male, that would be the end of the species? Do you agree?
No, hold on, no. You're talking
Absolutely
about
wrong.
one single female. You see, that's your fallacy there. Yeah, you think that it's only one pair of species. Yeah.
Are
Yeah, we're
you
not talking about
that,
Noah's Ark.
are you saying that each individual of the human ancestry, they all had their own mutations whenever it comes to the reproductive system individually?
Sexual reproduction is older than male and female.
Right. I've actually. That's one of the things I was talking about. Brett comes back to this idea that humans evolved sex. That each species somehow evolves their own sexes, and that's just not the case. We inherit sex from way previous ancestors. It's not a human thing.
It's part of the
way before
package. It's part of the evolutionary package.
Okay. Well, in order to have an inheritance, you have to have the specific
The tools, yes.
messenger that started this. So what started it? What is the one that had the as you say, break off of female and male?
Oh, their names are. Oh no, I know this. Their names are Bob and Jane.
Well, can you do me a favor in the future when you're having a discussion about evolution, just let people know that you don't have any facts or evidence that it's got to turn into a situation.
No, right, Brett. Because if your ability to ask a question that people don't have specifics to, and they're not PhDs in biological evolution, means that we don't know anything about evolution, and we shouldn't talk about it, Brett.
I don't think that's what he's saying at all.
No, I'm just saying if you don't have facts and evidence to back it up, then probably get the hell out of it until you figure something out.
Doesn't mean there isn't facts and evidence. Just don't have it in the top of our heads.
Okay, then it's obvious that the only reason why you believe this shit is because you're appealing to authority. That's all I'm saying, and that also falls into the bandwagon fallacy.
And where do you get all your knowledge, Brett?
Wikipedia. Nah, just kidding.
Or like Conservapedia. No, I just get a kick out of the fact that Brett thinks that asking a question about evolution that somebody can't answer means that we're just totally relying on authorities. It's just not the
You guys
case.
do the same thing with Christians. Come on now.
I don't. Don't lump me in with other Christians. I certainly don't do that.
Some of you guys do the same type of stuff with Christians too. I mean, you like to claim victory. You lead these incredibly long.
I've yet to claim victory on anyone. I just have a discussion, Veckel.
All right. Well.
All right.
But maybe
I hope that you guys don't get the impression that I've got a little chalkboard over here. It's like 1 point for Brett King. No, it's not like that. Just having a discussion with you.
I don't know if anybody wants to vouch for me on this because I think Veckel might be the only one who might have witnessed this, but maybe he doesn't remember. Maybe I didn't while he was in a thread. But I've come down on atheists for doing similar things. I like to keep my own house clean.
Yeah, you really fucked me up on my opinion on you there, Seth. I don't know what side you're playing on.
I'm an atheist. I'm a strong atheist.
What?
He's a strong atheist, yeah.
I'm a strong atheist. Yeah.
So am I a weak one or a strong one because I don't have billions and billions of facts stored up in my brain at the drop of a hat?
Your position sounds like you'd be a strong atheist. I mean, you seem to be 100% certain that there is no God.
I have never claimed that. I'm 100% certain.
Oh,
yeah.
well.
One does not add.
Your language earlier sounded just like that, though.
I think we all probably believe very, very few things with 100% certainty.
Oh, okay. Well, that's honest.
Honest people can never be 100% certain about really anything in this subject.
Well, except if it's been revealed in a special way.
Unless we have facts that totally rule it out. Yeah.
You can be certain about.
I know 100% I'm not a male. I'm 100% female. There's
All
one
right.
for you.
Well, I've got a female question. You ready for it? Their fiction?
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay. The woman is born with a limited number of eggs and generally only releases 1 egg per cycle. So the question is, if the system wasn't in place from the beginning, then no eggs would be released, making fertilization impossible.
Mm-hmm.
What is your view on that?
Well, actually, I brought that up in the comment section of one of your videos, didn't I? I did my research on that. But anyways, ask the question again because my mind wandered as you were asking that.
Right.
You mentioned ovaries, and I went in a million different directions.
I didn't say ovary, but here we go. Woman is born with a limited number of eggs and generally only releases 1 egg per cycle. if the system wasn't in place from the beginning, then no eggs would be released, making fertilization possible.
But it was in place from the beginning.
Okay, so you do agree that there was a reproductive system and a fully functional female. Thank
And
you.
not a limited number of ovaries. When we're born, us females, we are born with millions and millions of eggs. When we are born, upon birth, millions of those eggs die. And then as we reach puberty, more die, and we're left with a limited number. And we only use, say, maybe 150 in a lifetime.
That's a lot of eggs, man.
Yes, and guess what other reproductive system is also like that?
Well, what one?
The fish. Getting back to the fish.
Oh.
Isn't there similarities there? Huh?
Similarities mean nothing.
What?
That's like saying the book doesn't mean nothing.
Similarities don't mean anything.
Sure.
Just means that they're similar. That's it.
Right.
Doesn't mean one.
Is that why
doesn't
pussy
mean one
smells
came
like
from the
fish,
other.
Adam says?
Doesn't mean one came from the other or that they came from the same thing.
No, but it's very similar when you say kind of a strange coincidence, isn't it?
Well,
And our reproductive system is quite similar to a fish's reproductive system.
All right, you guys ready for me?
We don't require the millions of eggs that fish require.
I threw out the female question. You guys ready for a male question? You ready?
I didn't hear your response to that.
Check this out. Man.
What did you think of that, Brett?
Yeah, I'm curious. What's your thoughts on that, Brett? Her response.
I didn't think it was very good.
Next question.
You don't understand females too much.
Here we go. Man, okay, listen, okay, and I know some of you are going to be immature about this question, but here we go anyway. We're going to give it a shot. Man being able to pass semen out of his body, wouldn't the system need to be in place from the start? Otherwise, the sperm could not reach the egg.
And?
I'm all ears.
Yeah,
you don't need the entire system to exchange genetic material, which is how sexual reproduction would have began.
Okay. So you're agreeing that the system would have had to have been in place from the beginning.
No, that's not what he's saying at all.
Well, that's what the question was.
Right.
I'm saying that the entire system that we have was not in place from the beginning. Developed over time.
At one time, males didn't have a penis.
Yes. Well, I'm saying at one time there wasn't males at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it seems like, I haven't done a lot of reading on this. I might be speaking completely ignorantly, but it seems to me that it's completely plausible that the system could have started, sexual selection could have started completely hermaphroditic, or is that the word? Hermaphroditic?
Hermaphrodite.
And it could have evolved to select for some of the creatures tending to be female, tending to be male, and the ability to switch like some creatures still do today. We see all of these steps in the animal kingdom today. I have snails in my fish tank right now who are completely hermaphroditic. They do not have male or female sexual organs. They have both.
And worms.
And then there are worms that can do that. And then there are I think there's a kind of frog that actually, if there's not enough females, or if there's too many females in the population, can actually switch its gender and become a male. So it seems that all of these steps can be in place, and a gradual change can occur to select for completely male and completely female opposite sexes.
There's actually a species of sea slug that's only born male, and when they reach maturity, they'll basically sword fight with their penises. The loser will have its bitten off, it will become a female, and then they will mate.
Yeah.
You made that up.
I did
That's
not.
an
I'll find you a link
algae-eating
for
one,
it.
isn't it? Is that the one that eats the algae?
I know it's a species of sea slug.
Yeah.
Reuven says it's legit.
Yep, it is. I did a study on that as well. Yep.
I've got a
Are you guys saying that there would have originally had to been like a male figure and then the female would have come to be?
We're saying that there would have neither been male nor female.
And actually, I think all evidence points to female as the default form.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because
true.
it produces something. Yeah, sure.
Even in human development, the fetus starts off as completely female, which is why men have nipples.
Nipples is a funny word.
There's a leopard slug too.
Got any more questions, Brett?
Yeah, I'll get you some more out there. Hell, I did 20 of them earlier. Oof.
Does this work both ways, Brett? If I could ask you a question of how God brought the universe into existence and you can't answer, does that mean that you're just relying on authority?
No, I'd have to repeat the same thing I've said 100 times already tonight and say that my position is based upon faith, and I have no issue with this.
What kind of faith? What do you mean by faith? Because in the Bible it says that faith is the assurance of things not seen, the assurance of that's not quite right. It's the assurance of something, the evidence of things not seen. A lot of Christians, at least educated Christians, when you talk about faith, don't talk about faith the way you're talking about faith, kind of this blind leap, but an assurance that that
Right.
God loves them and protects them.
I refer to myself as a theist.
I understand that. What do you have to say about what I said about faith?
I try to go with the common definition of faith.
Which is?
The definition of faith.
Which is?
Take a look at your dictionary.
So you don't have a working definition? You can't tell me what your working definition is?
Not going to go Google it for you. You can look it up.
No, you shouldn't have to Google it. You used the word, so you have a working definition. There's a phrase that you could put in place of the word faith that clarifies this for me, and I would like you to do that if you can.
You already know what faith is.
I know multiple definitions for faith, but I don't know how you're using it, because it seems to me like you're using it as some kind of leap to just justify to just throw a word out there to try to justify your worldview without actually justifying it. And if that's what you're doing, that's fine. I just think it makes your position
Well,
extremely weak.
I don't have to sit here and justify faith or belief to you.
Which is okay. Which is exactly my point. It makes your position extremely weak.
Well, you can feel that way and perceive that.
Brett, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So you believe that Jesus died and rose from the dead, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
Do you believe that Jesus was God?
I have said I'm a work in progress. The Trinity thing's a thing that needs to be discussed more.
There are non-Trinitarian Christians, though, and I think what Scott's getting to is something I've said about you before, just not while you're in the room, that you say that you're not a Christian, and no one's exactly sure why, because you fit all the...
Your audio is cutting out, Seth. But yeah, I don't understand why you're not a Christian if you believe that Jesus died and rose from the dead. That's something that's pretty central to Christianity, exclusively.
All right. The definition of Christian is to be Christ-like. I do not consider myself on the same level as Christ. Therefore, I do not say I am in likeness in that way.
Where did you get that definition?
I don't think that any Christian would consider themselves on the same level as Christ.
Well, I'm talking about the definition Christ-like. I don't see myself like Christ.
I'm not familiar with that definition. I mean, I think that's the definition you're going to find in the dictionary, and I don't think that's the definition you find in theological seminaries. Where are you getting this definition that Christian is to be Christ-like?
Go ahead and put this up for you, since atheists don't like the dictionary.
Yeah, the definition that I've always used is someone who adheres to either the Nicene Creed or the Apostles' Creed.
Let's see what we got. Ugh.
You do realize that the dictionary is a little bit more descriptive than prescriptive, right? I mean, there's a prescriptive aspect to it, as in, when you don't know what a word is, you look it up in the dictionary. But generally, the dictionaries in America and in the UK describe the way language is used.
Okay, to relating to or professing Christianity or its teachings, to be Christ-like, a person who has received Christian baptism or is a believer in Jesus Christ and his teachings.
Right. Would you fall under?
If you say so.
Where did you get that definition?
Wikipedia, no?
That's right there. Just Google it up.
It's right where. There's lots of hits under Google of what's the definition for anything. There's lots of dictionaries. Which one are you using?
Send a link. Go on.
A link would be fine, but I mean, just a name like dictionary.com, Webster's, Wikipedia, that would be cool too. That's fine. I could find it.
Yeah, it's right there. I gave you the link.
Yeah, number one. Yeah, under the first most popular definition, you're a Christian.
Well, I appreciate that you all are trying to get me to be a Christian and all that, but I'm fine with the concept of theist.
We aren't trying to get you to be a Christian. We just think you are a Christian and you're mislabeling yourself, which is fine. You can do that, but we were just curious.
So you're not agnostic then, Brett?
No. I think that agnosticism is actually more strict than even atheism.
How is atheism strict?
Yeah, really.
No, atheism lacks a belief in deities. However, the agnostic is one who believes it is impossible to know either way. That's strict. That's an absolute impossible.
That's not what I asked.
Agnosticism can also just be someone who doesn't know.
Right, like Christianity, there are a couple of different definitions.
Okay, it's fine to say you don't know, but when you say you believe it's impossible to know, that's when things get a little fishy.
Right, and both of those definitions would fall under the term agnosticism.
Also,
here it goes.
Also, some of the parts of the definition is to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. I have read the Bible 15 times, but I am still a work in progress about what it is that I'm going to accept, what I can go with.
Looking at the Wikipedia page for agnosticism, it specifies strong agnosticism is the view that the question of the existence or non-existence of deities is unknowable. Weak agnosticism is the view that the existence or non-existence is not currently known or knowable.
You do realize that these separate definitions under the word don't mean that you have to apply. That they all have to apply. Just one of them. That was a question, Brett.
Oh, you're asking me about the question. I told you I am more. I feel like it's perfect for me, just a theist.
Right, but that's not what I asked. I asked if you're aware that the dictionary definitions, when they're listed multiple definitions under a word, does not mean they all have to apply to you. Only one needs apply to.
I'll tell you what.
Correctly according to the dictionary.
I'll tell you what, if any believer in here or non-believer can show me in the Bible where Jesus says he requires me to label myself a Christian in order for things to be square, I'm listening.
Right, but that's not... Well, he did say, deny me before your brothers, and I'll deny you before the Father.
Yeah, but I'm not denying Jesus Christ. I'm not going along with the label that he does not require me to have.
The word didn't even exist when Jesus was around, or even like 100 years after him. But I'm not. I'm not saying you need to label yourself as a Christian. My direct question was: you are aware that these multiple definitions under a word in the dictionary do not mean that all of them need to apply. Just one of them.
Well, the thing is I gave you the definition because you were asking about this particular thing. I don't feel like I fall into it fully.
Well, I've asked you this very simple question like 4 times now, and you're not answering, so I digress.
Theism and a work in progress. I think that'll do.
Hey, Veckel, are you still there? Guess not.
Where's that soundboard?
There's actually 4 people watching this right now. That's amazing.
Oh goodness. Yeah, it's 6:23 in the morning. Ugh.
Got any more questions, Brett?
Not really. I'm kind of tired. Well, I've been up through the beginning of this hangout, so it's almost how many hours? Jeez.
Yeah, you had a big day.
No, it's besides this hangout, it did have a pretty busy Thanksgiving. A lot of family came over and stuff.
I hope Veckel comes back. Veckel usually has good topics.
Yeah, I want Veckel to come back. I have something I want to ask him about.
Reuven's trying to save the hangout. He's inviting more people. I like Reuven's hangouts. This one seems to be like it's dying. I hope it doesn't. I just got here.
It's gonna go off air pretty soon anyway. It's been going for over 7 hours.
Yeah, I was shocked when I came back and it was still going on. Reuven, you need to get a mic.
Adam's still here and he's a Christian, so I guess he can answer this.
Is he a Christian?
I think so.
I don't think
You're
he
a
is.
Christian, Adam? Oh. Never mind then. What would you label as, Adam?
Reuven says he's an atheist. What does support it as a concept? Support it as a concept like SC Cup does? I really despise SC Cup. Well, I would have to assume so. SC Cup is a dingbat. I would assume Adam's position is something like religion is necessary for social cohesion or order.
Hey, Seth, here's a link to that worm that I was talking about.
Awesome.
I think it's the same one. Although I think there's actually several different species that have a similar process.
Oh, that's a cool looking. That's a worm. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Mating between 2 such worms involves penis fencing, as each worm tries to inject sperm into the other with one of its 2 stubby penises, while trying to avoid being inseminated itself.
Oh, it just gets crazier and crazier.
Life is weird.
Yeah. So, Brett, what was the last book you've read?
Oh, I've never read any books.
You said you've read the Bible a bunch of times.
I know, but you're trying to get me into some kind of conversation about book reading. It's not an interest at this point. I'm tired.
Okay. Adam, do you mean blue shift as in the stars, the Doppler effect? Yeah. Well, I don't know about much about it. I know what blue shift is.
Yeah, I was talking with Adam about this the other day. Basically, apparently there's this thing called blue outlier galaxies, which are farther away than where we would expect redshifting to begin due to the expansion of the universe, and for some reason they are blue shifted. And I haven't been able to find much information about this, so.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, because outside of our local group, where dark energy becomes more powerful than gravity, that's where distant galaxies are all moving away from us because the universe is expanding. But apparently some of them are blue shifted, which would mean that they're moving closer. And
right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And yeah, I had one article or paper about the research paper about this, but it didn't explain it very well. And I tried looking up for it, and all that resulted was more links to the same paper.
It's really peculiar because the farther out it should be, there's more space between it, and
it's more redshifted. Yeah.
So it should be more redshifted, not blue shifted. Extremely blue shifted. That's queer. Huh. And this is something we've seen in more than one galaxy. This is a trend.
Yeah, apparently.
Let's check out what Wikipedia has to say.
Yeah, Wikipedia's only reference to it is within the blue astronomy article, which has a very short section on blue outliers, which references the paper, I believe.
There's FizzLink. Somebody asked a question. It's kind of Andromeda exhibits a small blue shift. Yeah, Andromeda is moving towards us.
Yeah, and Andromeda is within the local group, so that's expected.
Is that true? Local groups are also not expanding with it. It's just between the local groups.
No,
I always thought it was between galaxies.
There's a threshold where the force of gravity becomes weaker than the expanding force of dark energy.
And that tends to include local groups.
Yeah, I believe that the boundaries between local groups are defined as the area at which things are held within the same gravitational center of mass.
That would make sense.
So all the local groups are moving apart. Or it could be supercluster. I'm not entirely sure. I think that the local group is part of the cluster, which is part of the supercluster. It's actually the supercluster, which is where the common center of mass is, where gravity is still stronger. So I misspoke a second ago.
Yeah, this fizzlink.com question certainly doesn't mention any of them. They're just talking about close galaxies that are slightly blue shifted.
Hey, Jim.
Howdy, everybody. How we doing on this fine and lovely morning?
Getting wore out.
We haven't slept.
Well, I just got up a little bit ago. Well, about a half hour or so ago now. So, golly, you guys don't sleep, do you?
No rest for the wicked.
It's a wonderful concept of not having anything to do today.
I just got off work.
That's some funny stuff.
How are you, Jim? Haven't seen you in a while.
I am finer than a frog hair split 4 ways. That's pretty darn fine if you ask me.
I love your colloquialisms, even though I have no idea what the fuck they mean.
Well, I mean, that's pretty darn fine. I mean, have you ever seen a frog's hair?
No.
You know
I don't
why?
think that frogs have hair.
Because it's so
Because they're
fine?
amphibians and they don't have no hair.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Do you have any more?
Well, you know, you can't shake me loose like a hair in a biscuit.
Right, you're gonna have to explain that one too.
Well, definitely you don't want a hair in a biscuit, and if you ever get one in a biscuit, you can shake all you want, it ain't coming loose. You got to pull and peel it out of there.
All
and
right.
by that time, you don't want to know how long that hair is.
Whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Paintsville, Kentucky, Johnson County.
Okay.
And what's something that we can talk about?
Hairy frog?
Oh, that is gross. Oh, man.
Oh, wait a minute here. Woo, doggy, that is one ugly-looking frog.
It has claws.
You're an ugly-looking frog.
Why, thank you. Thank you very much.
Adam's an ugly-looking frog.
Frogs do not think that you're attractive. So
that's a damn
it's actually a
good
compliment. Doesn't have claws. Those are toes.
So is your Thanksgiving good, Jim?
Yeah, we had one just hanging around the house here. It was one of those things, the wife's still not feeling very good, and so she didn't want to leave the house. And we've got a friend of ours who's recently widowed. Was one of my best friends that died of brain and lung cancer. And so we didn't want her to be by herself, so we had her over for Thanksgiving. And we just kind of hung around the house, and I tinkered on my wood tools. I was cutting some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a good one?
Yeah, it was pretty good. A lot of people come over.
I was going to say this is the first time in years that I haven't been either had 30 people at my house or been to a place that had 30 people. So it really kind of felt weird, but it was nice. I mean, it was good to be able to be there for Miss Sheila. I mean, the first holidays. I mean, any holiday after you've lost a spouse is terrible. Don't get me wrong, but the first holidays are always the worst.
Yeah. All right, I'll tell you what, guys. You asked me to give you one more question, so you ready for it? I think Jim will like it too. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. The normal environment. Now, don't freak out by hearing the word, ladies and gentlemen. I know some people get excited when they hear this word, but the normal environment of the vagina is hostile when the sperm, as it is very acidic and patrolled by immune cells. The seminal plasma attempts to compensate for the hostile environment. If the seminal fluids were not like alkaline, then the sperm would die before reaching the egg. You agree with that?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, can you explain how this would work if we were just simply with the reproductive system we were talking about earlier? How did they all of a sudden just come into being to be able to have the function of swimming? I'm all ears. Ain't that terrible, Jim?
I like it.
Your first statement involved the acidicness and baseness of the various fluids, and your second statement involved sperm's ability to swim. How are those connected?
Well, we're talking about the reproductive systems. We're talking about the process of reproducing, which is what your big game is, isn't it?
Right.
Passing on the genes.
As the reproductive systems became more advanced, sperm's ability to
Explain
basically.
how the reproductive system became more advanced and what was the point of it. Was it not working before?
A more advanced reproductive system is necessary for more advanced life forms.
Why did there need to be more advanced life forms? Why didn't they just stay the way they did?
Because becoming more advanced allowed them to basically. So if you go from being a single-celled organism to being a multicellular organism, then that gives you an advantage in comparison to gathering resources and stuff like that to all the other single-celled organisms.
Do you believe
Now it sounds like a race.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
Well, let me ask you a question. If that's the case, if it is a race, who designed the race?
I'm not an atheist.
What are you?
I'm just asking, in your opinion, who designed the race?
As I've told you, I think 3 times in the last 3 days, Brett, I'm a deist, which means I do believe that there is a God.
Oh, this is Scott. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hi.
You kind of sound a little bit like Ocean and a couple other individuals I talked to. I apologize for that. I'm tired, man. So basically, I believe the last thing we talked about with you, though, is you believe that God did things. He's just not interactive at this point, aren't?
Right.
Right. Okay.
Basically.
Right. Well, I guess we'd have to go with Adam, who's unfortunately not using a microphone for some reason, and Seth. And Reuven. Reuven, you're a non-believer, right? Or did you change your view? Did we make enough sense to you tonight, or what?
I think that Reuven's decided that he's a deist as well.
Really? Damn, it was just a week
Apparently.
ago. I thought you said you were an atheist. Man, that's a pretty good jump, I suppose.
We had 4 deists in the same room earlier yesterday. It was amazing.
Well, I have to fill up my deist circle. I only have Shanna in my deist circle.
Yeah, it was Shanna, myself, Reuven, and Brother John.
Oh, Brother John's a deist.
Yeah.
I'll have to move him. I think I have him in my atheist circle.
Well, guys, I got to run. I got to get out here to my garage and start using my new scroll saw. Catch y'all later.
All right, see you later, Jim. Always a pleasure. So if you guys don't mind me asking, because I, of course, have my own reasoning behind where I'm at, what holds you guys' view to there being a God in the first place? I guess I would be for the deist in the room.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of good philosophical arguments which would suggest that it is more likely that a God exists than that one does not. And also that it would be necessary for God to exist.
I know that this may not be something that you're used to or whatever, but I do enjoy listening to other theist and deist views on why they've come to their conclusions. I feel like it helps me grow in my thought process too.
Yeah. So I was never a Christian or an atheist or anything else like that. My parents basically raised me with no religion. It just wasn't something that they ever really told me about. And so I guess you could argue that I was technically an atheist if you want to assume that atheism is a default position, but I don't think that matters. Because even if it is a default position, why does that matter? And then when I got to high school, and also I live in a very liberal area, so religion isn't really a big part of people's lives, so I was never really exposed to it. When I went to high school, my parents put me in a Christian private school because the public school where I lived was the worst in the state. And I'm very glad that I did go to Christian private school because I actually got a good education. And I also learned a lot about Christian theology. And basically that was my first exposure to religion as a whole. And I started thinking, well, what do I believe? And I started doing my research, and I became convinced of a deistic belief, which I have held since.
Well, you're kind of giving me the kind of your background and everything, and that's cool. But I mean, like some of your theological, how shall I say, what holds you to this, though?
Oh, you want specific arguments?
I just want to say something about what Scott said real quick, and that's the fact that atheism is the default position. This pre-contemplative atheism. He's totally right. It's not worth much. Once presented with the proposition that God exists, I think you really do take a stance on that, whether or not you think it follows or not. And I guess that's all I wanted to say.
Seth, in order to not put you out of the conversation, would you be interested in doing kind of a role play thing where if you were arguing from a theistic point of view? Seems like that'd be kind of entertaining for you.
I haven't done that in a while, but I can give it a shot.
How would you
being able to,
How would you go about doing it? Go ahead, guys.
Being able to play devil's advocate is definitely a valuable skill. And understanding the opposing position is also very important, I think. So, go ahead, Seth.
So, I was just asked Brett if you wanted me to continue this conversation, or you wanted me to present an argument for God?
Well, I'm still wanting to hear Scott, but I also...
Oh, you said Scott, not Seth. Okay.
I want to hear Seth, too, on if he were to play devil's advocate as well, though, along with the conversation. That way it's not just this is why I believe this, and then the other person says, well, that's bullshit kind of thing. Just to kind of get the conversation progressing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, so some of the good ones, I think, are the prime mover argument, which Epicurus has been talking about a lot over the last few days. There's also the ontological argument from mathematics, argument from design. Those are just a few. You can look up all those. And if you want to get really deep, like if Seth wants to get really deep into tearing those down with me sometime, I'm completely fine with doing that, just not now because I'm way too tired.
So if I was a Christian, my line of my response to Brett would be that I'm a theist. I believe that God exists because I think none of the atheistic arguments hold up to any scrutiny, and I think a handful of the theistic arguments do hold up to scrutiny and are convincing. Arguments such as the contingent argument, the argument from contingency.
Yeah, that's another good one.
Yeah, actually, I kind of like that one. That one's really interesting, and I never hear it brought up. The ontological argument is interesting. I guess if I was a theist, I'd probably hold to it. The prime mover argument, but more along the lines of more modern cosmological arguments, such as Kalam.
Yeah, for me, basically.
Favorite though. When we're talking, I have heard a great deal of arguments throughout my entire life about different things, but some of them I do not know. When someone gives me the label of something or a title, it's kind of like the person that they've seen the person, but they don't always remember the type of face or name behind it type of thing. So the first thing that you said started with a C.
What the argument from contingency?
Yeah, what is this?
So all contingent facts have an explanation of them, either another contingent fact or a necessary factor, a necessary being or contingent being. Contingency just means something that wasn't necessary, right? Could have been other. For example, Barack Obama could have not been elected president. It could have been the case that Mitt Romney was elected president in this last. So there's something that caused that. There's a contingent fact that explains that contingent fact. The contingent fact being Obama is the president. And if you could lump all the contingent facts in the universe up into one contingent fact, and there must be some explanation of all contingent facts, and it can't be a contingent fact because we've lumped all contingent facts into one lump contingent fact. So it must be a necessary fact, and this necessary fact would be God.
Well, okay. So how would it be? How would this pinpoint a mind behind the universe in this route? Maybe I didn't hear you fully on this.
Maybe Scott could explain why it must be a mind. This is about as far as I've gotten with the argument from contingency.
There's more stuff within the prime mover argument that Aristotle talks about that explains certain attributes it would have that make it mind-like. Not necessarily mind-like a human would have, but mind-like. And I do have to go here, guys. So.
Okay.
Yeah, if you really want to get deep into this with me sometime, we can do that. Basically, if you were to ask someone like Epicurus why they believe that God exists, then all the things that he would list, I think I would agree with, until he gets to talking about special revelation and the Bible and all that. Also, if you talk to Shanna, she's really good at explaining this stuff and defending it. So.
Okay.
Good night, guys. Or good morning, I
Hey,
guess.
Scott. Yeah.
Bye.
See you later, Scott. Yeah, I like to hear different arguments and points from it.
Reuven, you're talking about Einstein and Spinoza being scientific deists. Did Spinoza not call himself a pantheist, or is that other philosophers glomming that onto him? And I guess further to my point, there's other philosophers glomming it onto him. It seems to me that, I mean, Spinoza's idea of pantheism, and I guess according to you, it's not his idea. I'd have to look it up. It just seems like sexed up naturalism. I mean, his idea that the all is God, and there's nothing else in the universe other than the things that we already see, you know, the material matter. If you're that kind of pantheist that believes that the universe is all there is and you're just calling that God, that's naturalism. I would be comfortable calling Einstein a deist, Adam. That I think it could be argued. I mean, there's a letter he wrote to, I think it was somebody in the Navy, where he called himself an atheist, but from a priest's perspective. From some priest or rabbi said that Einstein believed in God or was a theist or something like that, or implied that he was a theist and said he believed in God. And Einstein responded that according to him, if he really knew my beliefs, he would consider me to be an atheist. He used the word atheist.
All right, I've got a question for you, if you don't mind, seeing if you would maybe be able to make some points on attributes. Do you think that it's possible that there could be some conscious mind that has figured out a way to make itself ageless?
What do you mean by ageless? Because, I mean, when we're talking about human minds, we're talking about age in a real physical kind of sense, you know.
Like an entity that has, as you know, humans have tried to create all kinds of different things and ways to be able to make us last longer. Do you believe it's possible that some kind of mind or entity at some... damn, I'm so damn tired. An entity made it to where it can't be affected, and almost to the point where it's immortal, ageless, timeless.
I really, and this is something I've recently tried to read up on philosophies of time, but in at least the sense that I understand it now, I can't perceive of a mind that's timeless, because minds do things. Minds think, minds want, minds conspire, and they're conscious. And without time, I don't see how you could have thoughts. What is a mind without thoughts?
Right, I hear you. Well, I mean, just imagining for a moment, I know some people would go, especially in the theist side, that a mind in the sense of like God, it would have always had to have been. But if a mind were to become aware of itself and it discovered that it was the only thing, do you believe it's possible that at some point in time, if given enough time, it could create some kind of form for itself that cannot be affected or killed? I'm tired, so I'm kind of incoherent. I apologize.
I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like there. I mean, in one sense, do I think it's possible for some mind to exist and to create forms without any kind of physical interaction with the physical universe? I don't know. I don't know if that's possible.
Do you think with enough given time through human evolution, I know you hate when I put that forth, that humans could get to a point where they could actually manipulate matter, do things to be able to fix their own form in this matter?
I don't know. There's a very you're talking about like a disembodied mind. Is it possible for humans to reach a level where you become disembodied minds?
Well, you've probably seen things like what the hell was that movie recently? Johnny Depp, Transcendent. How do you pronounce it? I'm tired. It's basically where his consciousness is removed out of his body because he's dying, and the consciousness is put into the digital realm of computers.
Right. We're talking about transhumanism.
Yeah.
So there's lots. This is a really deep philosophical question, whether or not how human minds work and whether or not they could exist in other ways. Under a naturalist perspective, it seems like it would have to be possible for you to be able to download a human mind into a computer. There are serious philosophical implications and problems with that. But I'm not sure whether or not I believe it's possible. Ray Kurzweil, who's one of the greatest minds of our generation, seems to think it's possible, and he's working at Google right now on things like that. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of smart people that seem to think it's possible.
Okay. Well, then why couldn't that be possible with some other kind of entity within the universe? If we were to say that there could be life out there that existed even before our alleged evolution, then why is that not possible for something before us?
Because we're talking about something with no physical parameters doing something in the physical world versus a physical being putting a non-physical entity, like a mind, into another physical entity, a computer. That, again, has some serious philosophical problems, I think, and I'm not sure if it's possible, but it seems to have less problems than a disembodied mind doing anything within the physical realm.
Well, I'm open-minded to the point where I could sit there and state maybe at some point in time, maybe if we went along with the whole multiverse thing, that something had a physical body but became advanced long enough to be able to, I don't know, make itself timeless where it can't be physically harmed or killed.
If you're suggesting that it's possible that God is some alien who reached some advanced position to become disembodied and created us in another universe, that's extremely problematic philosophically and theologically for a few different reasons. The first one being that that wouldn't be a God. God is defined as a being with all great-making properties, and this being wouldn't have that necessarily. I mean, it would be a vast departure from what philosophers and religions have called God for forever. The other problem is that I think God would, like Scott was saying, would have to be a necessary being, a being that existed before anything else, the multiverse or this universe.
Well, I understand that there are some believers out there who have the strict concept that, well, this is how God is or how God isn't. I'm still open to God being a mystery, and that there's a lot of things we may not know about his form, his properties, and how he does things. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm open to possibilities, whether it be technological or whatever the concept is behind it.
I understand that. You're suggesting that there could be a being that we would consider to be godlike that existed in a parallel universe or in one of the multiverses. That's godlike, that religions call God. My argument is more semantic, that that's not what we call God. God is a necessary being with all great-making properties. And if it's not that, which this being you're suggesting could exist is, then it just wouldn't be God. This is kind of like if we discovered that we're all living in the Matrix and there's some fat programmer cramming down a donut who created our universe on a simulation. if we found out that was true, that programmer wouldn't be God.
I know, but we would still, unfortunately, a lot of these religions, as you know, come from the views of primitive individuals. They see something that's powerful and more advanced to them, then they're going to immediately start putting some anthropomorphic ideas on it. You know this. So, you know, I'm willing to state that some attributes may be exaggerated, or maybe they are just what they are and what are claimed. You feel me? I'm open-minded about this.
Sure, I get you. I just don't think that I don't think that we should call such a being God. I think the word God, should be reserved for a necessary being with all great-making properties.
I hear what you're saying. Do you think that it's possible that an entity, or even humans, if they were given enough time, that we would be able to create our own, and I know Adam's not going to like this, but our own singularities, basically, be able to manifest that much power, ever?
I have no idea. Like I said, there seems to be, depending on your worldview, it may or may not be possible. Excuse me. It may or may not be possible to have a disembodied mind. There are certainly arguments both ways. I mean, there's Boltzmann brains on one side that seems to suggest that given entropy and enough time, that there's a brain, or at least brains, that would just spontaneously exist within the universe. Except I don't think that they would be physicalless or metaphysical. I have to look that up again. No, they wouldn't be, because they're maybe Adam's probably heard of Boltzmann brains. He could elaborate, but no, Boltzmann brains I think would be physical. So I'm not sure if it's possible to have a disembodied mind, a completely disembodied mind. That's not to say that I think it's impossible. I just, brains as in a mind, the thing the mind resides in.
Right. Let me see. What do you think of the multiverse? Is this something that you feel has any truth to it, or just some imagination?
I don't know. I really don't know. It seems to be there seems to be, when I say there seems to be mathematics behind it, I mean to say that I've heard physicists say that there's a math that supports it, but I really don't know.
Yeah, it's difficult to have these kind of conversations because, unfortunately, on both sides there seems to be restrictions people like to lay out on. You know, it's kind of like both sides want to box in the God figure and say, no, this can't be the way, or this can't be the way. That's rough.
Yeah, I'm open. Whatever exists, I want to know that it exists and how it operates. I'm just not sure that if we found out that we, like my analogy before, we were living in a simulation and there's some fat programmer cramming down the donut that created our simulation. I just don't think that it would be accurate to call that a god.
Well, if this character had the knowledge and understanding of us because he designed us and the power to be able to create the system, then why couldn't he be referred to as liking unto a god?
You're right. It would be like a god. He would have some of the attributes of God. Like one of the attributes of God is he created the universe, or at least the universe we reside in, and he would have done that. But I have some attributes of God. God has a mind. I have a mind, or I am a mind, however you want to look at it. And so that's an attribute I share with God. But we wouldn't feel safe calling me God. And I think Adam said something a second ago that I think holds true. That he might call it a god, but not God. Right? A god is what Aaron Ra likes to call an immortal anthropomorphic. An omnipotent. An anthropomorphic immortal is what Aaron Ra calls God. And I think that's mistaken. I don't think that that's what the major religions, theism in general, and philosophy has been reaching towards. I think that those three groups are pretty much in agreement that God is at least some necessary being with all great-making properties that created the universe.
Hmm.
And I haven't met a theist, at least not too many theists, that would deny that God is a necessary being with all great-making properties, even if that's not a definition that they would immediately hold to if I gave that to them. If I start tackling, say, God's omnipotence or omniscience, or the fact that he had to pre-exist everything else, they would defend each one of those, which leads to the conclusion that they must believe that God is a necessary being with all great-making properties.
Yeah. For me, I would be fine with something being powerful enough, intelligent enough to be able to create a universe. I don't need it to know every single fragment or whatever. But I do understand that my concept probably would not fall into a real neat package what people are looking for.
No, I hear you. Like I said, I'm open to something like that existing. I'm just not sure if I would consider it to be God.
Well, I think that the concept of God has, and I know some people are going to go, really? You're going to say that? The label itself is obviously what man perceived. Whether you believe they actually seen something or were revealed something or not, this is what they defined as the God. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So how would they know for a fact that the figure or entity is all powerful, all knowing? I mean, sure, it could reveal that it knows a great deal, but how would they know for sure that it actually has to the extreme? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think there's I think it comes from philosophical necessity. It's God as an explainer. It's really easy to defend God if God has all of these great-making properties.
Yeah, but I've heard arguments towards the extreme attributes whenever they're all matched up against each other as well, and that can turn into a shit sandwich with that bread as well.
Yeah, it's not a route that I go. I don't really think those arguments work.
Okay, I wouldn't mind hearing what your opinion is. For some non-believers I heard out there, that makes and breaks the whole damn deal. Why is that not an issue for you?
It's not an issue for me because if God existed, he could have all great-making properties that they're maximal, as far as they're logically coherent, and that just solves all the problems. So if there was a quality that God has that contradicted another one, which I don't think there really is. I don't think the arguments really work. Then the fact that, as far as they're logically coherent, kind of seems to solve that.
So you're fine with the whole omnipotent, all-knowing, all-powerful. This is fine with you.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That and I have a view on free will that allows